Section 1 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. Chapter 1. Child Life, Part 1. From the hour when the Puritan baby opened his eyes in bleak New England, he had a Spartan struggle for life. In summertime he fared comparatively well, but in winter the ill-heated houses of the colonists gave to him a most chilling and benumbing welcome. Within the great open fireplace, when fairly scorched in the face by the glowing flames of the roaring wood fire, he might be bathed and dressed, and he might be cuddled and nursed in warmth and comfort. But all his baby hours could not be spent in the Ingleside, and were he carried 4 feet away from the chimney on a raw winter's day, he found in his new home a temperature that would make a modern infant scream with indignant discomfort or lie stupefied with cold. Nor was he permitted even in the first dismal days of his life to stay peacefully within doors. On the Sunday following his birth, he was carried to the meeting house to be baptized. When we consider the chill and gloom of those unheated, freezing churches, growing colder and damper and deadlier with every wintry blast, we wonder that grown persons even could bear the exposure. Still more do we marvel that tender babes ever lived through their cruel winter christenings when it is recorded that the ice had to be broken in the christening bowl. In villages and towns where the houses were all clustered around the meeting house, the baby Puritans did not have to be carried far to be baptized. But in country parishes, where the dwelling houses were widely scattered, it might be truthfully recorded of many a christened child died of being baptized. One cruel parson believed in and practiced infant immersion, fairly a Puritan torture, until his own child nearly lost its life thereby. Dressed in fine linen and wrapped in a hand-woven christening blanket, a bearing cloth, the unfortunate young Puritan was carried to church in the arms of the midwife, who was a person of vast importance and dignity, as well as of service in early colonial days, when families of from 15 to 20 children were quite the common quota. At the altar, the baby was placed in his proud father's arms and received his first cold and disheartening reception into the Puritan church. In the pages of Judge Samuel Sewall's diary, to which alone we can turn for any definite or extended contemporary picture of colonial life in Puritan New England, as for knowledge of England of that date, we turn to the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys, we find abundant proof that inclemency of weather was little heeded when religious customs and duties were in question. On January 22, 1694, Judge Sewall thus records, quote, "A very extraordinary storm by reason of the falling and driving of the snow. Few women could get to meeting. A child named Alexander was baptized in the afternoon." End quote. He does not record Alexander's death in sequence. He writes thus of the baptism of a 4 days old child of his own on February 6, 1656. Quote, "Between 3 and 4 p.m., Mr. Willard baptizeth my son, whom I named Stephen. Day was lowering after the storm, but not freezing. Child shrank at the water, but cried not. His brother Sam showed the midwife who carried him the way to the pew. I held him up." End quote. And still again on April 8, 1677, out of another of his children, when but 6 days old, quote, "Sabbath day, rainy and stormy in the morning, but in the afternoon fair and sunshine, though with a blustering wind. So Elizabeth Whedon, the midwife, brought the infant to the third church when sermon was about half done in the afternoon." End quote. Poor little Stephen and Hall and Joseph, shrinking away from the icy water, but too benumbed to cry. Small wonder that they quickly yielded up their souls after the short struggle for life so gloomily and so coldly begun. Of Judge Sewall's 14 children, but 3 survived him, a majority dying in infancy, and of 15 children of his friend Cotton Mather, but 2 survived their father. This religious ordeal was but the initial step in the rigid system of selection enforced by every detail of the manner of life in early New England. The mortality among infants was appallingly large, and the natural result, the survival of the fittest, may account for the present tough endurance of the New England people. Nor was the christening day the only Lord's Day when the baby graced the meeting house. Puritan mothers were all church lovers and strict church goers, and all the members of the household were equally church attending. And if the mother went to meeting, the baby had to go also. I have heard of a little wooden cage or frame in the meeting house to hold Puritan babies who were too young or feeble or sleepy to sit upright. Of the dress of these Puritan infants we know but little. Linen formed the chilling substructure of their attire. Little, thin linen, short-sleeved, low-necked shirts. Some of them have been preserved, and with their tiny rows of hem-stitching and drawn work and the narrow edges of thread lace are pretty and dainty even at the present day. At the rooms of the Essex Institute in Salem may be seen the shirt and mittens of Governor Bradford's infancy. The ends of the stiff little linen mittens have evidently been worn off by the active friction of baby fingers and then been replaced by patches of red and white chaining or calico. The gowns are generally rather shapeless, large-necked sacks of linen or dimity, made and embroidered, of course, entirely by hand, and drawn into shape by narrow cotton ferret or linen bobbin. In summer and winter, the baby's head was always closely covered with a cap, or biggin, often warmly wadded, which was more comforting in winter than comfortable in summer. The 17th century baby slept, as does his 19th century descendant, in a cradle frequently made of heavy paneled or carved wood and always deeply hooded to protect him from the constant drafts. Twins had cradles with hoods at both ends. Judge Sewell paid 16 shillings for a wicker cradle for one of his many children. The baby was carried upstairs, when first moved, with silver and gold in his hand to bring him wealth and cause him always to rise in the world, just as babies are carried upstairs by superstitious nurses nowadays, and he had scarlet laid on his head to keep him from harm. He was dosed with various nostrums that held full sway in the nursery even until Federal days, Daffy's elixir being perhaps the most widely known, and hence the most widely harmful. It was valuable enough, in one sense of the word, to be sharply fought over in Old England in Queen Anne's time, and to have its disputed ownership the cause of many lawsuits. Advertisements of it frequently appear in the Boston Newsletter and other New England newspapers of early date. The most common and largely dosed diseases of early infancy were, I judge from contemporary records, to use the plain terms of the times, worms, rickets, and fits. Curiously enough, Sir Thomas Browne, in the latter part of the 18th century, wrote of the rickets as a new disease, scarce so old as to afford good observation, and wondered whether it existed in the American plantations. In old medical books which were used by the New England colonists, I find manifold receipts for the cure of these infantile diseases. Snails form the basis, or rather the chief ingredient, of many of these medicines. Indeed, I should fancy that snails must have been almost exterminated in the near vicinity of towns, so largely were they sought for and employed medicinally. There are several receipts for making snail water, or snail pottage. Here is one of the most pleasing ones. Quote, "The admirable and most famous snail water. Take a peck of garden shell snails, wash them well in small beer, and put them in an oven till they have done making a noise. Then take them out and wipe them well from the green froth that is upon them, and bruise them shells and all in a stone mortar. Then take a quart of earthworms, scour them with salt, slit them, and wash well with water from their filth, and in a stone mortar beat them in pieces. Then lay in the bottom of your distilled pot angelica 2 handfuls, and 2 handfuls of celandine upon them, to which put 2 quarts of rosemary flowers, bear's foot, agrimony, red dock roots, bark of barberries, betony wood sorrel of each 2 handfuls, rue 1 handful. Then lay the snails and worms on top of the herbs and flowers, Then pour on 3 gallons of the strongest ale and let it stand all night. In the morning, put in 3 ounces of cloves beaten, 6 pennyworth of beaten saffron, and on the top of them 6 ounces of shaved hartshorn. Then set on the limbeck and close it with paste, and so receive the water by pints, which will be 9 in all. The first is the strongest, whereof take in the morning 2 spoonfuls and 4 spoonfuls of small beer, the like in the afternoon." End quote. Truly, the poor rickety child deserved to be cured. Snails also were used externally, quote, "to anoint the ricketed child's limbs and to recover it in a short time, though the child be so lame as to go upon crutches. Quote, take a peck of garden snails and bruise them, put them into a coarse canvas bag and hang it up, and set a dish under to receive the liquor that droppeth from them. Wherewith anoint the child in every joint which you perceive to be weak before the fire every morning and evening. This I have known make a patient child that was extreme weak to go alone using it only a week time." End quote. There were also, quote, "unguents to anoint the ricketed child's breast," end quote, and various drinks to be given, quote, "to the patient child fasting," end quote, as they termed him in what appears to us a half-comic, though wholly truthful appellation. For worms and fits, there were some frightful doses of senna and rhubarb and snails, with a slight redeeming admixture of prunes. And as for colic and stomach ache, I feel sure every respectable Puritan patient child died rather than swallow the disgusting and nauseous compounds that were offered to him for his relief. Puritan babies also wore medical ornaments, anodyne necklaces. I find them advertised in the Boston Evening Post as late as 1771. Anodyne necklaces for the easy breeding of children's teeth, worn as nowadays children wear strings of amber beads to avert croup. Another medicine to make children's teeth come without pain was this, quote, "take the head of a hare boiled, a walm or 2 or rode, and with the brain thereof mingle honey and butter, and therewith anoint the child's gums as often as you please." End quote. Still further advice was to scratch the child's gums with an osprey bone, or to hang fawn's teeth or wolf's fangs around his neck, an ugly necklace. The first scene of gaiety upon which the chilled baby opened his sad eyes was when his mother was taken from her great bed and laid on a pallet, and the heavy curtains and valances of haritine or serge were hung within and freshened with curtains and valance of chaney or calico. Then, or a day or 2 later, the midwife, the nurses, and all the neighboring women who had helped with advice or work in the household during the first week or 2 of the child's life were bidden to a dinner. This was also a French fashion, as Les Caquettes de la Couche, the popular book of the time of Louis XIII, proves. Doubtless at this New England amphidromia, the groaning beer was drunk, though Sewell brewed my wife's groaning beer 2 months before the child was born. By tradition, groaning cake, to be used at the time of the birth of the child and given to visitors for a week or 2 later, also was made, but I find no allusion to it under that name in any of the diaries of the times. At this women's dinner, good substantial viands were served. Quote, "women dined with roast beef and minced pies, good cheese and tarts." End quote. When another Sewell baby was scarcely 2 weeks old, 17 women were dined at Judge Sewell's on equally solid meats. Quote, "boiled pork, beef, fowls, very good roast beef, turkey, pie, and tarts." End quote. Madame Downing gave her women plenty of sack and claret. A survival of this custom existed for many years in the fashion of drinking caudle at the bedside of the mother. As might be expected of a man who diverted himself in attending the dissection of an Indian, which gruesome gaiety exhilarated him into spending a tidy sum for him on drinks and feeing the maid, and in visiting his family tomb, and who, when he took his wife on a pleasure trip to Dorchester to eat cherries and raspberries, spent his entire day within doors reading that cheerful book, Calvin on Psalms, In the house of such a pleasure seeker, but small provision was made for the entertainment or amusement of his children. They were sometimes led solemnly to the house of some old, influential, or pious person who formally gave them his blessing. He took them also to some of the funerals of the endless procession of dead Bostonians that files somberly through the pages of his diary, to the funeral of their baby brother, little Stephen Sewell, when, quote, Sam and his sisters, who were about 5 and 6 years old, cried much coming home and at home, so that I could hardly quiet them. It seems they looked into tomb, and Sam said he saw a great coffin there, his grandfather's, end quote. These were not the only tears that Sam and Betty and Hannah shed through fear of death. When Betty was a year older, her father wrote, quote, It falls to my daughter Elizabeth's share to read the 24th of Isaiah, which she doth with many tears, not being very well, and the contents of the chapter in sympathy with her draws tears from me also. End quote. 2 days later, Sam, who was then about 10 years old, also showed evidence of the dejection of soul around him. Quote, Richard Doomer, a flourishing youth of 9 years old, dies of the smallpox. I tell Sam of it and what need he had to prepare for death, and therefore to endeavor really to pray when he said over the Lord's Prayer. He seemed not much to mind, eating an apple, but when he came to say Our Father, he burst out into a bitter cry and said he was afraid he should die. I prayed with him and read scriptures comforting against death, as, O death, where is thy sting, etc. All things yours, life and immortality brought to light by Christ. End quote. In January 1695, Judge Sewell writes, quote, When I came in, past 7 at night, my wife met me in the entry and told me Betty had surprised them. I was surprised with the abruptness of the relation. It seems Betty Sewell had given some signs of dejection and sorrow, but a little while after dinner she burst out into an amazing cry, which caused all the family to cry too. Her mother asked the reason. She gave none. At last said she was afraid she should go to hell. Her sins were not pardoned. She was first wounded by my reading a sermon of Mr. Norton's text, Ye shall seek me and shall not find me. And those words in the sermon, Ye shall seek me and die in your sins, ran in her mind and terrified her greatly. And staying at home, she read out of Mr. Cotton Mather, Why hath Satan filled thy heart, which increased her fear. Her mother asked her whether she prayed. She answered yes, but feared her prayers were not heard because her sins were not pardoned. End quote. A fortnight later, he writes, quote, Betty comes into me as soon as I was up and tells me the disquiet she had when waked, told me she was afraid she should go to hell, was like Spira, not elected. Asked her what I should pray for. She said that God would pardon her sin and give her a new heart. I answered her fears as well as I could and prayed with many tears on either part. Hope God heard us. End quote. 3 months later, still, he makes this entry. Quote, Betty can hardly read her chapter for weeping. Tells me she is afraid she has gone back. Does not taste that sweetness in reading the word which once she did. Fears that what was once upon her is worn off. I said what I could to her, and in the evening prayed with her alone. End quote. Poor little wounded Betty. She did not die in childhood as she feared, but lived to pass through many gloomy hours of morbid introspection and of overwhelming fear of death, to marry and become the mother of 8 children, but was always buffeted with fears and tormented with doubts, which she despairingly communicated to her solemn and far from comforting father, and at last she faced the dread foe death at the age of 35. Judge Sewell wrote sadly the day of her funeral, I hope God has delivered her now from all her fears. Everyone reading of her bewildered and depressed spiritual life must sincerely hope so with him. In truth, the Puritan children were, as Judge Sewell said, stirred up dreadfully to seek God. Here is the way that one of Sewell's neighbors taught his little daughter when she was 4 years old. Quote, I took my little daughter Katie into my study, and there I told my child that I am to die shortly, and she must, when I am dead, remember everything that I now said unto her. I set before her the sinful condition of her nature, and I charged her to pray in secret places every day, that God, for the sake of Jesus Christ, would give her a new heart. I gave her to understand that when I am taken from her, she must look to meet with more humbling afflictions than she does now. She has a tender father to provide for her." End quote. I hardly understand why Cotton Mather, who was really very gentle to his children, should have taken upon himself to trouble this tender little blossom with dread of his death. He lived 30 years longer, and indeed survived sinful little Katie. Another child of his died when 2 years and 7 months old, and made a most edifying end in prayer and praise. His pious and incessant teachings did not, however, prove wholly satisfactory in their results, especially as shown in the career of his son Increase, or Cressy. No age appeared to be too young for these remarkable exhibitions of religious feeling. Phoebe Bartlett was barely 4 years old when she passed through her amazing ordeal of conversion, a painful example of religious precocity. The pious and ingenious Jane Turrell could relate many stories out of the Scriptures before she was 2 years old, and was set upon a table to show off in quite the modern fashion. Quote, before she was 4 years old, she could say the greater part of the Assembly's catechism, many of the Psalms, read distinctly, and make pertinent remarks on many things she read. She asked many astonishing questions about divine mysteries. End quote. It is a truly comic anticlimax in her father's stilted letters to her to have him end his pious instructions with this advice. Quote, "And as you love me, do not eat green apples." End quote. Of the demeanor of children to their parents, naught can be said but praise. Respectful in word and deed, every letter, every record shows that the young Puritans truly honored their fathers and mothers. It were well for them to thus obey the law of God, for by the law of the land, high-handed disobedience of parents was punishable by death. I do not find this penalty ever was paid, as it was under the sway of grim Calvin, a fact which redounds to the credit both of justice and youth in colonial days. It was not strange that Judge Sewall, always finding in natural events and appearances symbols of spiritual and religious signification, should find in his children painful types of original sin. Quote, November 6, 1692. Joseph threw a knop of brass and hit his sister Betty on the forehead so as to make it bleed, and upon which, and for his playing at prayer time and eating when returned thanks, I whipped him pretty smartly. When I first went in, called by his grandmother, he sought to shadow and hide himself from me behind the head of the cradle, which gave me the sorrowful remembrance of Adam's carriage. End quote. It was natural, too, that Judge Sewall's children should be timid. They ran in terror to their father's chamber at the approach of a thunderstorm, and living in mysterious witchcraft days, they fled screaming through the hall, and their mother with them, at the sudden entrance of a neighbor with a rug over her head. All youthful Puritans were not as godly as the young Sewalls. Nathaniel Mather wrote thus in his diary, quote, "When very young I went astray from God, and my mind was altogether taken with vanities and follies, such as the remembrance of them doth greatly abase my soul within me. Of the manifold sins which then I was guilty of, none so sticks upon me as that, being very young, I was whittling on the Sabbath day, and for fear of being seen, I did it behind the door. A great reproach of God, a specimen of that atheism I brought into the world with me." End quote. It is satisfactory to add that this young prig of a Mather died when 19 years of age. Except in Jonathan Edwards' narratives of surprising conversions, no more painful examples of the puritanical religious teaching of the young can be found than the account given in the Magnalia of various young souls in whom the love of God was remarkably budding, especially this same unwholesome Nathaniel Mather. His diary redounded in dismal groans and self-abasement. He wrote out in detail his covenants with God. He laid out his minute rules and directions in his various religious duties. He lived in prayer thrice a day, and, quote, did not slubber over his prayers with hasty imputations, but wrestled in them for a good part of an hour." End quote. He prayed in his sleep. He fasted. He made long lists of sins, long catalogues of things forbidden, and then fell a-stoning them. He chewed much on excellent sermons. He not only read the Bible, but obliged himself to fetch a note and prayer out of each verse as he read. In spite of all these preparations for a joyous hope and faith, he lived in the deepest despair, was full of blasphemous imaginations, horrible conceptions of God, was dejected, self-loathing, and wretched. Indeed, as Lowell said, soul-saving was to such a Christian the dreariest, not the cheerfulest, of businesses. That the welfare, if not the pleasure, of their children lay very close to the hearts of the Pilgrims, we cannot doubt. Governor Bradford left an account of the motives for the emigration from Holland to the New World, and in a few sentences therein he gives one of the deepest reasons of all, the intense yearning for the true well-being of the children. We can read between the lines the stern and silent love of those noble men, love seldom expressed but ever present, and the rigid sense of duty to be fulfilled as well as exacted. Bradford wrote thus of the Pilgrims, quote, "As necessity was a taskmaster over them, so they were forced to be such, not only to their servants, but in a sort to their dearest children, the which, as it did not a little wound ye tender hearts of many a loving father and mother, so it produced likewise sundry sad and sorrowful effects. For many of their children that were of best dispositions and gracious inclinations, having learned to bear ye yoke in their youth, and willing to bear part of their parents' burden, were oftentimes so oppressed with their heavy labors, that though their minds were free and willing, yet their bodies bowed under ye weight of ye same, and become decrepit in their early youth, the vigor of nature being consumed in ye very bud, as it were. But that which was more lamentable, and of all sorrows most heavy to be borne, was that many of their children, by these occasions, and ye great licentiousness of youth in ye country, and ye manifold temptations of the place, were drawn away by evil examples into extravagant and dangerous courses, getting ye reins off their necks and departing from their parents. Some became soldiers, others took upon them for voyages by sea, and others some worse courses, tending to dissoluteness and the danger of their souls, to ye great grief of their parents and dishonor of God, so that they saw their posterity would be in danger to degenerate and be corrupted." End quote. Though Judge Sewell could control and restrain his children, his power waxed weak over his backsliding and pleasure-seeking grandchildren, and they annoyed him sorely. Sam Hurst, the son of poor timid Betty, lived with his grandfather for a time, and on April 1st, 1719, the judge wrote, quote, "In the morning I dehorted Sam Hurst and Grindle Rawson from playing idle tricks because 'twas 1st of April. They were the greatest fools that did so. And men came hither to avoid anniversary days, the keeping of them such as the 25th of December. How displeasing must it be to God, the giver of our time, to keep anniversary days to play the fool with ourselves and others." End quote. 10 years earlier, the judge had written to the Boston schoolmaster, begging him to insinuate into the scholars the defiling and provoking nature of such a foolish practice as playing tricks on April 1st. Sam was but a sad losel, and vexed him in other and more serious matters. On March 15, 1725, the judge wrote, quote, "Sam Hurst got up betime in the morning, and took Ben Sweat with him and went into the common to play wicket. Went before anybody was up, left the door open. Sam came not to prayer, at which I was much displeased." End quote. 2 days later, he writes thus peremptorily of his grandson, quote, "Did the like again, but took not Ben with him. I told him he could not lodge here practicing thus, so he lodged elsewhere." End quote. Though Boston boys played wicket on Boston Common, I fancy the young Puritans had, as a rule, few games, and were allowed few amusements. They apparently brought over some English pastimes with them, For in 1657 it was found necessary to pass this law in Boston. Quote, "Forasmuch as sundry complaints are made that several persons have received hurt by boys and young men playing at football in the streets, these therefore are to enjoin that none be found at that game in any of the streets, lanes, or enclosures of this town, under the penalty of 20 shillings for every such offense." End quote. End of section 1. Section 2 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 1, Child Life, Part 2. One needless piece of cruelty which was exercised toward boys by Puritan lawgivers is shown by one of the enjoined duties of the tithing man. He was ordered to keep all boys from swimming in the water. I do not doubt that the boys swam, since each tithing man had 10 families under his charge, but of course they could not swim as often nor as long as they wished. From the brother sport of winter, skating, they were not debarred, and they went on thin ice and fell through and were drowned, just as country boys are nowadays. Judge Sewell wrote on November 30th, 1696, quote, "Many scholars go in the afternoon to skate on Fresh Pond. William Maxwell and John Eyre fall in, are drowned." End quote. In the New England Weekly Journal of January 15th, 1728, we read, quote, "On Monday last, 2 young persons who were brothers, viz. Mr. George and Nathan Howell, diverting themselves by skating at the bottom of the common, the ice breaking under them, they were both drowned." End quote. And in the same journal of 2 weeks later date, we find record of another death by drowning. Quote, "A young man, viz. Mr. Comfort Foster, skating on the ice from Squantum Point to Dorchester, fell into the water and was drowned. He was about 16 or 18 years of age." End quote. Advertisement of men's and boys' skates appear in the Boston Gazette of 1749 and the Boston Evening Post of 1758. The February Newsletter of 1769 has a notice of the sale of best Holland skates of different sizes. In the list of goods on board a prize taken by a privateersman in 1712 were boxes of toys. Higginson, writing to his brother in 1695, told him that toys would sell if in small quantity, in exceeding small quantity, one would fancy. In 1743, the Boston Newsletter advertised, quote, "English and Dutch toys for children," end quote. Not until October 1771, on the lists of the Boston shopkeepers, who seemed to advertise and to sell every known article of dry goods, hardware, house furnishing, ornament, dress, and food, came that single but pleasure-filled item, boys' marbles. Battledores and shuttles appeared in 1761. I know that no little maids could ever have lived without dolls, not even the serious-minded daughters of the Pilgrims, but the only dolls that were advertised in colonial newspapers were the London dressed babies of milliners and mantua makers that were sent over to serve as fashion plates for modish New England dames. A few century-old dolls still survive revolutionary times, wooden-faced monstrosities, shapeless and mean, but doubtless well-beloved and cherished in the days of their youth. As years rolled by and 18th century frivolity and worldliness took the place of Puritan sobriety and religion, New England children shared with their elders in that growing love of amusement, which found but few and inadequate methods of expression in the lives of either old or young. In the year 1771, there was sent from Nova Scotia a young miss of New England parentage, Anna Green Winslow, to live with her aunt and receive a finishing in Boston schools. For the edification of her parents and her own practice in penmanship, this bright little maid kept a diary, of which portions have been preserved, and which I do not hesitate to say is the most sprightly record of the daily life of a girl of her age that I have ever read. There is not a dull word in it, and every page has some statement of historical value. She was 12 years old shortly after the diary was begun, and she then had a coming out party. She became a miss in her teens. To this rout, only young ladies of her own age and in the most elegant Boston society were invited. No rough Boston boys. Miss Anna has written for us more than one prim and quaint little picture of similar parties. Here is one of her clear and stiff little descriptions, and a graphic account also of the evening dress of a young girl at that time. Quote, I have now the pleasure to give you the result, viz., a very genteel, well-regulated assembly which we had at Mr. Soley's last evening, Miss Soley being mistress of the ceremony. Miss Soley desired me to assist Miss Hannah in making out a list of guests, which I did. Sometime since I wrote all the invitation cards. There was a large company assembled in a large, handsome upper room in the new end of the house. We had 2 fiddles, and I had the honor to open the diversion of the evening in a minuet with Miss Soley. Here follows a list of the company as we formed for country dancing. Miss Soley and Miss Anna Green Winslow, Miss Califf and Miss Scott, Miss Williams and Miss McLarth, Miss Codman and Miss Winslow, Miss Ives and Miss Coffin, Miss Scole and Miss Bella Coffin, Miss Waldo and Miss Quincy, Miss Glover and Miss Draper, Miss Hubbard and Miss Krager, usually pronounced Kicker, and 2 Miss Sheafs were invited, but were sick or sorry and begged to be excused. There was a little Miss Russell and little ones of the family present who could not dance. As spectators there were Mr. and Mrs. Deming, Mr. and Mrs. Sweetser, Mr. and Mrs. Soley, Mr. and Mrs. Claney, Mrs. Draper, Miss Orris, Miss Hannah. Our treat was nuts, raisins, cakes, wine, punch hot and cold, all in great plenty. We had a very agreeable evening from 5 to 10 o'clock. For variety, we wooed a widow, hunted the whistle, threaded the needle, and while the company was collecting, we diverted ourselves with playing of pawns. No rudeness, Mamma, I assure you. Aunt Deming desires you would particularly observe that the elderly part of the company were spectators only, that they mixed not in either of the above described scenes. I was dressed in my yellow coat, black bib and apron, black feathers on my head, my paste comb and all my paste garnet marquisette and jet pins, together with my silver plume, my locket, rings, black collar round my neck, black mitts and yards of blue ribbon, black and blue is high taste, striped tucker and ruffles, not my best, and my silk shoes completed my dress. End quote. How clear the picture! Can you not see it? The low raftered chamber softly alight with candles on mantel-tree and in sconces, the 2 fiddles soberly squeaking, the rows of demure little Boston maids, all of New England Brahmin blood, in high rolls, with nodding plumes and sparkling combs, with ruffles and mitts, little miniatures of their elegant mammas, soberly walking and curtsying through the stately minuet, with no rudeness, I can assure you, and discreetly partaking of hot and cold punch afterward. There came at this time to another lady in this Boston court circle a grandchild 8 years of age from the Barbados to also attend Boston schools. Missy left her grandmother's house in high dudgeon because she could not have wine at all her meals, and her parents upheld her, saying she had been brought up a lady and must have wine when she wished it. Evidently, Cobbett's statement of the free drinking of wine, cider, and beer by American children was true, as Anna Green Winslow's treat would also show. Though Puritan children had few recreations and amusements, they must have enjoyed a very cheerful, happy home life. Large families abounded. Cotton Mather says, quote, one woman had not less than 22 children, and another had no less than 23 children by one husband, whereof 19 lived to man's estate, and a third who was mother to 7 and 20 children. End quote. Sir William Phipps was one of 26 children, all with the same mother. Printer Green had 30 children. The Reverend John Sherman of Watertown had 26 children by 2 wives, 20 by his last wife. The Reverend Samuel Willard, first minister to Groton, had 20 children, and his father had 17 children. Benjamin Franklin was one of a family of 17. Charles Francis Adams has told us of the fruitful vines of old Braintree. The little Puritans rejoiced in some very singular names, the offspring of Roger Clapp being good examples: experience, wait still, preserved, hope still, wait, thanks, desire, unite, and supply. Of the food given Puritan children, we know but little. In an old almanac of the 18th century, I find a few sentences of advice as to the easy rearing of children. The writer urges that boys, as soon as they can run alone, go without hats to harden them, and if possible, sleep without nightcaps as soon as they have any hair. He advises always to wet children's feet in cold water, and thus make them, the feet, tough, and also to have children wear thin-soled shoes, quote, that the wet may come freely in, end quote. He says young children should never be allowed to drink cold drinks, but should always have their beer a little heated, that it is, quote, best to feed them on milk, pottage, flummery, bread, and cheese, and not let them drink their beer till they have first eaten a piece of brown bread, end quote. Fancy a young child nowadays making a meal of brown bread and cheese with warm beer. He suggests that they drink but little wine or liquor and sleep on quilts instead of feathers. In such ways were reared our revolutionary heroes. Of the dazzling and beautiful array in our modern confectioners' shops, little Priscilla and Hate Evil could never have dreamed, even in visions. A few comfort makers made, quote, lemon pill candy, angelica candy, candied aringo root and caraway comfits, end quote, and a few sweetmeats came to port in foreign vessels, sugared coriander seeds, glazed almonds, and strings of rock candy. Whole jars of the latter adamantine, crystalline, saccharine delight graced the shelves of many a colonial cupboard, and I suppose favored Salem children, the happy sons and daughters of opulent Epicurean Salem shipowners, had even in colonial days blackjacks and Salem Gibraltars. The first named dainties, though dearly loved by Salem lads and lasses, always bore, indeed do still bear, too strong a flavor of licorice, too haunting a medicinal suggestion to be loved by other children of the Puritans. As an instance, on a large scale, of the retributive fate that always pursues the candy-eating white, I state that the good ship Anne and Hope brought into Providence 100 years ago, as part of her cargo, 8 boxes of sweetmeats and 20 tubs of sugar candy, and on the succeeding voyage sternly fetched no sweets, but brought instead 48 boxes of rhubarb. The children doubtless had prunes, figs, currants, and I know they had raisins of the sun and bloom raisins galore. Advertisements of all these fruits appear in the earliest newspapers. Though China oranges were frequently given to and by Judge Sewall, I have not found them advertised for sale till Revolutionary times, and I fancy few children had then tasted them. The native and domestic fruits were plentiful, but many of them were poor. The apples and pears and Kentish cherries were better than the peaches and grapes. The children gathered the summer berries in season, and the autumn's plentiful and spicy store of boxberries, checkerberries, tea-berries, or gingerbread berries with October's brown nuts. There were gingerbread and cakes, even in the earliest days, but they were not sold in unlimited numbers. The omnipotent hand of Puritan law laid its firm hold on their manufacture. Judge Sewall often speaks, however, of Banbury cakes and Mears cakes. Mear was a celebrated Boston baker and confectioner. The colonists had also egg cakes and marchipans and macaroons. There were children's books in those early days. Not numerous, however, nor varied was the assortment from which Puritan youth in New England could choose. Here is the advertisement of one. Quote, small book in easy verse, very suitable for children, entitled The Prodigal Daughter or the Disobedient Lady Reclaimed, adorned with curious cuts, price 6d. End quote. Somehow, from the suggestion of the title, we should hardly fancy this to be an edifying book for children. John Cotton supplied them with, quote, spiritual milk for Boston babes in either England, drawn out of the breasts of both testaments for their soul's nourishment, but may be of like use to any children, end quote. Another book was published in many editions and sold in large numbers, and much extolled by contemporary ministers. It was entitled, quote, A Token for Children, being the exact account of the conversion and holy and exemplary lives of several young children by James Janeway, end quote. To it was added by Cotton Mather, quote, some examples of children in whom the fear of God was remarkably budding before they died in several parts of New England, end quote. Cotton Mather also wrote, quote, good lessons for children in verse, end quote. Other books were A Looking Glass for Children, The Life of Elizabeth Butcher in the Early Piety series, The Life of Mary Paddock, who died at the age of 9, The Child's New Plaything, which was a primer, Divine Songs in Easy Language, and Praise Out of the Mouth of Babes, a particular account of some extraordinary pious motions and devout exercises observed of late in many children in Siberia, end quote. Also accounts of pious motions of children in Silesia and of Jewish children in Berlin. One oasis appeared in the desert waste. After the first quarter of the 18th century, Puritan children had Mother Goose. By 1787, in Isaiah Thomas's list of books suitable for children of all ages, we find less serious books, Tom Jones abridged, Peregrine Pickle abridged, Vice in its proper shape, The Sugar Plum, Bag of Nuts ready cracked, Jackie Dandy, History of Billy and Polly Friendly. Among the Chapman's books for the edification and amusement of young men and women who are not able to purchase those of a higher price are The Amours and Adventures of Two English Gentlemen in Italy, 15 Comforts of Matrimony, The Lover's Secretary, and Laugh and Be Fat, end quote. Another advertisement of about the same date contained, among the books for misses, The Masked Wedding, The Elopement, The Passionate Lovers, Sketches of the History and Importance of the Fair Sex, Original Love Letters, and 6 dialogues of young misses relating to matrimony, thus showing that love stories were not abhorred by the descendants of the Puritans. In such an exceptional plantation as New England, a colony peopled not by the commonplace and average Englishmen of the day, but by men of special intelligence and almost universally of good education, it was inevitable that early and profound attention should be paid to the establishment of schools. Cotton Mather said in 1685, in his sermon before the governor and his council, quote, the youth in this country are very sharp and early ripe in their capacities, end quote. So quickly had New England ere developed the typical New England traits. And the early schoolmasters, too, may be thanked for their scholars' early ripeness and sharpness. At an early age, both girls and boys were sent to dame schools, where, if girls were not taught much book learning, they were carefully instructed in all housewifely arts. They learned to cook and to spin and weave and knit, not only for homeware, but for the shops. Even little children could spin coarse tow string and knit coarse socks for shopkeepers. Fine knitting was well paid for, and was a matter of much pride to the knitter, and many curious and elaborate stitches were known, the herringbone and the fox and geese patterns being prime favorites. Initials were knit into mittens and stockings. One clever young miss of Shelburne, New Hampshire, could knit the alphabet and a verse of poetry into a single pair of mittens. Fine embroidery was to New England women and girls a delight. The Indians at an early day called the English women lazy squaws when they saw the latter embroidering coifs instead of digging in the fields. Mr. Brownell, the Boston schoolmaster in 1716, taught, quote, young gentlewomen and children all sorts of fine works as featherworks, filigree, and painting on glass, embroidering a new way, turkey work for handkerchiefs 2 new ways, fine new fashion purses, flourishing and plain work, end quote. We find a Newport dame teaching, quote, sewing, marking, queen stitch, and knitting, end quote, and a Boston shopkeeper taking children and young ladies to board and be taught, quote, Dresden and embroidery on gauze, tent stitch, and all sorts of colored work, end quote. Crewels, embroidery, silks, and chenilles appear frequently in early newspapers. Many of the fruits of these careful lessons of colonial childhood remain to us. Quaint samplers, bed hangings, petticoats and pockets, and frail lace veils and scarfs. Miss Susan Hayes Ward has resuscitated from these old embroideries a curious stitch used to great effect on many of them, and employed also on ancient Persian embroideries, and she points out that the designs are Persian also. This stitch was not known in the modern English needlework schools, but just as good old Elizabethan words and phrases are still used in New England, though obsolete in England, so this curious old stitch has lived in the colony when lost in the mother country. Or it may be possible, since it is found so frequently in the vicinity of Plymouth, that the Pilgrims obtained both stitch and designs in Holland, whose greater commerce with the Orient may have supplied to deft English fingers the Persian pattern. Other accomplishments were taught to girls: cutting of escutcheons and paper flowers, papyrotomia, it was ambitiously called, and painting on velvet, and quilt piecing in 100 different and difficult designs. They also learned to make bone lace with pillow and bobbins. The boys were thrust at once into that iron-handed but wholly wise grasp, the Latin grammar. The minds trained in earliest youth in that study, as it was then taught, have made their deep and noble impress on this nation. The study of mathematics was, until well into this century, a hopeless maze to many youthful minds. Doubtless the Puritans learned multiplication tables and may have found them, as did Marjorie Fleming, a horrible and wretched plague, though no pious little New Englanders would have dared to say as she did, quote, "You can't conceive it. The most devilish thing is 8 times 8 and 7 times 7. It is what nature itself can't endure." End quote. Great attention was paid to penmanship. Spelling was naught if the writing were only fair and flowing. I have never read any criticism of teachers by either parents or town officers save on the one question of writing. How deeply children were versed or grounded in the knowledge of the proper use of, quote, sim-collings, knots of interrogations, periods, and commas, end quote, I do not know. A boundless freedom apparently was given, as was also in orthography, if we judge from the letters of the times, where horrid false spells, as Cotton Mather called them, abound. It is natural to dwell on the religious teaching of Puritan children because so much of their education had a religious element in it. They must have felt, like Tony Lumpkin, quote, tired of having good dinged into 'em, end quote. Their primers taught religious rhymes. They read from the Bible, the Catechism, the Psalm book, and that lurid rhymed horror, the Day of Doom. They parsed, too, from these universal books. How did they parse these lines from the Bay Psalm book? Quote, "And said he would not them waste, had not Moses stood, whom he chose, for him in the breach, to turn his wrath, lest that he should waste those." End quote. Their horn books, quote, "books of stature small, which with pellucid horn secured are, to save from fingers wet the letters fair," end quote. Those framed and behandled sheets of semi-transparent horn, which were worn hanging at the side and were studied, as late certainly as the year 1715, by children of the Pilgrims, also managed to instill with the alphabet some religious words or principles. Usually the Lord's Prayer formed part of the printed text, though horn books are referred to in Sewell's diary and in the letters of Waite Still Winthrop, and appear on stationers' and booksellers' lists at the beginning of the 18th century, I do not know of the preservation of a single specimen to our own day. The schoolhouses were simple dwellings, often tumbling down and out of repair. The Roxbury teacher wrote in 1681, quote, "Of inconveniences in the schoolhouse, I shall mention no other but the confused and shattered and nasty posture that it is in, not fitting for to reside in. The glass broke, and thereupon very raw and cold. The floor very much broken and torn up to kindle fires. The hearth spoiled, the seats some burned, and others out of kilter. that one had well nigh as goods keep school in a hogsty as in it." End quote. This schoolhouse had been built and furnished with some care in 1652, as this entry in the town records shows. Quote, "The fiefs agreed with Daniel Weld that he provide convenient benches with forms, with tables for the scholars, and a convenient seat for the schoolmaster, a desk to put the dictionary on, and shelves to lay up books." End quote. The schoolmaster, quote, "promised and engaged to use his best endeavor both by precept and example to instruct in all scholastical, moral, and theological discipline the children so far as they be capable, all ABC Darians excepted." End quote. He was paid in corn, barley, or peas, the value of 25 pounds per annum, and each child, through his parents or guardians, supplied half a cord of wood for the schoolhouse fire. If this load of wood were not promptly furnished, the child suffered, for the master did not allow him the benefit of the fire, that is, to go near enough the fireplace to feel the warmth. The children of wise parents like Cotton Mather were also taught, quote, "opificial and beneficial sciences," end quote, such as the mystery of medicine, a mystery indeed in colonial times. Puritan schoolmasters believed, as did Puritan parents, that sparing the rod spoiled the child, and great latitude was given in punishment. The rod and ferule were fiercely and frequently plied, quote, "with lambing and with whipping, and such benefits of nature," end quote, as in English schools of the same date. When young men were publicly whipped in colleges, children were sure to be well trained in smaller schools. Every gradation of chastisement was known, and every instrument from, quote, "a besom of birch for babes very fit, to a long-lasting libbet for lubbers as meet," end quote. From the thimble pie of the dame's school, a smart tapping on the head with a heavy thimble, to belaboring with a heavy walnut stick or oaken ruler. Master Lovell, that tigerish Boston teacher, whipped the culprit with birch rods and forced another scholar to hold the sufferer on his back. Other schoolmasters whipped on the soles of the feet, and one teacher roared out, "Oh, the caitiffs, it is good for them." Not only were children whipped, but many ingenious instruments of torture were invented. One instructor made his scholars sit on a, quote, "bark seat turned upside down with his thumb on the knot of a floor," end quote. Another master of the Inquisition invented a unipod, a stool with one leg, sometimes placed in the middle of the seat, sometimes on the edge, on which the unfortunate scholar tiresomely balanced. Others sent out the suffering pupil to cut a branch of a tree, and making a split in the large end of the branch, sprung it on the culprit's nose, and he stood painfully pinched, an object of ridicule with his spreading branch of leaves. One cruel master invented an instrument of torture which he called a flapper. It was a heavy piece of leather, 6 inches in diameter, with a hole in the middle, and was fastened at the edge to a pliable handle. The blistering pain inflicted by this brutal instrument can well be imagined. At another school, whipping of unlucky whites was done, quote, "upon a peaked block with a tattling stick," end quote, and this expression of colonial severity seems to take on additional force and cruelty in our minds that we do not at all know what a tattling stick was, nor understand what was meant by a peaked block. I often fancy I should have enjoyed living in the good old times, but I am glad I never was a child in colonial New England, to have been baptized in ice water, fed on brown bread and warm beer, to have had to learn the Assembly's catechism, and, quote, "explain all the questions with conferring texts," end quote, to have been constantly threatened with fear of death and terror of God, to have been forced to commit Wigglesworth's Day of Doom to memory, and after all, to have been whipped with a tattling stick. End of section 2. Section 3 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Courtship and Marriage Customs, Part 1. In the early days of the New England colonies, no more embarrassing or hampering condition, no greater temporal ill could befall any adult Puritan than to be unmarried. What could he do? How could he live in that new land without a wife? There were no housekeepers, and he would scarcely have been allowed to have one if there were. What could a woman do in that new settlement among unbroken forests, uncultivated lands, without a husband? The colonists married early, and they married often. Widowers and widows hastened to join their fortunes and sorrows. The father and mother of Governor Winslow had been widow and widower 7 and 12 weeks, respectively, when they joined their families and themselves in mutual benefit, if not in mutual love. At a later day, the impatient governor of New Hampshire married a lady but 10 days widowed. Bachelors were rare indeed, and were regarded askance and with intense disfavor by the entire community, were almost in the position of suspected criminals. They were seldom permitted to live alone, or even to choose their residence, but had to find a domicile wherever and with whomsoever the court assigned. In Hartford, loan men, as Shakespeare called them, had to pay 20 shillings a week to the town for the selfish luxury of solitary living. No colonial law seems to me more arbitrary or more comic than this order issued in the town of Eastham, Massachusetts in 1695, namely, quote, "Every unmarried man in the township shall kill 6 blackbirds or 3 crows while he remains single. As a penalty for not doing it, shall not be married until he obey this order." End quote. Bachelors were under the special spying and tattling supervision of the constable, the watchman, and the tithing man, who, like Pliable in Pilgrim's Progress, sat sneaking among his neighbors and reported their, quote, "circumstances in conversation," end quote. In those days, a man gained instead of losing his freedom by marrying. Encouragement to wedlock was given bachelors in many towns by the assignment to them upon marriage of home lots to build upon. In Medfield there was a so-called bachelor's row, which had been thus assigned. In the early days of Salem, maid lots were also granted, but Endicott wrote in the town records that it was best to abandon the custom and thus, quote, "avoid all precedents and evil events of granting lots unto single maidens not disposed of," end quote. This line he crossed out and wrote instead, quote, "for avoiding of absurdities," end quote. He kindly but rather disappointingly gave one maid a bushel of corn when she came to ask for a house and lot, and told her it would be a bad precedent for her to keep house alone. A maid had, indeed, a hard time to live in colonial days, did she persevere in her singular choice of remaining single. Perhaps the colonists, quote, proverbed with a grandsire phrase, end quote, that women dying maids lead apes in hell. Maidens, quote, withering on the virgin thorn, end quote, in single blessedness were hard to find. One Mistress Poole lived unmarried to great old age and helped to found the town of Taunton under most discouraging rebuffs, and in the Plymouth Church record of March 19, 1667, is a record of a death which reads thus, quote, "Mary Carpenter, sister of Mrs. Alice Bradford, wife of Governor Bradford, being newly entered into the 91st year of her age. She was a godly old maid, never married," end quote. The state of old maidism was reached at a very early age in those early days. Higginson wrote of an ancient maid of 25 years. John Dutton, in his Life and Errors, wrote eulogistically of one such ideal virgin who attracted his special attention. Quote, "It is true an old or superannuated maid in Boston is thought such a curse as nothing can exceed it, and looked on as a dismal spectacle. Yet she, by her good nature, gravity, and strict virtue, convinces all, so much as the fleering beaux, that it is not her necessity but her choice that keeps her a virgin. She is now about 30 years, the age which they call a thornback, yet she never disguises herself, and talks as little as she thinks of love. She never reads any plays or romances, goes to no balls or dancing match, as they do who go to such fairs, to meet with chapmen. Her looks, her speech, her whole behavior are so very chaste that but once, at Governor's Island, where we went to be merry at roasting a hog, going to kiss her, I thought she would have blushed to death. Our damsel, knowing this, her conversation is generally amongst the women, as there is least danger from that sex, so that I found it no easy matter to enjoy her company, for most of her time, save what was taken up in needlework and learning French, etc., was spent in religious worship. She knew time was a dressing room for eternity, and therefore reserves most of her hours for better uses than those of the comb, the toilet, and the glass. And as I am sure this is most agreeable to the virgin modesty, which should make marriage an act rather of their obedience than their choice. And they that think their friends too slow-paced in the matter give certain proof that lust is their sole motive. But as the damsel I have been describing would neither anticipate nor contradict the will of her parents, so do I assure you she is against forcing her own by marrying where she cannot love, and that is the reason she is still a virgin." End quote. Hence it may be seen that though there was not in Boston the glorious phalanx of old maids of Theodore Parker's description, yet the Boston old maid was lovely even in colonial days, though she did bear the odious name of Thornback. An English traveler, Jocelyn, gives a glimpse of Boston lovemaking in the year 1663. Quote, "On the south there is a small but pleasant common where the gallants, a little before sunset, walk with their marmoset madams till the 9 o'clock bell rings them home to their respective habitations." End quote. This simple and quaint picture of youthful love in the soft summer twilight at that ever-beautiful trysting place gives an unwonted touch of sentiment to the austere daily life of colonial New England. The omnipotent Puritan lawgiver who meddled and interfered in every detail, small and great, of the public and private life of the citizen, could not leave untouched and fancy-free these soberly promenading Puritan sweethearts. A Boston gallant must choose well his marmoset madam, must proceed cautiously in his love-making in the gloaming, obtaining first the formal permission of parents or guardians ere he take any step in courtship. Fines, imprisonment, or the whipping post awaited him did he, quote, inveigle the affections of any maid or maid servant, end quote, by making love to her without proper authority. Numberless examples might be given to prove that this law was no dead letter. In 1647, in Stratford, Will Colfax was fined £5 for, quote, laboring to inveigle the affection of Wright his daughter, end quote. In 1672, Jonathan Coventry of Plymouth Town was indicted for, quote, making a motion of marriage, end quote, to Catherine Dudley without obtaining formal consent. The sensible reason for these courtship regulations was, quote, to prevent young folk from entangling themselves by rash and inconsiderate contracts of marriage, end quote. The governor of Plymouth Colony, Thomas Prince, did not hesitate to drag his daughter's love affairs before the public in 1660 by prosecuting Arthur Hubbard for, quote, disorderly and unrighteously endeavoring to gain the affections of Mistress Elizabeth Prince, end quote. The unrighteous lover was fined £5. 7 years later, patient Arthur, who would not refrain and desist, was again fined the same amount, but love prevailed over law, and he triumphantly married his fair Elizabeth a few months later. The marriage of a daughter with an unwelcome swain was also often prohibited by will, quote, not to suffer her to be circumvented and cast away upon a swaggering gentleman, end quote. On the other hand, an engagement of marriage once having been permitted, the father could not recklessly or unreasonably interfere to break off the contract. Many court records prove that colonial lovers promptly resented by legal action any attempt of parents to bring to an end a sanctioned love affair. Richard Taylor so sued, and for such cause, Ruth Wielden's father in Plymouth in 1661, while another ungallant swain is said to have sued the maid's father for the loss of time spent in courting. Breach of promise cases were brought against women by disappointed men who had been shabbed, as jilting was called in some parts of New England, as well as by deserted women against men. But sly Puritan maids found a way to circumvent and outwit Puritan lawmakers and to prevent their unsanctioned lovers from being punished, too. Hear the craft of Sarah Tuttle. On May Day in New Haven in 1660, she went to the house of a neighbor, Dame Marlene, to get some thread. Some very loud jokes were exchanged between Sarah and her friends Maria and Susan Marlene, so loud, in fact, that Dame Marlene testified in court that it, quote, much distressed her and put her in a sore strait, end quote. In the midst of all this doubtful fun, Jacob Marlene entered and, seizing Sarah's gloves, demanded the centuries-old forfeit of a kiss. Quote, whereupon, writes the scandalized Puritan chronicler, they sat down together, his arm being about her, and her arm upon his shoulder or about his neck, and he kissed her, and she kissed him, or they kissed one another, continuing in this posture about half an hour, as Maria and Susan testified, end quote. Goodman Tuttle, who was a man of dignity and importance, angrily brought suit against Jacob for inveigling his daughter's affections. Quote, but Sarah, being asked in court if Jacob inveigled her, said no, end quote. This, of course, prevented any rendering of judgment against the unauthorized kissing by Jacob, and he escaped the severe punishment of his offense. But the outraged and baffled court fined Sarah and gave her a severe lecture, calling her with justice a bold virgin. She, at the end, demurely and piously answered that, quote, she hoped God would help her to carry it better for time to come, end quote. And doubtless she did carry it better, for at the end of 2 years, this bold virgin's fine for unruly behavior being still unpaid, half of it was remitted. Of the etiquette, the pleasures, the exigencies of colonial courtship and high life, let one of the actors speak for himself through the pages of his diary. Judge Sewell's first wife was Hannah Hall, the only daughter of Captain Hall of Pine Tree shilling fame. She received as her dowry her weight in silver shillings. Of her wooing we know naught, save the charming imaginary story told us by Hawthorne. The judge's only record is this, quote, Mrs. Hannah Hall saw me when I took my degree and set her affection on me, though I knew nothing of it till after our marriage, end quote. She lived with him 43 years, bore him 7 sons and 7 daughters, and died on the 19th day of October, 1717. Of course, though the judge was 66 years old, he would marry again. Like a true Puritan, he despised an unmarried life, and on the 6th day of February he made this naive entry in his diary, quote, wandering in my mind whether to live a married or a single life, end quote. Ere that date, he had begun to take notice. He had called more than once on Widow Ruggles and had had Widow Gill to dine with him, had looked critically at Widow Emery, and noted that Widow Tilly was absent from meeting, and he had gazed admiringly at Widow Winthrop in her sleigh, and he had visited and counseled and consoled her ere his wife had been 2 months dead, and had given her a few suitable tokens of his awakening affection, such as, quote, smoking flax inflamed, the Jewish children of Berlin, and my small vial of tears, end quote. So he had wandered in the flesh as well as in the mind. Such an array of widows. Boston fairly blossomed with widows, the widows of all the true New England men, whose wills Sewell had drawn up, whose dying bedsides he had blessed and harassed with his prayers, whose bodies he had borne to the grave, whose funeral gloves and scarves and rings he had received and apprised, and whose estates he had settled. Over this somber flower-bed of black-garbed widows, these hardy perennials, did this aged Puritan butterfly amorously hover, loath to settle, testing each solemn sweet, calculating the richness of the soil in which each was planted, gauging the golden promise of fruit, and perhaps longing for the whole garden of full-blown blossoms. Ancient maids were held in little esteem by him. Not one Thornback is on his list. Not only did he look and wander, but all his friends and neighbors arose and began to suggest and search for a suitable wife for him, with as officious alacrity as if he needed help, which he certainly did not. In March, Madam Henchman strongly recommended to him Madam Winthrop, the Major General's widow. This recommendation was very sweet to the widower, who had turned his eyes with such special approval on this special widow, and further and warm encouragement came quickly. Quote, Deacon Marion comes to me, sits with me a great while in the evening. After a great deal of discourse about his courtship, he told me the Olivers said they wished I would court their aunt. I said little, but said 'twas not 5 months since I buried my dear wife. Had said before 'twas hard to know whether to marry again or no, or whom to marry. End quote. The Olivers' aunt was Madam Winthrop. It would seem somewhat presumptuous and officious for nieces and nephews to suggest courtship when there were grown-up Winthrop children who might dislike the marriage. But in those days, everyone meddled in love affairs. To quote Pope, quote, marriage was the theme on which they all declaimed, end quote. The judge gossiped publicly about his intentions. He writes, they had lain one out for me, and Governor Dudley told me 'twas Madam Winthrop. I told him I had been there but thrice and twice upon business. He said, cave tertium, end quote. Even solemn Cotton Mather preferred counsel in a letter on, quote, paying regards to the widow, end quote. In spite of all these hints and commendations, and the judge's evident pleasure in receiving them, the Winthrop agitation all came to naught, for about this time he was called to make a will for a Mr. Dennison of Roxbury, who died on March 22nd. Though the judge was too upright and too pious to let even his thoughts wander to a wife, the amazing rapidity with which he turned his longing eyes on the newly made widow, cruelly forsaking Madam Winthrop, is only equaled by the act of the famous Irish lover who proposed to a widow at the open grave of her husband. Judge Sewell went home with Widow Dennison from her husband's funeral and prayed God to keep house with her. The very next day he writes, quote, Mr. Danforth gives the widow Dennison a high commendation for her piety, goodness, diligence, and humility, end quote. On April 7th, she came to the widower to prove her husband's will, and another matchmaking friend, Mr. Dow, quote, took occasion to say in her absence that she was one of the most dutiful wives in the world, end quote. A few days later, the judge made her a gift, quote, a widow's book having writ her name in it, end quote. At last, after talking the matter over with all his friends, he decided positively to go a-courting. Widow Dennison came to his house, and he says, quote, I took her up into my chamber and discoursed thoroughly with her, told her I intended to visit her next lecture day. She said 'twould be talked of. I answered, in such cases persons must run the gauntlet, gave her an oration, end quote. He visited her as he had promised and gave her, quote, Dr. Mather's sermons neatly bound, and told her in it we were invited to a wedding. She gave me very good curds, end quote. Other love gifts followed, quote, K. George's effigies in copper and an English crown of King Charles II, 1677. A pound of reasons and proportionate almonds, a psalm book elegantly bound in Turkey leather, a pair of shoe buckles cost 5 shillings 3 pence, 2 cases with a knife and fork in each, one turtle shell tackling, the other along with ivory handles squared, cost 4 shillings 6 pence, end quote. In the meantime, he read with Cousin Moody the history of Rebecca's courtship, and then prayed over it and over his own wooing. Madam Rogers and Madam Leverett much congratulated him, and his daughter Judith visited her prospective stepmother. But alas, the lady was coy and averse to a decision. Quote, she mentions her discouragement by reason of discourse she had heard. Asked what I should allow her. She not speaking, I told her I was willing to allow her £250 per annum, if it should please God to take me out of the world before her. She answered she had better keep as she was than give up a certainty for an uncertainty. She would pay dear for her living in Boston. I desired her to make proposals, but she made none. I had thought of publishment next Thursday, but I now seem far from it. My God, who has the pity of a father, direct and help me. End quote. Mr. Dennison's will left his widow a portion of his estate, to dispose of as she wished if she did not marry again. Judge Sewell was unwilling to make equal provision for her, hence the stumbling block in their courtship. After consulting with a friend, the judge made a final visit to her on November 28th. Quote, she said she thought it was hard to part with all and having nothing to bestow on her kindred. I had asked her to give me proposals in writing, and she upbraided me that I, who had never written her a letter, should ask her to write. She asked me if I would drink. I told her yes. She gave me cider apples and a glass of wine, gathered together the little things I had given her, and offered them to me, but I would none of them. Told her I wished her well and should be glad of her welfare. She seemed to say she should not again take in hand a thing of this nature, thanked me for what I had given her, and desired my prayers. My bowels yearned towards Mrs. Dennison, but I think God directs me in his providence to desist. End quote. This love affair was not, however, quite ended, for the following Lord's Day, after dark, Widow Dennison came, very private, to his house. This Sunday visit betokened great anxiety on her part. She had walked in from Roxbury in the cold, and when we remember how wolves and bears abounded in the vicinity, we comprehend still further her solicitude. Quote, she asked pardon if she had affronted me. Mr. Dennison spake to her, after signing his will, that he would not make her put all out of her hand and power, but reserve something to bestow on her friends that might want. I could not observe that she made me any offer all the while. She mentioned 2 glass bottles she had. I told her they were hers, and the other small things I had given her, only now they had not the same signification as before. I was much concerned for her being in the cold, would fetch her a plate of something warm. She refused. However, I fetched a tankard of cider and drank to her. She desired that nobody might know of her being here. I told her they should not. She went away in the bitter cold, no moon being up, to my great pain. I saluted her at parting. End quote. With that parting kiss on that dark, cold night, in great pain, ended the judge's second wooing. That he was sincerely in love with Widow Dennison one cannot doubt, though he loved his money more. Disappointed, he did not again turn to courting until the following August, much longer than he had waited after the death of his wife. He then proceeded in a matter-of-fact way to visit Widow Tilly, whom he had early noted in meeting. He asked her, at his third visit, to come and live in his house. Quote, she expressed her unworthiness with much respect, end quote, and both agreed to consider it. He gave her a little book called Ornaments of Sion. Mr. Pemberton applauded his courtship. Mrs. Armitage said that Mrs. Tilly had been a great blessing to them. The banns were published, and the judge's third wooing ended in a marriage on October 24th. But the bride was very ill on her wedding night, and after several slight sicknesses through the winter, died on May 20th, to her husband's great amazement. Again, he was seeking a dear yoke fellow, and on September 30th, quote, daughter Sewell acquainted Madam Winthrop that if she pleased to be within at 3 p.m., I would wait on her. End quote. This was the same Madam Winthrop whose attractions had been so completely obscured by the bright halo which encircled the much-longed-for Widow Dennison. Quote, Madam Winthrop returned answer that she would be at home. I went to her house and spake to her, saying my loving wife died so soon, and suddenly 'twas hardly convenient for me to think of marrying again. However, I came to this resolution that I would not make my court to any person without first consulting with her. Had a pleasant discourse about 7 single persons sitting in the foreseat. She propounded one after another to me, but none would do. End quote. Now I think the judge was very graceful in approaching a proposal to this widow, for on his next visit he asked to see her alone, and he resumed the pleasant discourse about the 7 widows on the foreseat, and said, quote, at last I prayed Catherine might be the person assigned for me. She evidently took it up in the way of denial, as if she had catched at an opportunity to do it, saying she could not do it, could not leave her children, end quote. The judge begged her not to be so speedy in decision, and brought her gifts, quote, pieces of Mr. Belchar's cake and gingerbread wrapped in a clean sheet of paper, end quote. China oranges, the newsletter, Preston's church marriage, sugared almonds, of which she inquired the price. He wrote her a stilted letter with an allusion in it to Christopher Columbus, and he had to explain it to her afterward. He gave money to her servants and pennies to her grandchildren, and heard them, quote, say their catechize, end quote, and he had interviews and consultations with her relatives, her children, her sister, who agreed not to oppose the marriage. End of section 3. Section 4 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Courtship and Marriage Customs, Part 2. Still, the progress of the courtship was not encouraging. Catherine went to her neighbors' houses when she knew her suitor was coming to visit her, and left him to read Dr. Sibb's Bowels for scant comfort. She looked dark and lowering at him, and coldly placed tables or her grandchild's cradle between her chair and his as they sat together. She avoided seeing him alone. She, quote, let the fire come to one short brand beside the block and fall in pieces and make no recruit, end quote, a broad hint to leave. She, quote, would not help him on with his coat, end quote, a cutting blow. She would not let her servant accompany him home with a lantern, but heartlessly permitted her elderly lover to stumble home alone in the dark. She spoke to him of his luckless courtship of Widow Dennison, a most unpleasant topic, thus giving a clue to the whole situation, and showing that Madam Winthrop resented his desertion of her in his first widowhood, and, like Falstaff, would not, quote, undergo a sneap without reply, end quote. He said in apologetic answer, quote, if after a first and second vagary she would accept of me, returning her victorious kindness and goodwill would be very obliging, end quote. Undeterred by these many rebuffs, as she grew cold, he waxed warm, and a most lover-like and gallant scene ensued which would have done credit to a younger man than the judge. Here it is in his own words, quote, I asked her to acquit me of rudeness if I drew off her glove. Inquiring the reason, I told her 'twas great odds between handling a dead goat and a living lady. Got it off. Told her the reason why I came every other night was lest I should drink 2 deep draughts of pleasure. She had talked of canary. Her kisses were to me better than the best canary. End quote. Naturally, these warm words had a marked effect. She relaxed, drank a glass of wine with him, and I trust gave him a canary-sweet kiss, and sent a servant home with him with a lantern. The next visit, the wind blew cold again. He had had one experience with a short-lived wife, and he had determined that should his next wife die, he would still have some positive benefit from having married her. Hence he kept pressing Madam Winthrop in a most unpleasant and ghoulish manner to know what she would give him in case she died. He would allow her but £100 per annum. She, in turn, persisted in questioning him about the property he had given to his children, and she wished him to agree to keep a coach, which he could well afford to do, and she wanted it set on springs, too. He said he could not do it while he paid his debts. She also suggested that he should wear a wig. This annoyed him beyond measure, for he hated with extreme Puritan intenseness those, quote, horrid bushes of vanity, end quote, and the suggestion from his would-be bride was irritating in the extreme. He answered her with much self-control, quote, as to a periwig, my best and greatest friend begun to find me with hair before I was born and has continued to do so ever since, and I could not find it in my heart to go to another, end quote. Still, when nearly all the men of dignity and position in the colony wore imposing stately wigs, no woman would be pleased to have a lover come a-courting in a hood. So, though she gave him, quote, drams of black cherry brandy, end quote, and canary to drink and comfits and lump sugar to eat, while he so pressed her to name her settlement on him, and while the wig and coach questions were so adversely met, she would not answer yes, and he regretted making more haste than good speed. At last, the lover of the kisses sweeter than canary critically notes that his mistress has not on clean linen, and the next day he writes rather sourly, quote, I did not bid her draw off her glove as sometime I had done. Her dress was not so clean as sometime it had been. End quote. The beginning of the end was plainly come. That week he forbade her being invited to a family dinner, and she in turn gave a treat from which he was excluded. Thus ended his fourth wooing. The next widow on whom he called was Widow Belknap, but eftsoons he transferred his attention to Widow Ruggles, and wrote thus sentimentally to her brother, quote, I remember when I was going from school at Newbury to have sometime met your sisters, Martha and Mary, in hanging sleeves coming home from their school in Chandler's Lane, and have had the pleasure of speaking to them. And I could find it in my heart to speak to Mrs. Martha again, now I myself am reduced to my hanging sleeves. The truth is, I have little occasion for a wife but for the sake of modesty, and to lay my weary head in her lap, if it might be brought to pass upon honest conditions. You know your sister's age and disposition and circumstances. I should like your advice in my fluctuations. End quote. The judge called on Mrs. Martha, probably after learning with precision her circumstances. Quote, I showed my willingness to renew my old acquaintance. She expressed her inability to be serviceable. End quote. Even after the Denison and Winthrop fluctuations, he was not abashed by refusal, and he must have been, to quote Mrs. Peacham's words, a bitter bad judge of women, for he called again and again. Quote, she seemed resolved not to move out of the house, made some difficulties to accept an election sermon lest it should be an obligation to her. The coach staying long, I made some excuse for my stay. She said she would be glad to wait on me till midnight, provided I should solicit her no more to that effect. End quote. This decision he accepted. Poor old wife-seeking judge, with your hanging sleeves, your broken and drooping wings, feebly did you still flutter around for a resting place to, quote, lay your weary head in modesty, end quote. You fluctuated to a new widow, Madam Harris, and she gave you a nutmeg as it grew, ever a true lover's gift in Shakespeare's day. On January 11th, 1722, this letter was sent to Mrs. Mary Gibbs, widow, at Newton. Quote, Madam, your removal out of town and the severity of the weather are the reasons of my making you this epistolary visit. In times past, as I remember, you were minded that I should marry you by giving you to your desirable bridegroom. Some sense of this intended respect abides with me still, and puts me upon inquiring whether you be willing I should marry you now by becoming your husband. Aged, feeble, and exhausted as I am, your favorable answer to this inquiry in a few lines, the candor of it will much oblige, madam, your humble servant, Samuel Sewell. End quote. This not too alluring love letter brought a favorable answer, for the judge assured her she writ incomparably well, and he accompanied this praise with a suitable and useful gift. Quote, a quire of paper, a good leathern inkhorn, a stick of sealing wax, and 200 wafers in a little box. End quote. He was even sharper in bargaining with Widow Gibbs than he had been with other matrimonial candidates. She had no property to leave him by will, but he astutely stipulated that her children sign a contract that, should she die before him, they would pay him £100. She thought him hard, and so did her sons and her son-in-law, and so he was, hard even for those times of hard bargains and hard marriage contracts in hard New England. He would agree to give her but £50 a year in case of his death. The value of wives had depreciated in his eyes since the £250 a year Widow Denison. His gifts, too, were not as rich as those bestowed on that yearned-for widow. He had seen too many tokens go for naught. Glazed almonds, Mears cakes, and orange were good enough for so cheap a sweetheart. He remained very stiff and peremptory about the marriage contract, the £100, and wrote her one very unpleasant letter about it, and he feared lest she, being so attached to her children, might not be tender to him, quote, when there soon would be an end of the old man, end quote. At last she yielded to his sharp bargain, and they were married. He lived 8 years, so I doubt not Mary was tender to him and mourned him when he died, hard though he was, and wigless withal. We gather from the pages of Judge Sewell's diary many hints about the method of conducting other courtships. We discover the judge craftily and slyly inquiring whether his daughter Mary's lover or parent had previously courted another Boston maid. We see him conferring with lover Gerrish's father, and after a letter from the latter, we see the lover, quote, at supper and drank to Mary in the third place, end quote. He called again when it was too cold to sit downstairs, and was told he would be, quote, welcome to come Friday night, end quote. We read on Saturday, quote, in the evening Sam Gerrish comes not. We expected him. Mary dressed herself. It was a painful, disgraceful disappointment, end quote. A month later, the recreant lover reappeared and finally married poor, disappointed Mary, who died very complacently in a short time and left him free to marry his first love, which he quickly did. We find the judge, after his daughter's death, higgling over her marriage portion with Mr. Gerrish, Sr., and see that grief for her did not prevent him from showing as much shrewdness in that matter as he had displayed in his own courtships. Timid Betty Sewell was as much harassed in love as in religion. We find her father, when she was but 17 years old, making frequent investigation about the estate of one Captain Tuthill, a prospective suitor who had visited Betty and wished to speak with her. The judge had his hesitating daughter read aloud to him of the mating of Adam and Eve as a soothing and alluring preparation for the thought of matrimony, with, however, this most unexpected result. Quote, at night, Captain Tuthill comes to speak with Betty, who hid herself all alone in the coach for several hours till he was gone, so that we sought her at several houses, till at last came in of herself and looked very wild, end quote. This action of pure maidenly terror elicited sympathy even in the judge's matchmaking heart, and he told the lover he was willing to know his daughter's mind better. This was on January 10th, 1698. 10 days later, we find wild-eyed Betty going out of her way to avoid drinking wine with one Captain Turner, much to her father's annoyance. By September, she had refused another suitor. Her father wrote thus, quote, got home from Rhode Island by 7, in good health, though the day was hot, find my family in health, only disturbed at Betty's denying Mr. Hurst, and my wife hath a cold. The Lord sanctify mercies and afflictions, end quote. And again, a month later, quote, Mr. William Hurst comes and thanks my wife and me for our kindness to his son and giving him the liberty of our house. Seems to do it in the way of taking leave. I thanked him and for his countenance to Hannah at the wedding, told him that the well-wishers of my daughter and his son had persuaded him to go to Braintree and visit her there, etc., and said if there were hopes would readily do it. But as things were, 'twould make persons think he was so involved that he was not fit to go anywhere else. He has, I suppose, taken his final leave. I gave him Mr. Oak's sermon and my father Hall's funeral sermon, end quote. 2 days later, Judge Sewell writes to Betty, who has gone to Braintree on a visit. Boston, October 26, 1699. Quote, Elizabeth, Mr. Hurst waits on you once more to see if you can bid him welcome. It ought to be seriously considered that your drawing back from him after all that has passed between you will be to your prejudice, and will tend to discourage persons of worth from making their court to you. And you would need well consider whether you will be able to bear his final leaving of you, howsoever it may seem grateful to you at present. When persons come toward us, we are apt to look upon their undesirable circumstances mostly, and thereupon to shun them. But when persons retire from us for good and all, we are in danger of looking only on that which is desirable in them, to our woeful disquiet. Whereas 'tis the property of a good balance to turn where the most weight is, though there be some also in the other scale. I do not see but the match is well liked by judicious persons, and such as are your cordial friends, and mine also. Yet notwithstanding, if you find in yourself an unmovable, incurable aversion from him, and cannot love and honor and obey him, I shall say no more, nor give you any further trouble in this matter. It had better off than on. So praying God to pardon us and pity our undeserving, and to direct and strengthen and settle you in making a right judgment and giving a right answer, I take leave, who am, dear child, your loving father. Your mother remembers to you." End quote. Even this very proper and fatherly advice did not have an immediate effect upon the shy and vacillating young girl, for not until a year later did she become the wife of persistent Grove Hurst. One of the most typical stories of colonial methods of matching among fine gentlefolk is found in the worry of Emmanuel Downing, a man of dignity in the Commonwealth, and of his wife, Lucy, who was Governor Winthrop's sister, in regard to the settlement of their children. Downing begins with anxious overtures to Endicott in regard to matching his son to an orphan maid living in Endicott's family, a maid who, it is needless to state, had a very pretty fortune. Downing states that he has been blamed for not marrying off his children earlier, quote, "that none are disposed of," end quote, and deplores his ill luck in having them so long on his hands, and he recounts pathetically his own and his son's good points. He also got Governor Winthrop to write to Endicott pleading the match. Endicott answered both letters in a most dignified manner, stating his objections to furthering Downing's wishes, giving a succession of reasons, such as the maid's unwillingness to marry, being but 15 years of age, his own awkward position in seeming to crowd marriage upon her when she was so rich, etc., etc. The Downings had hoped to have thriftily 2 marriages in the family in one day, but the daughter Luce's affairs also halted. She had been enamored of a Mr. Eyre, an unsuitable match he had put out to sea, to the Downings' delight, but had returned at an unlucky time when she was on with a fresh suitor. Her mother was much distressed because, though Luce declared she much liked Mr. Norton, she still showed to all around her that, quote, "she hath not yet forgotten Mr. Eyre his fresh red," end quote. But Mistress Luce, by a telling statement of pecuniary benefits, was brought to a proper mind and became, quote, "very sensible of losing fair opportunities," end quote, and consented speedily to wed Norton, to her father's abounding joy, who wrote, quote, "she may stay long ere she meet with a better unless I had more money for her than I now can spare," end quote. The betrothal was formally announced when shortly a distressed letter from Madame Downing shows foul weather ahead. Luce had been talking among her friends, giving to them, quote, "unjust suspicions of the enforcement to her of Mr. Norton," end quote, and while she had seemed to love Mr. Eyre, and her family had eagerly striven to win her regard from him, quote, "we now suspect by her late words her affections to be now inclining at John Harold," end quote. It was found that John had practiced upon her and disturbed her, and that while she was free and cheerful with lover Norton, passing conversation with him, she was really conspiring to jilt him. The mother wrote sadly, quote, "I am sorry my daughter Luce hath carried things thus unwisely and unreputably both to herself and our friends," end quote. And the whole family were evidently sorely afraid that the, quote, "perverse Puritan jade," end quote, would be left on their hands, when suddenly came the news of her marriage to Norton, owing perhaps to a very decided and sharp letter from Norton's brother to the governor about Mistress Luce's vagaries, and also to some more satisfactory and liberal marriage settlements. She probably made as devoted a wife to him as if she had never longed for Eyre his fresh red, nor John his disturbance. Nor were these upright and pious Puritan magistrates and these gentlewomen of Boston and Salem the only colonists who displayed such sordid and mercenary bargaining and stipulating in matrimonial ventures. Numberless letters and records throughout New England prove the unvarying spirit of calculation that pervaded fashionable courtship. A bride's portion was openly discussed, her marriage settlement carefully decided upon, and even agreements for bequests were arranged as, quote, "encouragement to marriage," end quote. Nor did happy husbands hesitate to sue for settlement too tardy, or too remiss fathers-in-law who failed to keep their word about the bride's portion. Edward Palms for years harassed the Winthrops about their sister's, his first wife's, portion, long after he had married a second partner. Though the tender passion walked thus ceremoniously and coldly in narrow and carefully selected paths in town, in the country it regarded little the bounds of reserve or regard for appearances. Much comparative grossness prevailed. The mode of courting, known as bundling or tarrying, was too prevalent in colonial times to be ignored. A full description of its extent and an attempt to trace its origin have been given in a book on the subject prepared by Dr. H.R. Stiles, and with much fairness in a pamphlet by Charles Francis Adams on, quote, some phases of sexual morality and church discipline in colonial New England, end quote. Its existence has been a standing taunt for years against New England, and its prevalence has been held up as a proof of a low state of morality in early New England society. Indeed, it was strange it could so long exist in so austere and virtuous a colony. That it did, to a startling extent, must be conceded. Much proof is found in the books of contemporary writers. Reverend Andrew Burnaby, who traveled in New England in 1759 to 1760, says that though it may, quote, at first appear to be the effects of grossness of character, it will, upon deeper research, be found to proceed from simplicity and innocence, end quote. To this assertion, after some research, I can give, to use Sir Thomas Browne's words, quote, a staggering assent to the affirmative, not without some fear of the negative, end quote. Reverend Samuel Peters, in his General History of Connecticut, speaks at length upon the custom, and apparently endeavors to prove that it was a very prudent and Christian fashion. Jonathan Edwards raised his powerful voice against it. It prevailed apparently to its fullest extent on Cape Cod, and longest in the Connecticut Valley, where many Dutch customs were introduced and much intercourse with the Dutch was carried on. In Pennsylvania, among the Dutch and German settlers and their descendants, it lingered long. It was a matter of court record as late as 1845. Yet the custom of bundling has never been held to be a result of copying the similar Dutch queesting, which in Holland met with the sanction of the most circumspect Dutch parents, and tergiversating Diedrich Knickerbocker even asserted the contrary assumption, that the Dutch learned of it from the Yankees. In Holland, as now in Wales and then in New England, the custom arose not from a low state of morals, nor from a disregard of moral appearances, but from the social and industrial conditions under which such courting was done. The small size and crowded occupancy of the houses, the alternative waste of lights and fuel, the hours at which the hurried courtship must be carried on, all led to the recognition and endurance of the custom, and in its open recognition lay its redeeming feature. There was no secrecy, no thought of concealment. The bundling was done under the supervision of mother and sisters. As a contrast to all this laxity of behavior, let me state that in the very locality where it obtained, the Connecticut Valley, other sweethearts are said to have been forced to a most ceremonious courtship, to whisper their tender nothings through a courting stick, a hollow stick about an inch in diameter and 6 or 8 feet long, fitted with mouth and earpieces. In the presence of the entire family, lovers, seated formally on either side of the great fireplace, carried on this chilly telephonic lovemaking. One of these batons of propriety still is preserved in Longmeadow, Massachusetts. Of this primitive colony with primitive manners, some very extraordinary cases of bucolic love at first sight are recorded. Love that did not follow the law of pounds, shillings, and pence. At an ordination in Hopkinton, New Hampshire, a country bumpkin forgot the place, the preacher, and the preaching in the ravishing sight of an unknown damsel whom he saw for the first time within the meeting house. He sat entranced through the long sermon, the tedious psalm singings, the endless prayers, until at last the services were over. In an ecstasy of uncouth and unreasoning passion, he rushed out of church, forced his way through the departing congregation, seized the unknown fair one in his arms, crying out, quote, "Now I have got you, you jade. I have, end quote. And from so startling and unalluring a beginning, a marriage followed. In a neighboring community, a dignified officer of the law went to, quote, warn out of town, end quote, a strange, transient woman who might become a pauper and would then have to be kept at the town's expense were this ceremony omitted. Terrified at the majesty of the law and its grand though incomprehensible wording, the young warned one burst into tears, which so worked upon the tender-hearted officer that he, being conveniently a widower, proposed to her offhand, was called in meeting, married her, and thus took her under his own and the town's protection. More than one case of marriage at first sight is recounted, of bold Puritan wooers riding up to the door of a fair one whom they had never seen, telling their story of a lonely home, forlorn housekeeping, and desired marriage, giving their credentials, obtaining a hasty consent, and sending in their publishings to the town clerk, all within a day's time. End of section 4. Section 5 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Courtship and Marriage Customs, Part 3. The matrimonial advertisement did not appear till 1759. In the Boston Evening Post of February 23rd of that year, this notice, for its novelty and boldness, must have caused quite a heart fluttering among Boston thornbacks who would try to pass for the desired age. Quote, to the ladies, any young lady between the age of 18 and 23 of a middling stature, brown hair, regular features, and a lively brisk eye, of good morals and not tinctured with anything that may sully so distinguishable a form possessed of 300 or 400 pounds, entirely her own disposal, and where there will be no necessity of going through the tiresome talk of addressing parents or guardians for their consent. Such a one, by leaving a line directed for A.W. at the British Coffee House in King Street, appointing where an interview may be had, will meet with a person who flatters himself he shall not be thought disagreeable by any lady answering the above description. N.B. Profound secrecy will be observed. No trifling answers will be regarded. End quote. Hawthorne says, quote, now this was great condescension towards the ladies of Massachusetts Bay in a threadbare lieutenant of foot. End quote. Other matrimonial advertisements, those of recreant and disobedient wives, appear in considerable number, especially in Connecticut papers. They were sometimes prefaced by the solemn warning, quote, cursed be he that parteth man and wife, and all the people shall say Amen. End quote. Some very disagreeable allegations were made against these Connecticut wives, that they were rude, gay, light-carriaged girls, poor and lazy housewives, ill cooks, fond of dancing and talking balderdash talk, and far from being loving consorts. The wives had something to say from their point of view. One, owing to her spouse's stinginess, had to use, quote, Indian brand for John bread, end quote, and never tasted good food. Another stated that her loving husband, quote, cruelly pulled my hair, pinched my flesh, kicked me out of bed, dragged me by my arms and heels, flung ashes upon me to smother me, flung water from the well till I had not a dry thread on me, end quote. All these notices were apparently printed in the advertiser's own language in individual manner of spelling, some even in rhyme. Timothy Hubbard thus ventilated his domestic infelicities and his spelling in the Connecticut Courant of January 30th, 1776. Quote, whereas my wife Abigail has underwrote me by saying it is very disagreeable to her to expose to the world the miseries and calamities of a distracted family. And I think as much for her father and mother, to wit, Stephen Deming and his wife, acts very much like distracted or bewitched, and I believe both. For the truth of this, I will appeal to the neighbors. When I first married, I had land of my own and lived at my own house, But Stephen Deming and his wife kept coming down and haunting of me till they got me up to their house, but presently I was deceived by them as bad as Adam and Eve was by the devil, though not in the same shape, for they got a bill of sale of almost all by their subtlety, and still hold the same. Perhaps the gentleman will say it is to pay my debt. Query, wherein, a man that owes £1 to my shilling. I don't want it to pay his one. I believe he does. My wife pretends to say I abused her. For the truth of this, I will appeal to all their neighbors. End quote. Anent this, I am glad to add that I have found repentant sequels to the mortifying story in the form of humble retractions of the husband's allegations. Wives were, on the whole, marvelously well protected by early laws. A husband could not keep his consort on outlying and danger-filled plantations, but must, quote, bring her in, else the town will pull his house down, end quote. Nor could a man leave his wife for any length of time, nor, quote, marry two wives, which were both alive for anything that can appear otherwise at one time, end quote, nor beat his wife, as he could to his heart's content in Old England. He could not even use hard words to her. Nor could she raise her hand or use, quote, a cursed and shrewish tongue, end quote, to him without fear of public punishment in the stocks or pillory. In the first years of the colonies, there existed a formal ceremony of betrothal called in Plymouth a pre-contract. This semi-binding ceremony had hardly a favorable influence upon the morals of the times. Cotton Mather states, quote, there was maintained a solemnity called a contraction a little before the consummation of a marriage was allowed of. A pastor was usually employed, and a sermon also preached on this occasion. End quote. If the prospective marriage were an important or a genteel one, an applicable sermon was often preached in church at the time of the contraction. One minister took the text, Ephesians chapter 6, verses 10 and 11, in order, quote, to teach that marriage is a state of warfaring condition, end quote. It was also the custom to allow the bride to choose the text for the sermon to be delivered on the Sunday when she came out bride. Much ingenuity was exercised by these Puritan brides in finding appropriate and interesting texts for these wedding sermons. Here are some of the verses selected. 2 Chronicles chapter 14, verse 2. And Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord, end quote. Asa and his bride, Hephzibah, sitting up proudly in the congregation to listen. Proverbs chapter 24, verse 23. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verses 9 and 10. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. End quote. I can imagine the staid New England lover and his shy sweetheart anxiously and solemnly searching for many hours through the great leather-bound family Bible for a specially appropriate text, turning over the leaves and slowly scanning the pages, skipping over tedious Leviticus and Numbers, and finding always in the Song of Solomon, quote, in almost every verse, end quote, a sentiment appealing to all lovers and worthy a selection for a wedding sermon. The coming out, or as it was called in Newburyport, walking out of the bride, was an important event in the little community. Cotton Mather wrote in 1713 that he thought it expedient for the bridal couple to appear as such publicly, with some dignity. We see in the pages of Sewell's diary one of his daughters with her new-made husband leading the orderly bridal procession of 6 couples on the way to church, observed of all in the narrow Boston street and in the Puritan meeting house. In some communities, the bride and groom took a prominent seat in the gallery, and in the midst of the sermon rose to their feet and turned around several times slowly, in order to show from every point of view their bridal finery to the admiring eyes of their assembled friends and neighbors in the congregation. Throughout New England, except in New Hampshire, the law was enforced for nearly 2 centuries of publishing the wedding banns 3 times in the meeting house at either town meeting, lecture, or Sunday service. Intention of marriage and the names of the contracting parties were read by the town clerk, the deacon, or the minister at any of these foregatherings, and a notice of the same placed on the church door or on a publishing post. In short, they were valid. Yet in the early days of the colonies, the all-powerful minister could not perform the marriage ceremony. A magistrate, a captain, any man of dignity in the community could be authorized to marry Puritan lovers, save the parson. Not till the beginning of the 18th century did the Puritan minister assume the function of solemnizing marriages. Governor Bellingham married himself to Penelope Pelham when he was a short time a widower and 49 years old, and his bride but 22. When he was brought up for this irregularity, he arrogantly and monopolizingly persisted in remaining on the bench to try his own case. Disorderly marriages were punished in many towns. Doubtless many of them were between Quakers. Some couples were fined every month until they were properly married. A very trying and unregenerate reprobate in New London persisted that he would take up with a woman in the town and make her his wife without any legal or religious ceremony. This was a great scandal to the whole community. A pious magistrate met the ungodly couple on the street and sternly reproved them thus, quote, "John Rogers, do you persist in calling this woman, a servant, so much younger than yourself, your wife?" "Yes, I do," violently answered John. "And do you, Mary, wish such an old man as this to be your husband?" "Indeed I do," she answered. "Then," said the governor coldly, "by the laws of God in this commonwealth, I, as a magistrate, pronounce you man and wife." "Ah, Gurdon," said the groom, married legally in spite of himself. "Thee's a cunning fellow." End quote. There is one peculiarity of the marriages of the first century and a half of colonial and provincial life which should be noted: the vast number of unions between the members of the families of Puritan ministers. It seemed to be a law of social ethics that the sons of ministers should marry the daughters of ministers. The new pastor frequently married the daughter of his predecessor in the parish, sometimes the widow, a most thrifty settling of pastoral affairs. A study of the Cotton, Stoddard, Eliot, Williams, Edwards, Chauncey, Bulkley, and Wigglesworth families, and above all of the Mather family, will show mutual kinship among the ministers, as well as mutual religious thought. Richard Mather took for his second wife the widow of John Cotton. Their children, Increase Mather and Mary Cotton, grew up as brother and sister, but were married and became the parents of Cotton Mather. The sons and grandsons and great-grandsons of Richard Mather were ministers. His daughters, granddaughters, and great-granddaughters became the wives of ministers. Thus was the name of Mather dynasty well given. The Mather blood and the Mather traits of character were felt in the most remote parishes of New England. The Mather expressions of religious thought were long heard from the pulpit and long taught in ministerial homes. And to that Mather blood and that upright Mather character and God-fearing Mather faith and teaching, we of New England owe more gratitude than can ever find expression. We have several meager pictures of weddings in early days. One runs thus, quote, "There was a pretty deal of company present, many young gentlemen and gentlewomen. Mr. Noyes made a speech, said love was the sugar to sweeten every condition in the marriage state, prayed once, did all very well. After the sack posset sung 45th Psalm from 8th verse to end, 5 staves. I set it to Windsor tune. I had a very good turkey leather psalm book, which I looked in while Mr. Noyes read. Then I gave it to the bridegroom, saying, I give you this psalm book in order to your perpetuating this song, and I would have you pray that it may be an introduction to our singing with the choir above." End quote. For many years, sack posset was drunk at weddings, sometimes within the bridal chamber, but not with noisy revelry, as in Old England. A psalm preceding and a prayer following a Puritan posset pot made a satisfactorily solemn wassail. Bride cake and bride gloves were sent as gifts to the friends and relatives of the contracting parties. Other and ruder English fashions obtained. The garter of the bride was sometimes scrambled for to bring luck and speedy marriage to the garter winner. In Marblehead, the bridesmaids and groomsmen put the wedded couple to bed. It is said that along the New Hampshire and upper Massachusetts coast, the groom was led to the bridal chamber clad in a brocaded nightgown. This may have occasionally taken place among the gentry, but I fancy brocaded nightgowns were not common wear among New England country folk. I have also seen it stated that the bridal chamber was invaded and healths there were drunk and prayers offered. The only proof of this custom which I have found is the negative one which Judge Sewell gives when he states of his own wedding that none came to us after he and his elderly bride had retired. When the weddings of English noblemen of that period were attended by most indecorous observances, there is no reason to suppose that provincial and colonial weddings were entirely free from similar rude customs. It was found necessary in 1651 to forbid all mixed and unmixed dancing at taverns on the occasion of weddings, abuses and disorders having arisen. But I fancy a people who would give an ordination ball would not long sit still at a wedding, and by the year 1769, at a wedding in New London, 92 jigs, 50 contradances, 43 minuets, and 17 hornpipes were danced, and the party broke up at 1:15 in the morning. At what time could it have begun? Isolated communities retained for many years marriage customs derived or copied from similar customs in the old country. Thus, the settlers of Londonderry, New Hampshire, Scotch-Irish Presbyterians celebrated a marriage with much noisy firing of guns, just as their ancestors in Ireland, when the Catholics had been forbidden the use of firearms, had ostentatiously paraded their privileged Protestant condition by firing off their guns and muskets at every celebration. A Londonderry wedding made a big noise in the world. After the formal publishing of the banns, guests were invited with much punctiliousness. The wedding day was suitably welcomed at daybreak by a discharge of musketry at both the bride's and the groom's house. At a given hour, the bridegroom, accompanied by his male friends, started for the bride's home. Salutes were fired at every house passed on the road, and from each house pistols and guns gave an answering Godspeed. Halfway on the journey, the noisy bridal party was met by the male friends of the bride, and another discharge of firearms rent the air. Each group of men then named a champion to run for the bottle, a direct survival of the ancient wedding sport known among the Scotch as running for the bride door, or riding for the kale, or for the bruise, end quote, a pot of spiced broth. The two New Hampshire champions ran at full speed or rode a daredevil race over dangerous roads to the bride's house. The winner seized the beribboned bottle of rum provided for the contest, returned to the advancing bridal group, drank the bride's health, and passed the bottle. On reaching the bride's house, an extra salute was fired, and the bridegroom with his party entered a room set aside for them. It was a matter of strict etiquette that none of the bride's friends should enter this room until the bride, led by the best man, advanced and stationed herself with a bridesmaid before the minister, while the best man stood behind the groom. When the time arrived for the marrying pair to join hands, each put the right hand behind the back, and the bridesmaid and the best man pulled off the wedding gloves, taking care to finish their duty at precisely the same moment. At the end of the ceremony, everyone kissed the bride, and more noisy firing of guns and drinking of New England rum ended the day. In some communities, still rougher horseplay than unexpected volleys of musketry was shown to the bridal party or to wedding guests. Great trees were felled across the bridal paths, or grapevines were stretched across to hinder the free passage and thus delay the bridal festivities. Occasionally, the wedding bells did not ring smoothly. One Scotch-Irish lassie seized the convenient opportunity, when the rollicking company of her male friends had set out to meet the bridegroom, to mount a pillion behind a young New Hampshire Lochinvar and ride boldly off to a neighboring parson and marry the man of her choice. Such an unpublished marriage was known in New Hampshire as a flag marriage, from one Parson Flagg, of some notoriety, of Chester, Vermont, whose house was a sort of Yankee Gretna Green, and such a marriage was made possible by the action of the government of New Hampshire in issuing marriage licenses at the price of 2 guineas each, as a means of increasing its income. Sometimes easygoing parsons kept a stock of these licenses on hand, ready for issue to eloping couples at a slightly advanced price. Such a marriage, without proper publishing and meeting, was not, however, deemed very reputable. Madam Knight, traveling through Connecticut in 1704, wrote thus in her Diary of Connecticut Youth, quote, "They generally marry very young. The males oftener, as I am told, under 20 years than above. They generally make public weddings, and have a way something singular in some of them, viz. Just before joining hands, the bridegroom quits the place, who is soon followed by the bridesmen and, as it were, dragged back to duty, being the reverse to the former practice among us to steal mistress bride." End quote. Poor-spirited creatures Connecticut maids must have been to endure meekly such an ungallant custom and such ungallant lovers. The sport of stealing mistress bride, a curious survival of the old savage bridals of many peoples, lingered long in the Connecticut Valley. A company of young men, usually composed of slighted ones who had not been invited to the wedding, rushed in after the marriage ceremony, seized the bride, carried her to a waiting carriage, or lifted her up on a pillion, and rode to the country tavern. The groom with his friends followed, and usually redeemed the bride by furnishing a supper to the stealers. The last bride stolen in Hadley was Mrs. Job Marsh in the year 1783. To this day, however, in certain localities in Rhode Island, the young men of the neighborhood invade the bridal chamber and pull the bride downstairs and even out of doors, thus forcing the husband to follow to her rescue. If the room or house door be locked against their invasion, the rough visitors break the lock. In England, throughout the 18th century, the grotesque belief prevailed that if a widow were, quote, married in her smock without any clothes or headgear on, end quote, the husband would be exempt from paying any of his new wife's antenuptial debts, and many records of such debt-evading marriages appear. In New England, it was thought if the bride were married, quote, in her shift on the king's highway, end quote, a creditor could follow her person no farther in pursuit of his debt. Many such eccentric smock marriages took place, generally, with some regard for modesty, occurring in the evening. Later, the bride was permitted to stand in a closet. Mr. William C. Prime, in his delightful book, Along New England Roads, gives an account of such a marriage. In Newfane, Vermont, in February 1789, Major Moses Joy married widow Hannah Ward. The bride stood, with no clothing on, within a closet, and held out her hand to the major through a diamond-shaped hole in the door, and the ceremony was thus performed. She then appeared resplendent in wedding attire, which the gallant major had thoughtfully deposited in the closet for her assumption. Mr. Prime tells also of a marriage in which the bride, entirely unclad, left her room by a window at night, and standing on the top round of a high ladder, donned her wedding garments, and thus put off the obligations of the old life. In Hall's History of Eastern Vermont, we read of a marriage in Westminster, Vermont, in which the widow Lovejoy, while nude and hidden in the chimney recess behind a curtain, wedded Asa Averill. Smock marriages on the public highway are recorded in York, Maine in 1774, as shown in the History of Wells in Kennebunkport. It is said that in one case the pitying minister threw his coat over the shivering bride, widow Mary Bradley, who in February, clad only in a shift, met the bridegroom halfway from her home to his. The traveler Calm, writing in 1748, says that one Pennsylvania bridegroom saved appearances by meeting the scantily clad widow bride halfway from her house to his, and announcing formally, in the presence of witnesses, that the wedding clothes which he then put on her were only lent to her for the occasion. This is curiously suggestive of the marriage investiture of eastern Hindustan. In Westerly, Rhode Island, in 1724, other smock marriages were recorded, and in Lincoln County, Maine, in 1767, between John Gatchell and Sarah Cloutman, showing that the belief in this vulgar error was widespread. The most curious variation of this custom is told in the Life of Gustavus Vasa, wherein that traveler records that a smock marriage took place in New York in 1784 on a gallows. A malefactor condemned to death and about to undergo his execution was reprieved and liberated through his marriage to a woman clad only in a shift. In spite of the hardness and narrowness of their daily life and the cold calculation, the lack of sentiment displayed in wooing, I think Puritan husbands and wives were happy in their marriages, though their love was shy, almost somber, and, quote, flowered out of sight like the fern, end quote. A few love letters still remain to prove their affection. Letters of sweethearts and letters of married lovers, such as Governor Winthrop and his wife Margaret. Letters like the words of another Margaret, a queen, to her older leafest. Letters so simple and tender that truth and love shine round them like a halo. Quote, my own dear husband, how dearly welcome thy kind letter was to me, I am not able to express. The sweetness of it did much refresh me. What can be more pleasing to a wife than to hear of the welfare of her best beloved and how he is pleased with her poor endeavors? I blush to hear myself commended, knowing my own wants. But it is your love that conceives the best and makes all things seem better than they are. I wish that I may always be pleasing to thee, and that these comforts we have in each other may be daily increased so far as they be pleasing to God. I will use that speech to thee that Abigail did to David. I will be a servant to wash the feet of my Lord. I will do any service wherein I may please my good husband. I confess I cannot do enough for thee, but thou art pleased to accept the will for the deed and rest contented. I have many reasons to make me love thee, whereof I shall name two. First, because thou lovest God, and secondly, because thou lovest me. If these two were wanting, all the rest would be eclipsed. But I must leave this discourse and go about my household affairs. I am a bad housewife to be so long from them, but I must needs borrow a little time to talk with thee, my sweetheart. It will be but 2 or 3 weeks before I see thee, though they be long ones. God will bring us together in good time, for which time I shall pray. And thus, with my mother's and my own best love to yourself, I shall leave scribbling. Farewell, my good husband. The Lord keep thee. Your obedient wife, Margaret Winthrop. End quote. Who can read the beautiful words without feeling for that sweet Margaret, who died 2 centuries ago, a thrill of the affection that must have glowed for her in John Winthrop's heart when, far away from her, he first opened and read this tender letter. Warm eulogies did many a staid New Englander write of his loving consort, eulogies in rhyme, and epitaphs, elegies, threnodies, epicediums, anagrams, acrostics, and pindarics, all speaking loudly of loving, painful care, if not of a spirit of poesy. And the even, virtuous tenor of the life in New England proved, too, a happiness and contentment equal to the marital results of more emotional and romantic lovemaking. There were some divorces. Madam Knight found that they were plentiful in Connecticut in 1704, as they are in that state nowadays. She writes, quote, these uncomely standaways are too much in vogue among the English in this indulgent colony, as their records plentifully prove, and that on very trivial matters, of which some have been told me, but are not proper to be related by a female pen. End quote. In town records, we find that divorces, though infrequent, still were occasionally given in other New England states, but the causes assigned, therefore, to follow Madam Knight's example need not be related by a female pen. End of section 5. Section 6 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 3, Domestic Service, Part 1. It is plainly evident that in a country where land was to be had for the asking, fuel for the cutting, corn for the planting and harvesting, and game and fish for the least expenditure of labor, no man would long serve for another, and any system of reliable service indoors or afield must fail. Whether the colonists came to work or not, they had to in order to live, for domestic service was soon in the most chaotic state. Women were forced to be notable housekeepers. Men were compelled to attend to every detail of masculine labor in their households and on their farms, thus acquiring and developing a handiness at all trades, which has become a Yankee trait. The question of adequate and proper household service soon became a question of importance and of painful consideration in the new land. Reverend Ezekiel Rogers wrote most feelingly in 1656 on this subject, quote, "Much ado have I with my own family. Hard to get a servant, glad of catechizing or family duties. I had a rare blessing of servants in Yorkshire, and those I brought over were a blessing, but the young brood doth much afflict me." End quote. The Massachusetts colonists had attempted even before starting to meet and simplify the servant question by rigidly excluding any corrupt element. They even sent back to England boys who had been unruly on shipboard. But the number of penalties imposed on servants during the early years are a lasting record of the affliction caused by the young brood. All the early travelers speak of the lack of good servants in the new land. The Diary of a French refugee in Boston in 1687 says, quote, "There is an absolute need of hired help," end quote, and that savages were employed in the fields at 18 pence a day. This latter form of service was naturally the first way of solving the vexed question. The captives in war were divided in lots and assigned to housekeepers. We find even gentle Roger Williams asking for, quote, "one of the drove of Adam's degenerate seed," end quote, as a slave. Hugh Peters of Salem wrote to a Boston friend, quote, "We have heard of a dividance of women and children in the bay, and would be glad of a share, viz., a young woman or girl and a boy if you think good," end quote. 2 years later he wrote, quote, "My wife desires my daughter to send to Hannah, that was her maid now at Charlestown, to know if she would dwell with us. For truly we are now so destitute, having now but an Indian, that we know not what to do," end quote. Lowell thus comments on such savage ministrations, quote, "Let any housewife of our day who does not find the Celtic element in domestic life so refreshing as to Mr. Arnold in literature, imagine a household with one wild Pequot woman communicated with by signs for its maid of all work, and take courage. Those were serious times indeed, when your cook might give warning by taking your scalp or chignon, as the case might be, and making off with it into the woods," end quote. We frequently glean from diaries of the times hints of the pleasures of having a wild Nipmuc or Narragansett Indian as help. Reverend Peter Thatcher of Milton, Massachusetts, bought an Indian in 1674 for £5 down and £5 more at the end of the year, a high-priced servant for the times. One of her duties was, apparently, the care of a young Thatcher infant. Shortly after the purchase, the reverend gentleman makes this entry in his diary, quote, "Came home and found my Indian girl had like to have knocked my Theodora on the head by letting her fall. Whereupon I took a good walnut stick and beat the Indian to purpose till she promised to do so no more," end quote. Mr. Thatcher was really a very kindly gentleman and a good Christian, but the natural solicitude of a young father over his firstborn provoked him to the telling use of the walnut stick as a civilizing influence. When we reach newspaper days, we find Indian servants frequently among the runaways. As Mather said, they could not endure the yoke, and indeed it would seem natural enough that any such wild child of the forests should flee away from the cramped atmosphere of a Puritan household and house. We read pathetic accounts of the desertion of aged colonists by their Indian servants. One writes that he took his Pequot girl as a child of death when but 2 years old, had reared her kindly, nursed her in sickness, and now she had run away from him when he sorely needed her, and he wished to buy a blackamoor in her place. Sometimes the description of the costumes in which these savages took their flitting is extremely picturesque. This is from the Boston Newsletter of October 1707. Quote, "Run away from her master Baker. A tall, lusty Carolina Indian woman named Keziah Wampum, having long, straight black hair tied up with a red hair lace, very much marked in the hands and face, had on a striped red, blue, and white homespun jacket and a red one, a black and white silk crepe petticoat, a white shift, as also a blue one with her, and a mixed blue and white linsey-woolsey apron." End quote. A reward of 4 pounds was offered for this barbaric creature. Another Indian runaway in 1728 was thus bedizened, showing a startling progress in adornment from the apron of skins and blanket of her wildwood home. Quote, "She wore off a narrow striped pink cheridary gown turned up with a little flowered red and white calico, a striped homespun quilted petticoat, a plain muslin apron, a suit of plain pinners, and a red and white flowered knot, also a pair of green stone earrings with white cotton stockings and leather-heeled wooden shoes." End quote. Indian men often left their masters dishonestly dressed in their masters' fine apparel, and even wearing beribboned flaxen wigs, which must have been comic to a degree over their harsh saturnine countenances, as brown as any bun. A limited substitute for Indian housemaids was found at an early day in help, as it was called even then. Roger Williams, writing of his daughter, said, quote, "She desires to spend some time in service and liked much Mrs. Brenton who wanted." End quote. John Tinker, who himself was help, wrote thus to John Winthrop, quote, "Help is scarce, hard to get, difficult to please, uncertain, etc. Means runneth out and wages on, and I cannot make choice of my help." End quote. Children of well-to-do citizens thus worked in domestic service. Members of the family of the rich Judge Sewell lived out as help. The sons of Downing and of Hook went with their kinsman, Governor Winthrop, as servants. Sir Robert Crane also sent his cousin to the governor as a farm servant. In Andover, an abbot maid lived as help for years in the house of a Phillips. Children were bound out when but 8 years old. These neighborly forms of domestic assistance were necessarily slow of growth and limited in extent, and Negro slavery appeared to the colonists a much more effectual and speedy way of solving the difficulty, and the Indian war prisoners, who proved such poor and dangerous house servants, seemed a convenient, cheap, and God-sent means of exchange for Moors, as they were called, who were far better servants. Emmanuel Downing wrote in 1645 that he thought it sin in us, having power in our hand to suffer them, the Indians, to maintain the worship of the devil, end quote, that they should be removed from their powwows, and suggests the exchange for Negroes, saying, "I do not see how we can thrive until we into get a stock of slaves sufficient to do all our business." End quote. Downing had a personal interest in the gaining of Moors, for he had had almost as much trouble in obtaining servants as he did in marrying off his children. We find him and his wife writing to Winthrop for help, buying Indians, sending home more than once to England for godly, skillful, painstaking girls, beseeching their neighbors to send them servants of good carriage and godly conversation, and at last buying Negroes to try in every way to solve the vexed question. Though the early planters came to New England to obtain and maintain liberty, and, quote, bond slavery, villanage, end quote, and other feudal servitudes were prohibited under the 91st article of the Body of Liberties, still they needed but the suggestion of Downing's to adopt quickly what was then the universal and unquestioned practice of all Christian nations, slavery. Jocelyn found slaves on Noddle's Island and Boston Harbor at his first visit, though they were not held in a Puritan family. By 1687, a French refugee wrote home, quote, "You may also here own Negroes and Negresses. There is not a house in Boston, however small may be its means, that has not one or two. Negroes cost from 20 to 40 pistoles." End quote. In Connecticut, the crime of man-stealing was made punishable by death, and in 1646, the Massachusetts General Court awoke to the growing condition of affairs and bore witness, quote, by the first opportunity against the heinous and crying sin of man-stealing, end quote, and undertook to send back to Guinea Negroes who had been kidnapped by a slaver and brought to New England, and to send a letter of explanation and apology with them. Though in the beginning he refused to harbor or tolerate Negro stealers, the Massachusetts Puritan of that day, enraged at the cruelty of the savage red men, did not hesitate to sell Indian captives as slaves to the West Indies. King Philip's wife and child were thus sold and there died. Their story was told in scathing language by Edward Everett. In 1703, it was made legal to transport and sell in the Barbados all Indian male captives under 10 and Indian women captives. Perhaps these transactions quickly blunted whatever early feeling may have existed against Negro slavery, for soon the African slave trade flourished in New England as in Virginia, Newport being the New England center of the Guinea trade. From 1707 to 1732, a tax of 3 guineas a head was imposed in Rhode Island on each Negro imported, on Guinea blackbirds. It would be idle to dwell now on the cruelty of that horrid traffic, the sufferings on board the slavers from lack of room, of food, of water, of air. But 3 feet 3 inches was allowed between decks for the poor Negro, who, accustomed to a free, out-of-door life, thus crouched and sat through the passage. No wonder the loss of life was great. It was chronicled in the newspapers and letters of the day in cold, heartless language that plainly spoke the indifference of the public to the trade and its awful consequences. I have never seen in any Southern newspapers advertisements of Negro sales that surpass in heartlessness and viciousness the advertisements of our New England newspapers of the 18th century. Negro children were advertised to be given away in Boston and were sold by the pound, as was other merchandise. Samuel Pewter advertised in the Weekly Rehearsal in 1737 that he would sell horses for 10 shillings pay if the horse sale were accomplished, and 5 shillings if he endeavored to sell and could not. And for Negroes, quote, 6 pence a pound on all he sells, and a reasonable price if he does not sell, end quote. Many letters still exist of advices from ship owners to ship captains, advice as to the purchase, care, and choice of captives, quote, to get one old man for a lingister, to water your rum, and sell by short measure, etc., etc., end quote. Negro stealing by Americans continued till 1864, when a brig sailing westward from Africa on that iniquitous errand was lost at sea, a grim ending to 3 centuries of incredible and unchristian cruelty. The first anti-slavery tract published in America was written by Judge Sewall in the year 1700, quote, The Selling of Joseph, end quote. His timid protest but little availed, though he persevered in his belief and his opposition to the day of his death. Other colonists who were opposed to the traffic were willing to buy slaves, that the poor heathen might be brought up in a Christian land, be led away from their idols. Abraham and the patriarchs were given as authorities in justification of thus doing. One respectable Newport elder, who sent many a profitable venture to the Gold Coast for black ivory, always gave pious thanks in meeting on the Sunday after the safe arrival of a slaver, quote, that a gracious overruling providence had been pleased to bring to this land of freedom another cargo of benighted heathen to enjoy the blessing of a gospel dispensation, end quote. And I suppose he fancied he had cheated his Maker, his congregation, and himself into believing that there was some truth and decency in the specious words that framed a lie in every clause. Many ministers were slave owners. Dale, the French Huguenot, Dr. Hopkins, Dr. Williams, Ezra Stiles, and Jonathan Edwards being noted examples. The ministers from Eliot down were kind to the blacks, preaching special sermons to them and forming religious associations for them. A Negro school for reading, writing, and catechizing was established in Boston in 1728. Cotton Mather had a Negro worth 50 pounds given him by his congregation, and that, quote, most notorious benefactor, end quote, with his never-ceasing, quote, essay to do good, end quote, at once, in gratitude for the gift, devoted the Negro to God's service and made many a noble resolve to save, through God's grace, his bondsman's soul. It is painful to read at a later date that he found his unregenerate slave, quote, horribly arrested by spirits, end quote, by which he did not mean captured by the dreaded emissaries of the devil who pervaded the air of Boston and Salem at that time, but simply very drunk. Slaves were more plentiful in Connecticut and Rhode Island than in Massachusetts. Madam Knight gives a glimpse of Connecticut slave life in 1704, and of awkward table traits in both master and slave as well, when she says that the Negroes were too familiar, were permitted to sit at the table with the master, and, quote, into the dish goes the black hoof as freely as the white hand, end quote. Hawthorne says of New England slaves, quote, they were not excluded from the domestic affections. In families of middling rank, they had their places at the board, and when the circle closed around the evening hearth, its blaze glowed on their dark, shining faces, intermixed familiarly with their master's children. It must have contributed to reconcile them to their lot that they saw white men and women imported from Europe as they had been from Africa, and sold, though only for a term of years, yet as actual slaves to the highest bidder. End quote. In the main, New England slaves were not unhappy, for they were well treated, and the race is the gift to be merry in the worst of circumstances. Occasionally one would be brought to the northern land, one of higher sensibilities, more sensitive affections, greater pride, one who could not live a slave. Such a one was the haughty Congo Pomp, who escaped to a swamp near Truro on Cape Cod, a swamp now called by his name, and placing at the foot of a tree a jug of water and loaf of bread to sustain him on his last long journey, hanged himself from the low-hanging limbs, and thus obtained freedom. Such also was Parson William's slave, Cato, in Longmeadow, Massachusetts. He bore repeated whippings for his high-spirited disobedience, quote, for speaking out loud in meeting, drinking too much cider, going on a rampage, end quote, and finally drowned himself in a well. Waitstill Winthrop wrote thus of one suicidal Moor to Fitz John Winthrop in 1682, quote, I fear Black Tom will do but little serious. He used to make a show of hanging himself before folks, but I believe he is not very nimble about it when he is alone. 'Tis good to have an eye to him, and you think it not worth while to keep him, either sell him or send him to Virginia or the Barbados, end quote. William Pynchon had also a slave who was, quote, assiduous in hanging, end quote. To be sold to Virginia was a standard threat to New England slaves, as work in southern tobacco fields was thought much more severe than in northern cornfields. Slavery lingered in New England until after Revolutionary days. It is said that its death blow was dealt in Worcester, Massachusetts in 1783, when a citizen was tried for assaulting and beating his Negro servant. The defense was that the black man was a slave, and the beating was but necessary restraint and correction. The master was found guilty in the Worcester County Court and fined 40 shillings. Though there were few slaves who were willing to leave life in order to be free, many were willing to try to leave their masters. The early New England newspapers abound in advertisements of runaway blacks, in gay attire, with fiddles and guns, bewigged and silk-stockinged, well-dressed, if not well-treated. I know no records that show more fully, though wholly unconsciously, the vast simplicity of our ancestors than these advertisements of runaway servants. Fancy giving as a possible means of identification of any human being such an item of descriptions as this, quote, when he gets drunk or drinks much, he is red in the face, end quote, as if that were an extraordinary or peculiar trait in any drunken man. Another runaway is said to have had, quote, sometimes a sly look in his eye, and wears the button of his hat in front, end quote. Another to have been a liar. Another to have been, quote, somewhat impudent if crossed, and has a leering look under his eyes, end quote. Others were awkward in manners, somewhat morose in countenance, had long fingernails, had one or two pimples on the face, is too fond of talking. It seems almost incredible that intelligent persons should have given such childish and easily obliterated or varied particulars of description. Diverse names were applied to these runaways. Suriname Indian man slave, musty fellow, mulatto, Moor, Madagascar boy, Guinea man, Congo man, coast fellow, tawny, blackamoor, all apparently conveying some distinction of description universally comprehended at the time. End section 6. Section 7 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 3, Domestic Service, Part 2. We have a few records of worthy black servants who remind us of the faithful, loving house servants of old Southern families. Such a one was Judge Sewell's man, Boston, a freeman, to a master who deserved faithful service, if ever master did. The entries in the judge's diary, meager as they are, somehow show fully to us that faithful life of service. We see Boston taking the Sewell children out sledding. We see him carrying one of the little daughters out of town in his arms when the neighbors were suddenly smitten with that colonial plague, the smallpox. We find him in later years a tender nurse, sleeping by the fire in languishing Hannah Sewell's sick chamber, and after her death, we hear him protesting against the removal of her dead form from her chamber, and we can see him weeping as he sat through the lonely nights with his dead and dearly loved mistress, till she was hidden from his view. It is pleasing to know that though he lived a servant, he was buried like a gentleman. He received that token of final respect so highly prized in Boston, a ceremonious funeral, with a good fire and chairs set in rows, and plenty of wine and cake, and a notice in the newsletter, and doubtless gloves in decent numbers. Other black men led noble lives in service, if we can trust the records on their tombstones. This elegant epitaph is upon a gravestone in Concord, Massachusetts. Quote, God wills us free, man wills us slaves. I will as God wills, God's will be done. Here lies the body of John Jack, a native of Africa, who died March 1773, aged about 60 years. Though born in a land of slavery, he was born free. Though he lived in a land of liberty, he lived a slave, till by his honest, though stolen, labors he acquired the cause of slavery, which gave him freedom. Though not long before death, the grand tyrant gave him his final emancipation and put him on a footing with kings. Though a slave to vice, he practiced those virtues without which kings are but slaves. End quote. At Attleboro, Massachusetts, near the old Hatch Tavern, may be seen this epitaph, quote, Here lies the best of slaves, now turning into dust. Caesar, the Ethiopian, claims a place among the just. His faithful soul has fled to realms of heavenly light, and by the blood that Jesus shed is changed from black to white. January 15th, he quitted the stage in the 77th year of his age, 1781. End quote. Besides slaves, Indians, and help, a species of nexal servitude also existed in all the colonies. At the beginning of colonization, bound or indentured white servants were sent in large numbers to the new land. 30 came to the Bay Colony as early as 1625. Some of the terms of service were very long, even for 10 years. These indentured servants were in 3 classes, quote, free-willers or redemptioners or voluntary emigrants, kids who had been seduced through ignorance or duplicity on board ships that carried them off to America, and convicts transported for crime. The latter expatriated vagabonds were sent chiefly to Virginia. The kids were trepanned by the fair promises of crimps or spirits in Scotland, Ireland, and England, where kidnapping formed an extensive and incredibly bold business. The Scots were brought over and sold at the time of English wars. At one time, quote, Scots, Indians, and niggers, end quote, were not allowed to train in the militia in Massachusetts. Many curious and romantic stories are told of these kidnapped servants. One day, in 1730, a number of Boston gentlemen went to the Long Wharf to examine a cargo of Irish transports then offered for sale. Among the lads who ran up and down the wharf to show his strength and condition was one who had gone to sea on another ship. The captain, his uncle, died at sea, and the crew sold the boy to this transport ship, which chanced to pass them. The boy faithfully served out his time to his purchaser and became a gallant officer in the wars with the Indians. These indentured servants were just as trying as the Indians and the Negroes, and in particular showed a lawless disregard for their master's property, an indifference to the authority of the real public, and a lazy disinclination to work. One writer describes them as, quote, tender-fingered in cold weather, end quote. The Mount Wollaston lot that followed Morton to Merry Mount were but the forerunners of hundreds of others. The Bradstreet servant, John, may be taken as a type of many refractory-bound servants. He was brought to trial in 1661 for, quote, stealing several things as pigs, capons, malt, bacon, butter, eggs, etc., and breaking open a cellar door several times, end quote. John, when pulled up for trial, affirmed that he had really a very small appetite, but the food furnished by that Colonial bluestocking, Anne Bradstreet, was not fit to eat, the bread being black and heavy and sour, and he only took an occasional surreptitious bite to keep himself from starvation. But it was proved that he had feasted not only himself, but comrades, and that a neighbor, who had a, quote, great fat turkey against his daughter's marriage, end quote, hung up in a locked room, was relieved of it by the hungry and agile John, who got some of his fellows to let him down the chimney to steal the turkey and good store of beer, with which they all caroused, and he was fitly punished. The laws were strict enough at first as to the behavior of servants, and occasionally a topping young maid felt their force. In Hartford, quote, Susan Coles, for her rebellious carriage towards her mistress, is to be sent to the house of correction and be kept to hard labor and coarse diet, to be brought forth the next lecture day to be publicly corrected, and so to be corrected weekly until order be given to the contrary, end quote. In York, Maine, in 1645, quote, Alexander Maxwell, for his gross offense in his exorbitant and abusive carriages towards his master, Mr. George Leader, shall be publicly brought forth to the whipping post, where he shall be fastened till 30 lashes be given him upon his bare skin, end quote. Maxwell was ordered to satisfy his master for the money paid for his board in prison, and if he further misbehaved, Mr. Leader could sell him to Virginia. In later days, New England housewives must have longed for the good old times of the whipping post in coarse diet and hard work for disorderly and insubordinate redemptioners. Hear what gentle Mary Dudley endured with one of her maids. She had written many pathetic entreaties to her mother, Madam Winthrop, to send her a, quote, good girl, a strong, lusty servant, end quote, one, quote, used to all kind of work who would refuse none, end quote, and we learn what she got from a letter written a few months later with a newborn babe by her side. Quote, a great affliction I have met withal by my maidservant, and now I am like through God his mercy to be freed from it. At her first coming me, she carried herself dutifully as became a servant, but since through mine and my husband's forbearance towards her for small faults, she hath got such a head and is grown so insolent that her carriage towards us, especially myself, is unsufferable. If I bid her do a thing, she will bid me to do it myself, and she says how she can give content as well as any servant, but she will not, and says if I love not quietness, I was never so fitted in my life, for she would make me have enough of it. If I should write to you of all the reviling speeches and filthy language she hath used towards me, I should but grieve you. My husband hath used all means for to reform her, reasons and persuasions, but she doth profess that her heart and her nature will not suffer her to confess her faults. If I tell my husband of her behavior towards me, upon examination she will deny all she hath done or spoken, so that we know not how to proceed against her. End quote. We must not forget that the Winthrops had the best opportunity of any in the land to have good servants, for not only were help placed in their families, but the best of English servants were consigned to them, yet neither the governor's sister, Madam Downing, nor his daughter, Madam Dudley, could be suited. and hear the plaint of John Winthrop to his father in 1717. Quote, "It is not convenient now to write the trouble and plague we have had with this Irish creature the year past, lying and unfaithful, would do things on purpose in contradiction and vexation to her mistress, lie out of the house o' nights, and have contrivances with fellows that have been stealing from our state, and get drink out of ye cellar for them, saucy and impudent, as when we have taken her to task for her wickedness, she has gone away to complain of cruel usage. I can truly say we have used this base creature with a great deal of kindness and lenity. She would frequently take her mistress's caps and stockings, handkerchers, etc., to dress herself and away without leave among her companions. I may have said some time or other, when she has been in fault, that she was fit to live nowhere but in Virginia, and if she would not mend her ways, I should send her thither, though I am sure nobody would give her passage thither to have her service for 20 years. She is such a high-spirited, pernicious jade. Robin has been run away near 10 days, as you will see by the enclosed, and this creature know of his going and of his carrying out 4 dozen bottles of cider, metheglin, and palm wine out of the cellar among the servants of the town, and meat, and I know not what. The bottles they broke and threw away after they had drunk up the liquor, and they got up our sheep a night, killed a fat one, roasted, and made merry with it before morning." End quote. This wild Irish girl was indentured to the unfortunate Winthrop and his more unfortunate wife for 4 years, and was to have 50 shillings and some other start in the world when her time was up. Out-of-the-way plantations fared no better in the question of service. John Winter, the head agent of the settlement at Richmond's Island in Maine, wrote thus resentfully in 1639 to Mr. Trelawney of the London Company of his maid, one Priscilla Beckford, quote, "You write of some ill reports is given of my wife for beating the maid. If a fair way will not do it, beating must sometimes upon such idle girls as she is. If you think it fit for my wife to do all the work, and the maid sit still, and she must forbear her hands to strike, then the work will lie undone. She hath been now 2.5 years in the house, and I do not think she hath risen 20 times before my wife hath been up to call her, and many times light the fire before she comes out of her bed. She hath twice gone a-meching in the woods, which we have been fain to send all our company to seek her. We can hardly keep her within doors after we are gone to bed, except we carry the key of the door to bed with us. She could never milk cow nor goat since she came hither. Our men do not desire to have her boil the kettle for them, she is so sluttish. She cannot be trusted to serve a few pigs, but my wife must commonly be with her. She hath written home, I hear, that she was fain to lie upon goat skins. She might take some goat skins to lie in her bed, but not given to her for her lodging. For 1.25 years or more she lay with my daughter upon a good feather bed. Before my daughter being lacked 3 or 4 days to sacco, the maid goes into bed with her clothes and stockings, and would not take the pains to pluck off her clothes. Her bed after was a doused bed, and she had 2 coverlets to lie on her, but sheets she had none. After that time she was found to be so sluttish. Her beating that she hath had hath never hurt her body nor limbs. She is so fat and soggy she can hardly do any work. If this maid at her lazy times, when she hath been found in her ill actions, do not deserve 2 or 3 blows, I pray you, who hath the most reason to complain, my wife or maid? My wife hath an unthankful office. It does not please me well, being she hath taken so much pains and care to order things as well as she could, and rise in the morning wrath, and go to bed so late, and have hard speeches for it." End quote. We can well imagine his exhausted patience, and that of poor, overworked Mistress Winter, at that fat, soggy thing, that lag-last, so shiftless and useless about the house, lazing from wrath to lat, and then to complete their exasperation, mitching off into the woods to shirk her work, so that the whole company had to turn out with a mort of trouble to hunt for the leg-trape. We cannot marvel at the beating, but simply wonder at its being remarked in those days of many and hard beatings, when scholars, servants, soldiers, and college students were well whipped, and in old England, wives also. Winter had no better fortune without doors with his men servants and workmen. They proved kittle cattle. He found them not pliable or conditionable, that they, quote, spoke fair to the face and collogued behind the back, end quote. Of one malcontent he wrote, quote, he is very unwilling to do us service. He is always too hard labored. He cares not what spoil he makes, and will not be commanded but when he list. He is such a talking fellow as makes our company worse than would be, end quote. He says his bound servants ran away at their pleasure, worked when they pleased, and led others off to their lure, and should be punished if they had returned to England. One only was frace of his ways, and promised to do better. Not only do we gain from Winter's letters a knowledge of the pains of colonial domestic service, but I know among New England historical collections no other such well of good old English words and phrases. The Declaration of Independence did not better the aspect of the servant question. The Providence Gazette advertised in 1796 that a reward of $500 and the, quote, warmest blessings of abused householders, end quote, would be given to any restoring the conditions of the good old times, or rather what they'd fancied was, quote, the constant service of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for need, end quote. The notice opens thus, quote, was mislaid or taken away by mistake soon after the formation of the Abolition Society from the servant girls in this town all inclination to do any kind of work, and left in lieu thereof an independent appearance, a strong and continued thirst for high wages, a gossiping disposition for every sort of amusement, a leering and hankering after persons of the other sex, a desire of finery and fashion, a never-ceasing trot after new places, more advantageous for stealing, with a number of contingent accomplishments that do not suit the wearers, end quote. President Dwight wrote that the servants of that day were, quote, distinguished for vice and profligacy, end quote. So the 19th century opened no more promisingly than the 18th. The pious colonists felt that great spiritual as well as temporal responsibility rested upon them in regard to their bond servants. We find in contemporary letters frequent reference to the souls of the indentured ones. Englishmen at the old home wrote to the settlers to remember well their religious, their proselytizing duties, and they faithfully reminded each other of their accountability for souls. For instance, when a smart young Irishman came over with some Irish hounds, his consignor besought the New Englanders to remember that it was as godly to, quote, win this fellow's soul out of the subtlest snare of Satan, Rome's politic religion, as to win an Indian soul out of the devil's claws, end quote. And he urged them to watch the papist narrowly as to his carriage in Puritandom, his attitude toward Protestantism. This was the same religious zeal that led the Boston elders to send missionaries from New England to convert the heathen of the established church in Virginia. The moral and religious condition of these servants was truly of great importance in the preservation of such a theocracy as was New England, since few of them returned to England, but after serving out their time became freemen with homes and land and votes of their own, and the Commonwealth could not live as a religious organization unless it thrived through the religious spirit of its citizens. One other form of domestic service existed until this century. A limited amount of assistance was given in some households by those unhappy whites, the town poor. These wretched paupers were sold to the lowest bidder. Sometimes the buyer received but a few shillings a year from the town for the keep of one of these helpless souls. We may be sure that he got some work out of the pauper to pay for his board. We read of one old Dimbledy, of Widow Bump and Widow Bumpus, degenerate successors in name as well as in estate of the Pilgrim Bumpus, who were sold from year to year from one farm to another and given a grudged existence, till at last we find the town paying for their welcome coffins and winding sheets. Two curious facts are to be noted in the poor accounts, that the women paupers were almost invariably, quote, very comfortable on it for clothes, end quote, as were other women of that dress-loving day, and that liquor was frequently supplied to both male and female paupers by the town. sometimes 10 gallons apiece, a very consoling amount, was given in a year. I have also noted the frequent presence on the poor list of what are termed, quote, French noodles, end quote. These were Acadians, the neighbors and compatriots of Evangeline, feeble folk who, void of romance, succumbed in despair to exile and homesickness, a new language and a new manner of living, and yielded weakly to work as servants when they had no courage to maintain homes. New England paupers lived to a good old age. I have been told that the unhappy fate of one of these town poor, an Acadian, was traced for over 30 years in the town records of her sale. In 1767, there were 21 paupers in Danvers, Massachusetts, and their average age was 84 years, thus apparently offering proof of good rum and good usage from the town. There was also an hereditary pauperism. In Salem, a certain family always had some of its members on the list of town poor from the year 1721 to 1848, and perhaps they found better homes through, quote, living around, end quote, than in trying to support themselves. Criminals were also sold into service to work out their sentences. Thus did the practical settlers attempt to carry out one of Sir Thomas More's utopian notions. Upon the whole, I think I should rather have a Nipmuc squaw cooking in my kitchen or a Pequot warrior digging in my garden than to have a white burglar or ruffian in either situation. It is well to observe in passing that no gingerly nicety of regard in calling those who served by any other name than servant was shown or heeded in olden times. They believed with St. Paul, quote, art thou called being a servant? Care not for it, end quote. All hired workers in the house, hired laborers in the field, those contracting to work under a master at any trade for a period of time, apprentices, and many whom we should now term agents or stewards, were then called servants and signed contracts as servants and did not appear at all insulted by being termed servants. And Section 7. Section 8 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 4, Home Interiors, Part 1. It is easy to gain a definite notion of the furnishing of colonial houses from a contemporary and reliable source, the inventories of the estates of the colonists. These are, of course, still preserved in court records, as it was customary in early days to enumerate with much minuteness the various articles of furniture contained in each room. Instead of classifying or aggregating them, we have the outlines of a clear picture of the household belongings of that day. The first room beyond the threshold of the door that one finds named in the houses of the richer sort is the entry. This was apparently always bare of furniture, and indeed well it might be, for it was seldom aught but a vestibule till the rest of the house, containing, save the staircase, but room enough to swing the front door in opening. Dr. Lyon gives the inventory of John Salmon of Boston in the year 1750 as the earliest record which he has found of the use of the word hall instead of entry, as we now employ it. In the Boston Newsletter, 31 years earlier, on August 24th, 1719, I find this advertisement, quote, fine glass lamps and lanthorns, well gilt and painted, both convex and plain, being suitable for halls, staircases, or other passageways at the glass shop in Queen Street, end quote. This advertisement is, however, exceptional. The hall in Puritan houses was not a passageway. It was the living room, the keeping room, the dwelling room, the sitting room. In it the family sat and ate their meals. In it they lived. Let us see what was the furniture of a Puritan homeroom in early days, and what its value. The inventory of the possessions of Theophilus Eaton, governor of the New Haven colony, is often quoted. At the time of his death in 1657, he had in his hall, quote, a drawing table and a round table, £1 18 shillings, a cupboard in 2 long forms, 14 shillings, a cupboard cloth and cushions, 13 shillings, 4 setwork cushions, 12 shillings, £1 5 shillings, 6 green cushions, 12 shillings. A great chair with needlework, 13 shillings, £1 5 shillings. 2 high chairs set work, 20 shillings. 4 high stools set work, 26 shillings, 8 pence. £6 6 shillings, 8 pence. 4 low chairs set work, 6 shillings, 8 pence. £1 6 shillings, 8 pence. 2 low stools set work, 10 shillings. 2 turkey carpet, £2. 6 high joined stools, 6 shillings. £2 6 shillings. A pewter cistern and candlestick, 4 shillings. A pair of great brass andirons, 12 shillings. A pair of small andirons, 6 shillings, 8 pence. A pair of dogs, 2 shillings, 6 pence. A pair of tongues, firepan and bellows, 7 shillings. End quote. Now this was a very liberally furnished living room. There were plenty of seats for diners and loungers, if Puritans ever lounged, 2 long forms and a dozen stools of various heights, with green or embroidered cushions upon which to sit while at the governor's board, and 7 chairs, gay with needlework covers, to draw around his fireplace with its shining paraphernalia of various sized andirons, tongs, and bellows. The low, heavy raftered room with these plentiful seats, the tables with their turkey covers, the picturesque cupboard with its rich cloth, and its display of the governor's silver plate, all aglow with the light of a great wood fire, make a pretty picture of comfortable simplicity, pleasant of contemplation in our bric-a-brac-filled days, a fit setting for the figures of the governor, quote, New England's glory, full of warmth and light, end quote, and his dearest, greatest, best of temporal enjoyments, his, quote, virtuous, prudent, and prayerful wife, end quote. Contemporary inventories make more clear and more positive still this picture of a planter's homeroom, for similar furniture is found in all. All the halls had cisterns for water or for wine, and I fancy they stood on the small table usually mentioned. All had a table for serving meals. A majority had the cupboard. A few had pictures or looking-glasses. Very rarely a couch or daybed was seen. Some had lanterns as well as candlesticks. Others a spinning wheel for the good wife, when she, quote, keep it close the house and burl it at the wheel, end quote. Chairs were a comparatively rare form of furniture in New England in early colonial days, nor were they frequently seen in humble English homes of that date. Stools and forms were the common seats. Turned, wainscot, and covered chairs are the 3 distinct types mentioned in the 17th century. Turned chairs are shown in good examples in what are known as the Carver and Brewster chairs, now preserved in Pilgrim Hall in Plymouth. The president's chair at Harvard College is another ancient turned chair. The seats of many of these chairs were of flags and rushes. The bark of the elm and bass trees was also used for bottoming chairs. The wainscot chairs were all of wood, seats as well as backs, usually of oak. They were frequently carved or paneled. One now in Pilgrim Hall is known as the Winslow chair. Another fine specimen in carved oak is in the Essex Institute in Salem. Carved chairs were owned only by persons of wealth or high standing, and were frequently covered with red leather or Russia leather. Sometimes the leather was stamped and different rich fabrics were employed to cover the seats. Turkey-wrought chairs are frequently mentioned. Velvet, Irish stitch, red cloth, and needlework covers are named. Green appeared to be, however, the favorite color. Cane chairs appeared in the last quarter of the century. It is said that the use of cane was introduced into furniture with the marriage of Charles II to Catherine of Braganza. The bow-legged chair, often with claw and ball foot, came into use in the beginning of the 18th century. Crowfoot and eagle's foot were named in inventories. These are copies of Dutch shapes. Easy chairs also appeared at that date, usually as part of the bedroom furniture, and were covered with the stuffs of which the bed hangings and window curtains were made, such as china, calico, camblet, harratine. The 3-cornered chair, now known as an as-you-like-it chair, appeared in the middle of the century under the names of triangle, roundabout, and half-round chair. The chairs known now as Chippendale may date back to the middle of the century. Windsor chairs, also known and manufactured in Philadelphia at that date, were not common in New England till a score of years later, when they were made and sold in vast numbers, being much more comfortable than the old banister or slat-backed chairs then in common use. Another piece of hall furniture deserves special mention. Dr. Lyon gives these names of cupboards found in New England: cupboard, small cupboard, great cupboard, court cupboard, livery cupboard, side cupboard, hanging cupboard, sideboard cupboard, and cupboard with drawers. To this list might be added corner cupboard. The word court cupboard is found from the years 1647 to 1704. It was a high piece of furniture with an enclosed closet or drawers, originally intended to display plate, and was the highest priced cupboard found. Upon it were set, in New England, both glass and plate. The livery cupboard, similar in its uses, seldom had an enclosed portion. Quote, turn pillar cupboards, end quote, painted and carved cupboards were found. The item of cupboard in any inventory was usually accompanied by that of a cupboard cloth. This latter seemed to be the most elegant and luxurious article in the whole house. Cupboard cloths of Holland, laced, pantado, cambric, calico, green wrought with silk fringe, all are named. Cushions also, quote, to set upon a cupboard's head, end quote, are frequently named. They were made of damask, needlework, velvet, or cloth. A corner cupboard was apparently a small affair. A japanned one is named. What we now call a corner cupboard was then known as a buffet. The hall was naturally on one side of the entry and opening into it. On the other side, in large houses, was the parlor. This room was sometimes used as a dining room, sometimes as a state bedroom. It frequently held, in addition to furniture like that of the hall, a chest or chests of drawers to hold the family linen, and also that family idol, the best bed. Of the exact shape and height of the bedsteads used by the early colonists, I find no accurate nor very suggestive descriptions. The terms used in wills, inventories, and letters seem too vague and curt to give us a correct picture. What was the, quote, half-headed bedstead, end quote, left with, quote, curtains and valance of Dornicks, end quote, by will by Simon Eyre in Boston in 1658, or to give a fuller description of a similar one in the sale of furniture of the King's Arms in Boston in 1651, quote, one half-headed bedstead with blue pillars, end quote. I fancy they were bedsteads with moderately high headboards. It is easy enough to obtain full items of the bed itself and the bed furniture, its coverings and hangings. We read of feather beds, flock beds, down beds, wool beds, and even charf beds, the latter worth but 3 shillings apiece, all of importance enough to be named in wills and left with as much dignity of bequest as Shakespeare's famous second best bed. Even so influential a man as Thomas Dudley did not disdain to leave by specification to his daughter Pacey a feather bed and bolster. In 1666, Nicholas Upsall of Boston left a, quote, bedstead fitted with a rope mat and curtains to it, end quote. In March 1687, Sewell wrote to London for, quote, white fustian drawn enough for curtains, valen counterpane for a bed, and half a dozen chairs with 4 threaded green worsted to work it, end quote. In 1691, we find him writing for, quote, fringe for the fustian bed and half a dozen chairs, 6 yards and a half for the valance, 15 yards for 6 chairs 2 inches deep, 12 yards, half-inch deep, end quote. This wrought fustian bed was certainly handsome. By Revolutionary times, we read such items as these, quote, neat set bed, very genteel red and white copperplate cotton bed with squab and window curtains fringed and made in the newest taste. Sacking and corded beds and a pallet bed, Very handsome flowered crimson worsted damask carved and raised teaster bed and curtains complete. A four-post bedstead of mahogany on casters with carved foot-posts, calico curtains to ditto and window curtains to match, and a green Haratine Cornish bed." End quote. Haratine, a strong, stiff woolen material, formed the most universal bed hanging. Trundle beds or truckle beds were used from the earliest days, so there was variety in plenty. A form of bedstead called a slaw bank was common enough in New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania until this century. They were more rarely found in Connecticut and Massachusetts, and as I do not know what they were called in New England, we will give them the Dutch name slawbank from slope bank, a sleeping bench. A slawbank was the prototype of our modern folding bed. It was an oblong frame with a network of rope. This frame was fastened at one end to the wall with heavy hinges, and at night it was lowered to a horizontal position, and the unhinged end was supported on heavy wooden turned legs, which fitted into sockets in the frame. When not in use, the bed was hooked up against the wall, and doors like closet doors were closed over it, or curtains were drawn over it to conceal it. It was usually placed in the kitchen, and upon it slept goodman and goodwife. I know of several slawbanks still in old Narragansett, and one in a colonial house in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. A similar one may be seen at Deerfield Memorial Hall. It is hung around with blue serge curtains. I have seen no advertisements of slawbanks under any name in New England newspapers, unless the, quote, bedstead in a painted press, end quote, in the Boston Gazette of November 1750 may be one. The bed furniture was of much importance in olden days, and the coverlet was frequently mentioned separately. Margaret Lake of Ipswich in 1662 so named a tapestry coverlet worth £4. Susanna Compton had at about the same date a yern coverlet. Streaked coverlets appear, and Adam Hunt of Ipswich had in 1671 an embroidered coverlet. Hapgings, coarse common coverlets, are also named. In 1716, on September 24th, in the Boston Newsletter, the word counterpane first appears. India counterpins often were advertised, and Cheney, Haratine, and Camlet coverlets or counterpanes were made to match the bed hangings. A pair of sheets was furnished in 1628 to each Massachusetts Bay colonist. This was a small allowance, but quite as full as the average possession of sheets by other colonists. Cotton sheets were not plentiful. Flaxen or Flacian sheets, canvas sheets, noggin sheets, toe sheets, and nimming sheets, mentioned by Letchford in his notebook in 1640, were all of linen. Flannel sheets also were made and may appear in inventories under the name of rugs, and thus partially explain the untidy absence, even among the possessions of wealthy citizens, of sheets. Straken sheets were of kersey. After spinning became fashionable and flax was raised in more abundance, homespun sheets were made in large quantities and owned by all respectable householders. 20 in one pair was no unusual number to appear in an inventory. There were plenty of feather bolsters, chafe bolsters, wool bolsters, and John Walker had in 1659 a thurling bolster, and each household had many pillows. The word bear was universally used to denote a pillowcase. It was spelled B-E-R, B-E-E-R, B-E-I-R, B-E-A-R-E, and B-E-R-R. In 1689, the value of a peller bear in an inventory was given at 3 shillings. In 1664, Susanna Compton had linen pillow coats. Pillow covers also were named, and pillow clothes, but pillow bear was the term most commonly applied. The following list of varieties of chests is given by Dr. Lyon: joined chests, wainscot chests, board chests, spruce chests, oak chests, carved chests, chests with 1 or 2 drawers, cypress chests. Joined and wainscot chests were framed chests with panels, distinguished clearly from the board chests made of plain boards. The latter were often called plain chests, the former panel chests. Carved chests were much rarer. William Bradford of Plymouth had one in 1657 worth £1. Dr. Lyon also gives us possibly being carved these items, quote, wrought chest, engraved, set work, and inlaid chests, end quote. Chests were also painted, usually on the parts in relief on the carving, the colors being generally black and red. Chests with drawers were not rare in New England. A good specimen may be seen in the rooms of the Connecticut Historical Society. They were distinct in shape from what we now call chests of drawers. Nearly all the oak chests were quartered to show the grain, and drop ornaments and egg ornaments of various woods were applied. Cypress and cedar chests were used then, as now, to protect garments from moths. Governor Bellingham had one of the former worth £5. Ship chests or sea chests were, of course, plentiful enough. Christowell Gallop had in 1655 a, quote, sea chest and a great white chest, end quote. These sea chests, being made of cheap materials, have seldom been preserved. There would appear to be, in addition to the various chests already named, a hanging chest. In 1737, Sir William Pepperell wrote to England for, quote, 4 dozen pair snipe bills to hang small chests, end quote. This may possibly refer to snipe bill hinges to be placed on chests. It is safe to infer that almost every emigrant brought to America among his household belongings at least one chest. It was of use as a traveling trunk, a packing box, and a piece of furniture. Many colonists had several. Jane Humphreys had, and named in her will, quote, my little chest, my great old chest, my great new chest, my lesser small box, my biggest small box, end quote, and she needed them all to hold her finery. Chests also were made in New England. Pine was used in the backs and drawers of chests of New England make. English chests were wholly of oak. In the Memorial Hall at Deerfield may be seen many fine specimens of old chests, forming, indeed, a complete series showing the various shapes and ornamentations. Another furnishing of the parlor was the scrutoire, under the spellings scretoire, scredor, scretor, scritor, scriptor, scrutoire, scritori, scrutor, escrutor, scriptori. This useful piece of furniture appears constantly in the inventories of men of wealth in the colonies from the year 1669 till a century later. Judge Sewell tells of losing the key of his scritoire. The definition of the word in Phillips' New World of Words, 1696, was scrutoire, a sort of large cabinet with several boxes and a place for pen, ink, and paper, the door of which, opening downward and resting upon frames that are to be drawn out and put back, serves for a table to write on, end quote. This description would appear to identify the scrutoire with what we now call a writing desk, and it was called interchangeably by these two names in wills. They were made with double bow fronts and box fronts of oak, pine, mahogany, cherry, and some had cases of shelves for books on the top, forming what we now call a secretary, or modern rendering of the word scrutoire. These book scrutoirs frequently had glass doors. When Judith Sewell was about to be married in 1720, her father was much pleased with his prospective son-in-law and evidently determined to give the pair a truly elegant wedding outfit. The list of the house furnishings which he ordered from England has been preserved and may be quoted as showing part of the setting off and furniture of a rich bride of the day. It reads thus, quote, curtains and valance for a bed with counterpane, headcloth, and tester made of good yellow watered worsted camlet with trimming well made, and bases if it be the fashion. Send also of the same camlet and trimming as may be enough to make cushions for the chamber chairs. A good, fine, large chintz quilt, well made. A true looking-glass of black walnut frame of the newest fashion, if the fashion be good as can be bought for £5 or £6. A second looking glass as good as can be bought for £4 or £5, same kind of frame. A dozen of good black walnut chairs, fine cane with a couch. A dozen of cane chairs of a different figure and a great chair for a chamber, all black walnut. One bell metal skillet of 2 quarts, one ditto 1 quart. One good large warming pan, bottom and cover fit for an iron handle. 4 pair of strong iron dogs with brass heads, about 5 or 6 shillings a pair. A brass hearth for a chamber with dogs, shovel tongs, and fender of the newest fashion. The fire is to lie upon iron. A strong brass mortar that will hold about 1 quart with a pestle. 2 pair of large brass sliding candlesticks, about 4 shillings a pair. 2 pair of large brass candlesticks, not sliding, of the newest fashion, about 5 or 6 shillings a pair. 4 brass snuffers with stands. 6 small, strong brass chafing dishes, about 4 shillings apiece. 1 brass basting ladle. 1 larger brass ladle. 1 pair of chamber bellows with brass noses. 1 small hair broom suitable to the bellows. 1 dozen of large hard metal pewter plates, new fashion, weighing about 14 pounds. 1 dozen hard metal pewter porringers. 4 dozen of small glass salt cellars of white glass, smooth, not wrought, and without a foot. A dozen of good ivory-hafted knives and forks. End quote. End section 8. Section 9 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 4, Home Interiors, Part 2. The floors of colonial houses were sometimes sanded, but were not carpeted, for a carpet in early days was not a floor covering, but the covering of a table or cupboard. In 1646, an inquiry was made into some losses on the wreck of the Angel Gabriel. A servant took oath that Mr. John Cogswell, quote, had a turkey-worked carpet in Old England, which he commonly used to lay on his parlor table, and this carpet was put aboard among my master's goods, and came safe ashore to the best of my remembrance, end quote. Another man testified that he did, quote, frequently see a turkey-work carpet and heard them say it used to lay upon their parlor table, end quote. Dornicks, arras, cloth, calico, and broadcloth carpets are named. Sewell tells of an, quote, Irish-stitched hanging made a carpet of, end quote. Samuel Danforth gave, in 1661, a, quote, convenient carpet for the table of the meeting house, end quote. In 1735, in the advertisement of the estate of Jonathan Barnard, quote, 1 handsome large carpet 9 foot 0 inches by 6 foot 6 inches, end quote, was named. This was, I fancy, a floor covering. In the Boston Gazette of November 1748, quote, 2 large mats for floors, end quote, were advertised, an exceptional instance in the use of the word mat. Large floor carpets were advertised the following year, and in 1755 a, quote, variety of list carpets wide and narrow, end quote, and Scotch carpets for stairs. In 1769 came Persia carpets 3 yards wide. In 1772, in the Boston Evening Post, a very rich Wilton carpet, 18 feet by 13, was named. The following year, painted canvas floor cloth was named. This was doubtless the, quote, oilcloth for floors and tables, end quote, of the year 1762. Oilcloth had been known in England a century previously. What the false carpets advertised on June 7, 1762 were, I do not know. The walls of the rooms were wainscoted and painted. Gurdon Saltonstall had on the walls of some of his staterooms leathern hangings or tapestries. We find wealthy Sir William Pepperell sending to England in 1737 the draught of a chamber he was furnishing and writing, quote, Geet mock tapestry or painted canvas laid in oils for ye same, and send me, end quote. In 1734, paper for rooms, and a little later, rolled paper for hanging of rooms were advertised in the Boston newsletter. Statues on paper were soon sold, and architraves on roll paper and landscape paper. These old paper hangings were of very heavy and strong materials, close-grained, firm, and durable. The rooms of a few wealthy men were hung with heavy tapestries. The ceilings usually exposed to view the great summer tree and cross rafters, sometimes rough-hewn and still showing the marks of the woodman's axe. But little decoration was seen overhead, even in the form of chandeliers. Sometimes a candle beam bore a score of candles, or in some fine houses, such as the Storer Mansion in Boston, great ornamental globes of glass hung from the summer tree. In the first log cabins, oiled paper was placed in windows. We find more than one colonist writing to England for that semi-opaque window setting. Soon glass windows, framed in lead, were sent from London and Liverpool and Bristol, ready for insertion in the walls of houses, and at an early day sheets of glass came to Winthrop. We find by Sewell's time that the houses of well-to-do folk all had quarrels of glass set in windows. The flight of time in New England houses was marked without doors by sundials, within by noon marks, hourglasses, and rarely by clepsydras or water clocks. The first mention in New England records of a clock is in Letchford's notebook. He states that in 1628 Joseph Stratton had of his brother a clock and watch, and that Joseph acknowledged this but refused to pay for them and was sued for payment. Hence lawyer Letchford's interest in the articles and mention of them. In 1640, Henry Parkes of Hartford left a clock by will to the church. In the inventory of Thomas Codymore, made in Charleston in 1645, his clock is apprised at £1. In 1657, there was a town clock in Boston and a man appointed to take care of it. In 1677, E. Needham of Lynn left a, quote, striking clock, a larum that does not strike, and a watch, end quote, valued at £5. This in an estate of £1,117 total. Judge Sewell wrote in 1687, quote, got home rather before 12, both by my clock and dial, end quote. Clocks must have become rather plentiful in the early part of the following century, for in 1707 this advertisement appeared in the Boston newsletter. Quote, to all gentlemen and others, there is lately arrived in Boston, by way of Pennsylvania, a clockmaker. If any person or persons hath any occasions for new clocks, or to have old ones turned into pendulums, or any other thing either in making or mending, they can go to the sign of the clock and dial on the south side of the town house. End quote. In 1712, in November, appeared in the newsletter the advertisement of a man who, quote, performed all sorts of new clocks and watchworks, viz., 30-hour clocks, week clocks, month clocks, spring table clocks, chime clocks, quarter chime clocks, church clocks, tarot clocks, end quote. And on April 16, 1716, this notice appeared, quote, lately come from London, a parcel of very fine clocks. They go a week and repeat the hour when pulled, in Japan cases or walnut, end quote. By this time, in the inventory or enrollment of the estate of any person of note, we always find a clock mentioned. Increase Mather left to his son Cotton one pendulum clock. Soon appeared japanned clocks and pull-up clocks. In the New England Weekly Journal of October 1732, the fourth prize in the Newport lottery was announced to be a clock worth £65. A handsome new 8-day clock, which shows the moon's age, strikes the quarters on 6 very tunable bells, and is in a good japanned case in imitation of tortoise shell and gold, end quote. This advertisement of Edmund Entwistle in the Boston newsletter of November 18, 1742, proves, I think, that they had some very handsome clocks in those days. Quote, a fine clock. It goes 8 or 9 days with once winding up, and repeats the hour it struck last when you pull it. The dial is 13 inches on the square and arched with a semicircle on the top round, which is a strong plate with this motto, "Time shows the way of life's decay." Well engraved and silvered. Within the motto ring, it shows from behind two semispheres, the moon's increase and decrease, by two curious painted faces ornamented with golden stars between on a blue ground, and a white circle on the outside divided into days figured at every third, in which divisions is shown the age by a fixed index from the top. As they pass by, the great circle is divided into three concentric columns, on the outmost of which it shows the minute of each hour, and the middlemost the hours, etc. The innermost is divided into 31 equal parts, figured at every other, on which is shown the day of the month by a hand from the dial plate, as the hour and minute is. It also shows the seconds as common, and is ornamented with curious engravings in a most fashionable manner. The case is made of very good mahogany, with quarter columns in the body, broke in the surface, with raised panels with quarter rounds, burrs, bands, and strings. The head is ornamented with gilded capitals, bases, and frieze, with new-fashioned balls composed of mahogany with gilt leaves and flowers." End quote. I do not quite understand this description, and I know I could never have told the correct time by this clock, but surely it must have been very elegant and costly. The earliest and most natural, as well as most plentiful, illuminating medium for the colonists was found in pine knots. Wood says, quote, "Out of these pines is gotten the candlewood that is so much spoke of, which may serve as a shift among poor folks, but I cannot commend it for singular good, because it is something sluttish, dropping a pitchy kind of substance where it stands." End quote. Higginson wrote in 1630, "Though New England has no tallow to make candles of yet, by abundance of fish thereof it can afford oil for lamps." End quote. Though lamps and lamp urn, or wicks, appear in many an early invoice, I cannot think that they were extensively used. Betty lamps were the earliest form. They were a shallow receptacle, usually of pewter, iron, or brass, circular or oval in shape, and occasionally triangular, and about 2 or 3 inches in diameter, with a projecting nose an inch or two long. When in use, they were filled with tallow or grease, and a wick or piece of twisted rag was placed so that the lighted end could hang on the nose. Specimens can be seen at Deerfield Memorial Hall. I have one with a hook and chain by which to hang it up, and a handled hook attached with which to clean out the grease. These lamps were sometimes called brown Bettys, or keels, or cruises. A Phoebe lamp resembled a Betty lamp, but had a shallow cup underneath to catch the dripping grease. Soon candles were made by being run in molds, or by a tedious process of dipping. The fragrant bayberry furnished a pale green wax, which Robert Beverley thus described in 1705. Quote, "A pale, brittle wax of a curious green color, which by refining becomes almost transparent. Of this they make candles which are never greasy to the touch, nor melt with lying in the hottest weather. Neither does the snuff of these ever offend the smell, like that of a tallow candle, but instead of being disagreeable, if an accident puts a candle out, it yields a pleasant fragrancy to all that are in the room, insomuch that nice people often put them out on purpose to have the incense of the expiring snuff." End quote. The Abbey Robin and other travelers gave similar testimony. Bayberry wax was a standard farm production wherever bayberries grew, and was advertised in New England papers until this century. I entered within a year a single-storied house a few miles from Plymouth Rock, where an aged descendant of the Pilgrims earns her scanty spending money by making bayberry taller, and bought a cake and candles of the wax, made in precisely the method of her ancestors, and I too can add my evidence as to the pure, spicy perfume of this New England incense. The growth of the whaling trade and consequent use of spermaceti of course increased the facilities for and the possibilities of house illumination. In 1686, Governor Andros petitioned for a commission for a voyage after, quote, "spermaceti whales," end quote, but not till the middle of the following century did spermaceti become of common enough use to bring forth such notices as this in the Boston Independent Advertiser of January 1749. Quote, "Spermaceti candles, exceeding all others for beauty, sweetness of scent when extinguished, duration being more than double with tallow candles of equal size, dimensions of flame near 4 times more, emitting a soft, easy, expanding light, bringing the object close to the sight, rather than causing the eye to trace after them, as all tallow candles do, from a constant dimness which they produce. One of these candles serves the use and purpose of 3 tallow candles, and upon the whole are much pleasanter and cheaper." End quote. These candles were placed in candle beams, rude chandeliers of crossed sticks of wood or strips of metal with sockets, in sliding stands, in sconces, which were also called prongs or candle arms. The latter appeared in the inventories of all genteel folk, and decorated the walls of all genteel parlors. Candlesticks and snuffers were found in every house. The latter were called by various names, the word snit or snite being the most curious. It is from the Old English sniten, to blow, and was originally a verb, to snite the candle or put it out. In the inventory of property of John Gager of Norwich in 1703 appears 1 snit. Snuffer boats or slices were snuffer trays. Another curious illuminating appurtenance was called a save-all or candle wedge. It was a little frame of rings or cups with pins by which our frugal ancestors held up the last dying bit of burning candle. They were sometimes of pewter with iron pins, sometimes wholly of brass or iron. They have nearly all disappeared since new and more extravagant methods of illumination prevail. The argand lamps of Jefferson's invention and the various illuminating and heating contrivances of Count Rumford must have been welcome to the colonists. The discomfort of a colonial house in wintertime has been ably set forth by Charles Francis Adams in his 3 episodes of Massachusetts history. Down the great chimneys blew the icy blasts so fiercely that Cotton Mather noted on a January Sabbath in 1697, as he shivered before, quote, "a great fire, that the juices forced out at the end of short billets of wood by the heat of the flame on which they were laid, yet froze into ice on their coming out." End quote. Judge Sewall wrote, 20 years later, quote, "an extraordinary cold storm of wind and snow. Bread was frozen at Lord's table. Though 'twas so cold, yet John Tuckerman was baptized. At 6 o'clock my ink freezes, so that I can hardly write by a good fire in my wife's chamber." End quote. And the pious man adds, we hope with truth, quote, "yet was very comfortable at meeting." End quote. Cotton Mather tells, in his pompous fashion, of a cold winter's day 4 years later. Quote, "'Tis dreadful cold. My ink glass and my standish is froze and split in my very stove. My ink and my pen suffers a congelation." End quote. If sitting rooms were such refrigerators, we cannot wonder that the chilled colonists wished to sleep in beds close-curtained with heavy woolen stuffs, or in slaw-bank beds by the kitchen fire. The settlers builded as well as they knew to keep their houses warm, and while the vast and virgin forests supplied abundant and accessible wood for fuel, Governor Eaton's 19 great fireplaces and Parson Davenport's 13 could be well filled. But by 1744, Franklin could write of these big chimneys as the fireplace of our fathers, for the forests had all disappeared in the vicinity of the towns, and the chimneys had shrunk in size. Sadly did the early settlers need warmer houses, for as all antiquarian students have noted, in olden days the cold was more piercing, began to nip and pinch earlier in November, and lingered further into spring. Winter rushed upon the settlers with heavier blasts and fiercer storms than we now have to endure. And above all, they felt with sadder force, quote, "the dreary monotony of a New England winter, which leaves so large a blank, so melancholy a death spot, and lives so brief that they ought to be all summertime." End quote. Even John Adams in his day so dreaded the tedious, bitter New England winter that he longed to hibernate like a dormouse from autumn to spring. As the forest disappeared, sea coal was brought over in small quantities, and stoves appeared for town use. By 1695 and 1700, we find Cotton Mather and Judge Sewell speaking of stoves and stoverooms and of chambers warmed by stoves. Ere that one John Clark had patented an invention for saving and warming rooms, but we know nothing definite of its shape. Dutch stoves and China stoves were the first to be advertised in New England papers. Then Philadelphia fire stoves, what we now term Franklin grates. Wood was burned in these grates. We find clergymen, until after Revolutionary times, having 60 or 80 cords of hardwood given to them annually by the parish. Around the great glowing fireplace in an old New England kitchen centered all of homeliness and comfort that could be found in a New England home. The very aspect of the domestic hearth was picturesque and must have had a beneficent influence. In earlier days, the great lug pole, or as it was called in England, the back bar, stretched from ledge to ledge or lug to lug, high up the yawning chimney, and held a motley collection of pot hooks and trammels, of gib croaks, twy croaks, and hakes, which in turn suspended at various heights over the fire, pots and kettles and other cooking utensils. In the hearth corners were displayed skillets and trivets, peels and slices, and on either side were chimney seats and settles. Above, on the clavel piece, were festooned strings of dried apples, pumpkins, and peppers. The lug pole, though made of green wood, sometimes became brittle or charred by too long use over the fire and careless neglect of replacement, and broke under its weighty burden of food and metal. Hence, accidents became so frequent, to the detriment of precious cooking utensils, and even to the destruction of human safety and life, that a Yankee invention of an iron crane brought convenience and simplicity, and added a new grace to the kitchen hearth. The andirons added to the fireplace their homely charm. Fire dogs appear in the earliest inventories under many names of various spelling, and were of many metals: copper, steel, iron, and brass. Sometimes a fireplace had 3 sets of andirons of different sizes to hold logs at different heights. Cob irons had hooks to hold a spit and dripping pan. Sometimes the hand irons also had brackets. Creepers were low irons placed between the great fire dogs. They are mentioned in many early wills and lists of possessions among items of fireplace furnishings, as, for instance, the list of Captain Ting's furniture, made in Boston in 1653. The andirons were sometimes very elaborate, with claw feet, or cast in the figure of a Negro, a soldier, or a dog. In the Deerfield Memorial Hall there lives in perfection of detail one of these old fireplaces, a delight to the soul of the antiquary. Every homely utensil and piece of furniture, every domestic convenience and inconvenience, every homemade makeshift, every cumbrous and clumsy contrivance of the old-time kitchen here may be found, and they show to us, as in a living photograph, the home life of those olden days. End of section 9. Section 10 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 5, Table Plenishings. In the early days of the colonies, doubtless the old Anglo-Saxon board laid on trestles was used for a dining table instead of a table with a stationary top. Table boards appear in early New England wills, and trestles also. Long tables and drawing tables were next named. A long table was used as a dining table, and from the frequent appearance of 2 forms with it, was evidently used from both sides, and not in the ancient fashion of the diners sitting at one side only. A drawing table was an extension table. It could, by an arrangement of drop leaves, be doubled in length. A fine one can be seen in the rooms of the Connecticut Historical Society. Chair tables were the earliest example, in fact, the prototype of some of our modern extraordinary combination furniture. The tops were usually round and occasionally large enough to be used as a dining table, and when turned over by a hinge arrangement, formed the back of the chair. 100-legged tables had flaps at either end which turned down or were held up in place by a bracket composed of a number of turned perpendicular supports, which gave to it the name of 100 legs. These tables were frequently very large. A portion of the top of one in the Connecticut Historical Society is 7 feet 4 inches wide. Tea tables came with tea. They were advertised in the Boston Newsletter in 1712. Occasionally we find mention of a curious and unusual table, such as the one named in the effects of Sir Francis Bernard, which were sold September 11, 1770. Quote, 3 tables forming a horseshoe for the benefit of the fire. End quote. As a table was in early days a board, so a tablecloth was a board cloth, and ere it was a tablecloth, it was table clothes. Christowell Gallop in 1655 had, quote, 1 Holland board cloth, end quote, and William Metcalf in 1644 had a diaper board cloth. Another Boston citizen had broadclothes. Henry Webb of Boston named in his will in 1660 his, quote, best suite of damask tablecloth, napkins, and cupboard cloth, end quote. Others had Holland tablecloths and Holland square cloths with lace on them. Arras tablecloths are also named in 1654, and cloths enriched with embroidery and colors. The witch Anne Hibbins had, quote, 1 Holland tablecloth edged with blue, end quote, worth 12 shillings, and a Hartford gentleman had, in 1689, a tablecloth wrought with red. In 1728, hackbutt tabling was advertised in the New England Weekly Journal, but the older materials, damask, Holland, and diaper, were universally used then as now. The colonists had plenty of napkins, as had all well-to-do and well-bred Englishmen at that date. Napkins appear in all the early inventories. In 1668, the opulent Jane Humphreys of Dorchester left 2 wrought napkins with no lace around it, 6 of napkins, and napkins wrought about and laced, end quote. In 1680, Robert Adams had 6 diaper napkins. Captain Ting had in 1653 4.5 of napkins, of which 2 were of laid work. It has been said that these napkins were handkerchiefs, not table napkins, but I think the way they are classed in inventories does not so indicate. For instance, in the estate of Captain Corwin, a wealthy man who died in Salem in 1685, was a suit of damask, 1 tablecloth, 18 napkins, 1 towel, valued at 8 pounds. Occasionally, however, they are specially designated as pocket napkins, as in the estate of Elizabeth Cutter in 1663, where 4 are valued at 1 shilling. Early English books on table manners, such as The Baby's Book and The Book of Nurture, though minute in detail, yet name no other table furniture than cups, chafing dishes, chargers, trenchers, salt cellars, knives, and spoons. The table plenishings of the planters were somewhat more varied, but still simple. When our Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, the collection of tableware owned by the entire band was very meager. With the exception of a few plate silver tankards and drinking cups, it was also very inexpensive. The silver was handsome and heavy, but items of silver in the earliest inventories are rare. By the beginning of the 18th century, silver became plentiful, and the wills even of humble folk contained frequent mentions of it. Ministers, doctors, and magistrates had many handsome pieces. By the middle of the century, a climax was reached, as in the possessions of Peter Faneuil, when pieces of furniture were of solid silver. The salt cellar was the focus of the old-time board. In earlier days, in England, to be seated above or below the salt plainly spoke the social standing of a guest. The standing salt was often the handsomest furnishing of the table, the richest piece of family plate. Comfort Starr of Boston had, in 1659, a great silver-gilt double salt cellar. Isaac Addington bequeathed by will his biggest silver sewer and salt. A sewer was a solver. As we note by the list of Judith Sewall's wedding furniture in 1720, Standing salts were out of date, and trencher salt cellars were in fashion. 4 dozen was a goodly number, and evinced an intent of bounteous hospitality. These trencher salts were of various shapes and materials. Quote, round and oval pillar-cut salts, bonnet salts, three-legged salts, end quote, were all of glass. Others were of pewter, china, hard metal, and silver. The greater number of spoons owned by the colonists were of pewter or of alchemy, or alchemine, occamy, ocany, orcani, alchemy, or oconi, a metal composed of pan brass and arsenicum. The reference in inventories, enrollments, and wills to spoons of these materials are so frequent, so ever-present, as to make citations superfluous. An evil reputation of poisonous unhealthfulness hung around the very spelled alchemy. Perhaps it is only a gross libel of succeeding generations, but harmful or harmless, alchemy, no matter how spelt, disappears from use before revolutionary times. Wooden spoons also are named. Silver spoons were not very plentiful. John Oxenbridge bequeathed 13 spoons in 1673 and 1 sweetmeat spoon, and 1 child's spoon, which was mine in my infancy. Other pap spoons and caudle spoons are named in wills. Marrow spoons also, long and slender of bowl. The value of a dozen silver spoons was given in 1689 as £5 13 shillings 6 pence. In succeeding years, each genteel family owned silver spoons, frequently a large number, while one Boston physician, Dr. Cutter, had in 1761 half a dozen gold teaspoons. Forks or tines for cooking purposes, and prongs or grains or evils for agricultural purposes were imported at early dates. But I think Governor Winthrop had the first table fork ever brought to America. In 1633, when forks were rare in England, he received a letter from E. Howes saying that the latter had sent to him a case containing an Irish skein or knife, a bodkin, and a fork for the useful application of which I leave to your discretion. End quote. I am strongly suspicious that Winthrop's discretion may not have been educated up to usefully applying the fork for feeding purposes at the table. In the inventory of the possessions of Antipas boys, made in 1669, a silver spoon, fork, and knife are mentioned. Dr. Lyon gives the names of 7 New Englanders whose inventories date from 1671 to 1693, and who owned forks. In 1673, Parson Oxenbridge had 1 forked spoon, and his widow had 2 silver forks. Iron forks were used in the kitchen, as is shown in the inventory of Zerubbabel Endicott in 1683. And 3-tined iron forks were stuck into poor witch-ridden souls in Salem by William Morse, his demon. In 1718, Judge Sewell gave Widow Dennison 2 cases with a knife and fork in each, quote, 1 turtle shell tackling the other, long with ivory handles, squared, cost 4 shillings 6 pence, end quote. In 1738, Peter Faneuil ordered 1 dozen silver forks from England, quote, with 3 prongs, with my arms cut upon them, made very neat and handsome, end quote. One Boston citizen had in 1719 6 4-pronged forks, an early example of that fashion. In 1737, shagreen cases with ivory-handled forks were advertised. Bone, japanned metal, wood, and horn handles also appeared, all, of course, with metal prongs. Sir Francis Bernard had in 1770 3 cases of china-handled knives and forks, quote, with spoons to each, end quote, which must have formed a pretty table furnishing. In many New England inventories of the 17th century, among personal belongings, appears the word taster. Thus, in 1659, Richard Webb of Boston left, by will, 1 silver wine taster, and in 1673, John Oxenbridge had 1 silver taster with a funnel. A taster was apparently a small cup. Larger drinking cups of silver were called beakers or tankards, beer bowls or wine bowls. These latter vessels were made also of humbler metal. A sneaker was a small drinking glass used by moderate drinkers. Sneak cups, they were called. The pilgrims may have had a few mugs and jugs of coarse earthenware. A large invoice of Portuguese roadware was sent to the main settlers in 1634 and proved thoroughly unsuitable and undurable, but probably no china, not even Delftware, came over on the Mayflower. For when the pilgrims made their night trip through the Delft-producing cities, no such wares were seen on the tables of plebeian persons. Early mentions of china are in the estate of President John Davenport in 1648, Cheney, 5 pounds, and of Martha Cotymore in 1647. Earthenware, greenware, Lisbonware, Spanish platters are mentioned in early inventories, but I am sure neither chinaware nor earthenware was plentiful in early days, nor was china much known till Revolutionary times. The table furnishings of the New England planters consisted largely of wooden trenchers, and these trenchers were employed for many years. Sometimes they were simply square blocks of wood whittled out by hand. From a single trencher, 2 persons, 2 children, or a man and wife ate their meals. It was a really elegant household that furnished a trencher apiece for each diner. Trenchers were of quite enough account to be left by name in early wills, even in those of wealthy colonists. In 1689, 2 spoons and 2 trenchers were appraised as 6 shillings. Miles Standish left 12 wooden trenchers when he died. Many gross of them were purchased for use at Harvard College. As late as May 1775, I find wooden trenchers advertised among table furnishings in the Connecticut Courant. It was the same in Old England. J. Ward, writing in 1828 of the potter's art, spoke thus of the humble boards of his youth. And there the trencher commonly was seen, with its attendant ample platter treen. Until almost our own time, trenchers were made in Vermont of the white, clean, hard wood of the poplar tree, and were sold and used in country homes. Old wooden trenchers may be seen in Deerfield Memorial Hall. Bottles, noggins, cups, and lassets, flat dishes of wood, were also used at colonial boards. The time when America was settled was the era when pewter ware had begun to take the place of wooden ware, just as the time of the Revolutionary War may be assigned to mark the victory of porcelain over pewter. A set of pewter platters, or chargers and dishes, made what was called a garnish of pewter, and were a source of great pride to every colonial housewife, and much time and labor were devoted to polishing them until they shone like silver. Dingy pewter was fairly accounted a disgrace. The most accomplished Virginian gentleman of his day gave as a positive rule in 1728 that pewter bright was the sign of a good housekeeper. The trade of pewterer was a very influential and respectable one in New England as well as Old England. One of Boston's richest merchants, Henry Shrimpton, made large quantities of pewter ware for the Massachusetts colonists. So proud was he of his business that in his later years of opulence he had a great kettle atop of his house to indicate his past trade and means of wealth. Pewter and pewterers abounded until the vast increase of Oriental commerce brought the influx of Chinese porcelain to drive out the dull metal. Advertisements of pewter table utensils did not disappear, however, in New England newspapers until this century. A universal table furnishing was, quote, the porringers that in a row hung high and made a glittering show, end quote. When not in use, porringers were hung by their pierced handles on hooks on the edge of the dresser shelf, and being usually of polished pewter or silver, indeed made a glittering show. Pewter porringers were highly prized. One family, in 1660, had 7, and another housewife boasted of 9. They were bequeathed in nearly all the early colonial wills. In 1673, John Oxenbridge left 3 silver porringers and his wife 1 silver pottinger, but pewter was the favorite metal. I do not find porringers ever advertised under that name in New England papers, though many were made as late as this century by New Haven, Providence, and Boston pewterers. Many bearing the stamps of these manufacturers have been preserved until the present day, seeming to have escaped the sentence of destruction apparently passed on other pewter utensils and articles of tableware. Perhaps they have been saved because the little, shallow, graceful dishes with flat pierced handle on one side are really so pretty. The fish-tail handles are found in Dutch pewter. Silver porringers were made by Ole the silversmiths. Many still exist bearing the stamp of one honored maker, Paul Revere. Little earthen porringers of red pottery and tortoiseshell ware are also found, but are not plentiful. A similar vessel, frequently handleless, was what was spelt in various colonial documents: posned, posnet, posnet, porsnet, postnite, postnert, possenet, postnet, and parsnet. It is derived from the Welsh posned, a porringer or little dish. In 1641, Edward Skinner left a postnet by will. This was apparently of pewter. In 1653, Governor Haynes of Hartford left an iron posnet by will. In the inventory of the estate of Robert Daniel of Cambridge in 1655, we learn that a little porsnet of his was worth 5 shillings. In 1693, Governor Caleb Carr of Providence bequeathed to his wife a silver posnet and the cover belonging to it. By these records, we see that posnets were of various metals and sometimes had covers. I have found no advertisements of them in early American newspapers, even with all their varied array of utensils and vessels. I fancy the name fell quickly into disuse in this country. In Steele's time, in the Tatler, he speaks of a silver posnet to butter eggs. I have heard the tiny little shallow pewter porringers, about 2 or 3 inches in diameter, with pierced handles, which are still found in New England, called posnets. They were in olden times used to heat medicine and to serve pap to infants. I have also been told that these little porringers were not posnets, but simply the samples of work made by apprentices in the pewterer's trade to show their skill and proficiency. Tin vessels were exceedingly rare in the 17th century, either for table furnishings or for cooking utensils, and far from common in the succeeding one. John Winter of Richmond's Island, Maine, had a tinning basin and a tinning platter in 1638. In 1662, Isaac Willey of New London had tinnin pans and 1 tinnin quart pot, and Zerubbabel Endicott of Salem had a great tin candlestick. By 1729, when Governor Burnet's effects were sold, we read of kitchen utensils of tin. I do not think iron was in high favor among the colonists as a material for household utensils. It was not an iron age. They had iron pans, candlesticks, dishes, fire dogs, and pots. The latter vessels were traded for vast and valuable tracts of land with the simple redmen. But iron was not vastly in use. At an early date, iron foundries were established throughout New England, with, however, varying success. Latinware, which was largely composed of brass, appeared in various useful forms for table and culinary appointments. Hard metal was a superior sort of pewter. Prince's metal, so called from Prince Rupert, a fine brass alloyed with copper and arsenicum, is occasionally named. Leather, strangely enough, was also used on the table in the form of bottles and drinking cups and jacks, which were pitchers or jugs of waxed leather, much used in alehouses in the 14th and 15th century, and whose employment gave rise to the belief of the French that Englishmen drank their ale out of their boots. Endicott received of Winthrop 1 leathern jack worth 1 shilling and 6 pence. I find leathern jacks, bottles, and cups named among the property of Connecticut colonists. Nearly all the glassware of the 18th century was of inferior quality, full of bubbles and defects. It was frequently fluted. Many pieces have been preserved that have been painted in vitrifiable colors. The designs are crude, the colors red, yellow, blue, and occasionally black or green. The transparent glass thus painted is said to be of Dutch manufacture. The opalized glass, similarly decorated, is Spanish. Drinking glasses or flip mugs seem to have been most common, or at any rate, most largely preserved. The tradition attached to all the pieces of Spanish glass which I have found in New England homes is that they came from the Barbados. Bristol glass also was painted in colors and came to this country, being advertised in the Boston newsletter. Glass bottles were frequently left by will in early days, being rare and valuable, but by newspaper days, glass was imported in various shapes, and soon was plentiful enough. In 1773, we find this advertisement, quote, "Very rich cut glass candlesticks, cut glass sugar boxes and cream pots, wine and water, and beer glasses with cut shanks, jelly and syllabub glasses, glass salvers, also cider glasses, Freemason glasses, orange and top glasses, glass cans, glass cream buckets and cruets, Royal Arch mason glasses, glass pyramids with jelly glasses, globe and barrel lamps, double flint wind glasses, etc." End quote. The most curious glass relics that are preserved are the flip glasses or bumper glasses. They are tumbler-shaped and are frequently engraved or fluted. Some hold over a gallon. The names of table furnishings varied somewhat in the 18th century. There were milk pots, milk ewers, milk jugs, ere there were milk pitchers, sugar boxes, sugar pots, sugar basins, ere there were sugar bowls, spoon boats and spoon basins, ere there were spoon holders. Tureens were imported about 1750. There were pickle dishes and pickle boats, twifflers, mint stands, and vegetable basins. One other appurtenance of a dining room is found in all early inventories, a voider. Pewter voiders abounded and were advertised in newspapers, as were wicker and china voiders in 1740. The functions of a voider were somewhat those of a crumb tray. They are thus given in Hugh Rhodes' Book of Nurture in 1577, quote, "With bones and void morsels fill not thy trencher, my friend, full. Avoid them into a voider, no man will it annul. When meat is taken quite away, and voiders in presence, put you your trencher in the same, and all your residence. Take you with your napkin and knife the crumbs that are for thee. In the voider your napkin leave, for it is courtesy." End of section 10. Section 11 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 6, Supplies of the Larder. There is a tradition of short commons, usually extending even to stories of starvation, in the accounts of all early settlements in new lands, and the records of the Pilgrims show no exception to the rule. These early planters went through a fiery furnace of affliction. The beef and pork brought with them became tainted, quote, "their butter and cheese corrupted, their fish rotten," end quote. A scarcity of food lasted for 3 years, and there was little variety of fare, yet they were cheerful. Brewster, when he had naught to eat but clams, gave thanks that he was, quote, "permitted to suck of the abundance of the seas and the treasures hid in the sands," end quote. Cotton Mather says that Governor Winthrop of the Bay Settlement was giving to a poor neighbor the last meal from his chest when it was announced that the food-bearing lion had arrived. The general court thereat changed an appointed fast day to a Thanksgiving Day. By tradition, still commemorated at Forefathers' Dinner, the ration of Indian corn supplied to each person was at one time but 5 kernels. Still, there was always plenty of fish, the favorite food of the English, and Squanto taught the colonists various Indian methods of catching the, quote, "treasures of the sea," end quote. With oysters and lobsters, they were far from starvation. Higginson said of the latter shellfish in 1630, quote, "The least boy in the plantation may both catch and eat what he will of them," end quote. He says that lobsters were caught weighing 25 pounds each, and that the abundance of other fish was beyond believing. Joslin, in his New England Rarities, enumerated 203 varieties of fish, yet Tuckerman calls his list a poor makeshift. The planters had plenty of implements with which to catch fish, utensils of the sea, coils of rope and cable, rounds of twine, herring nets, seines, cod lines and cod hooks, mackerel lines, drails, spiller hooks, mussel hooks, mackerel hooks, barbels, splitting knives, shark's hooks, bass nets, pews and gaffs, squid lines, eel pots, etc. Jocelyn also tells some very pretty ways of cooking fish, especially eels with herbs, showing that, like Poins, the colonists loved conger and fennel. Eels were roasted, fried, and boiled. Boiled eels were thus prepared, quote, boil them in half water, half wine, with the bottom of a manchet, a faggot of parsley, and a little winter savory. When they are boiled, they take them out and break the bread in the broth and put in 2 or 3 spoonfuls of yeast and a piece of sweet butter. Pour to the eels laid upon sippets, end quote. Another way beloved by him was to stuff the eels with nutmeg and cloves, stick them with cloves, cook in wine, place on a chafing dish, and garnish with lemons. This rich dish is somewhat overclouded by his suggestion that the eels be arranged in a wreath. The frequent references to eels in early accounts prove that they were regarded, as Isaac Walton said, quote, a very dainty fish, the queen of palate pleasure, end quote. Next to fish, the early colonists found an Indian corn, or guinea wheat, turkey wheat, one traveler called it, their most unfailing food supply. Our first native poet wrote in 1675 of what he called early days, quote, the dainty Indian maize was eat with clamp shells out of wooden trays, end quote. Its abundance and adaptability did much to change the nature of their diet as well as to save them from starvation. The colonists learned from the Indians how to plant, nourish, harvest, grind, and cook it in many Indian ways, and in each way it formed a palatable food. The Indian pudding, which they ate so constantly, was made in Indian fashion and boiled in a bag. To the mush of Indian meal, they gave the English name of hasty pudding. Many of the foods made from maize retained the names given in the aboriginal tongues, such as hominy, suppawn, pone, samp, succotash, and doubtless the manner of cooking is wholly Indian. Hoe cakes and ash cakes were made by the squaws long before the landing of the Pilgrims. Roasting ears of green corn were made the foundation of a solemn Indian feast and also of a planter's frolic. It is curious to read Winthrop's careful explanation that when corn is parched, it turns entirely inside out and is, quote, white and floury within, end quote, and to think that there ever was a time when popcorn was a novelty to white children in New England. Wood said that succotash was seethed like beans. Roger Williams said that nasomp, which the English call samp, is Indian corn beaten and boiled and eaten hot or cold with milk or butter, and is a diet exceeding wholesome for English bodies, end quote. No Cake, or No Kick, Wood, in his New England Prospects, thus defines, quote, Indian corn parched in the hot ashes, the ashes being sifted from it. It is afterward beaten to powder and put into a long leathern bag trussed at their back like a knapsack, out of which they take thrice 3 spoonfuls a day, end quote. It was held to be wonderfully sustaining food in most condensed form. It was carried in a pouch on long journeys and mixed before eating with snow in winter and water in summer. John cake, or journey cake, was also made from maize. For years the colonists pounded the corn in stone mortars, as did the Indians, then in wooden mortars with pestles. Then rude hand mills were made, querns, with upright shafts fixed immovably at the upper end and fastened at the lower end near the outside edge of a flat circular stone, which was made to revolve in a mortar. By turning the shaft with one hand, the corn could be supplied to the grinding stone with the other. These hand mills are sometimes still found in use as samp mills. Windmills and water mills followed naturally in the train of the hand mills. Wheat but little availed for food in early days, being frequently blighted. Oats were raised in considerable quantity, a pilcorn or peel corn or sill pea variety. Joslin, writing in 1671, gives a New England dish, which he says is as good as whitpot, made of oatmeal, sugar, spice, and a pottle of milk. A pottle was 2 quarts. At a somewhat later date, the New Hampshire settlers had a popular oatmeal porridge, in which the oatmeal was sifted, left in water, and allowed to sour, then boiled to a jelly, and was called sowens. It is still eaten in Northumberland. By the strict laws made to govern bakers and the number of bake shops that were licensed, and the sharp punishments for baking short weight, etc., it seems plain that New England housewives did little home baking in early days. The bread was doubtless of many kinds, as in England: simnels, cracknels, jannocks, cheat loaves, cocket bread, wastel bread, manchet, and buns. Pure wheaten loaves were not largely used as food. Bread from cornmeal dried quickly, hence rye meal was mixed with the corn, and rye and Indian bread was everywhere eaten. To the other bountiful companion food of corn, pumpkins, the colonists never turned very readily. Pompions, they called them in, quote, the times wherein old Pompion was a saint, end quote. Johnson, in his Wonder-working Providence, reproved them for making a jest of pumpkins, since they were so good and unfailing a food. Quote, a fruit which the Lord fed his people with till corn and cattle increased, end quote. Quote, we have pumpkins at morning and pumpkins at noon. If it were not for pumpkins, we should be undone, end quote. Pompions, and what Higginson called squanter squashes, Jocelyn squanter squashes, Roger Williams ascuta squashes, Wood isquaker squashes, and Wycliffe to squashes, grew in vast plenty. The Indians dried the pompions on strings for winter use, as is still done in New England farm communities. Madam Knight had them frequently offered to her on her journey, pumpkin sauce and pumpkin bread. We would have eaten a morsel ourselves, but the pumpkin and Indian mixed bread had such an aspect, end quote. Pumpkin bread is made in Connecticut to this day. For pumpkin sauce, we have a 2 centuries-old receipt, which was given by Joslin in 1671 in his New England Rarities, and called by him even at that day, quote, an ancient New England standing dish, end quote. Quote, the housewife's manner is to slice them when ripe and cut them into dice, and so fill a pot with them of 2 or 3 gallons, and stew them upon a gentle fire the whole day. And as they sink, they fill again with fresh pompions, not putting any liquor to them, and when it is stirred enough, it will look like baked apples. This dish putting butter to it, and a little vinegar with some spice as ginger, which makes it tart like an apple, and so serve it up to be eaten with fish or flesh, end quote. This must be a very good sauce and a very good receipt when once it is clear to your mind which of them, the housewives or the pompions, sink and are to fill and be filled in a pot, and stirred and stewed and put liquor to. In an old book which I own, which was used by many generations of New England cooks, I find this singular good rule to make a pumpion pie. Quote, take about half a pound of pumpion and slice it, a handful of thyme, a little rosemary, parsley, and sweet marjoram slipped off the stalks, and chop them small. Then take cinnamon, nutmeg, pepper, and 6 cloves, and beat them. Take 10 eggs and beat them. Then mix them and beat them all together, and put in as much sugar as you think fit. Then fry them like a froise. After it is fried, let it stand till it be cold. Then fill your pie. Take sliced apples, thin, round ways, and lay a row of the froise and layer of apples with currants betwixt the layer while your pie is fitted, and put in a good deal of sweet butter before you close it. When the pie is baked, take 6 yolks of eggs, some white wine or vergus, and make a caudle of this, but not too thick. Cut up the lid and put it in. Stir them well together whilst the eggs and pompions be not perceived, and so serve it up. End quote. I am sure there would be no trouble about the Pompeians being perceived, and I can fancy the modest half-pound of country vegetable blushing a deeper orange to find its name given to this ambitious and compound-sentenced concoction, which helped to form part of the, quote, simple diet of the good old times, end quote. I have found no modern cook bold enough to prove, as the book says, this Pompeian pie, but hope if anyone understands it, she will attempt it. Potatoes were on the list of seeds, fruits, and vegetables that were furnished to the Massachusetts Bay colonists in 1628, and 15 tons, which were probably sweet potatoes, were imported from Bermuda in 1636 and sold in Boston at 2 pence a pound. Winthrop wrote of potatoes in 1683. Their cultivation was rare. There is a tradition that the Irish settlers at Londonderry, New Hampshire, began the first systematic planting of potatoes. At the Harvard commencement dinner in 1708, potatoes were on the list of supplies. A crop of 8 bushels, which one Hadley farmer had in 1763, was large, too large, since, quote, if a man ate them every day, he could not live beyond 7 years, end quote. Indeed, the gallant root of potatoes was regarded as a sort of forbidden fruit, a root more than suspected of being an overactive aphrodisiac, and withal so wholly abandoned as not to have been mentioned in the Bible. And when Parson Jonathan Hubbard of Sheffield raised 20 bushels in 1 year, it is said he came very near being dealt with by his church for his wicked hardihood. In more than one town, the settlers fancied the balls were the edible portion and did not much desire them, nor were fashionable methods of cooking them much more to be desired. In The Accomplished Cook, used about the year 1700, potatoes were ordered to be boiled and blanched, seasoned with nutmeg, cinnamon, and pepper, mixed with eringo roots, dates, lemon, and whole mace, covered with butter, sugar, and grape verjuice, made with pastry, then iced with rosewater and sugar, and yclept a secret pie. Alas, poor ill-used, be-sugared, secreted potato, fit but for kissing comfits, we can well understand your unpopularity. Other vegetables were produced in New England in abundance. Higginson speaks of green peas, turnips, parsnips, carrots, and cucumbers, and a dozen fruits and berries. Cranberries were plentiful and soon were exported to England. Jocelyn gives a very full list of fruits and vegetables and pot herbs, including beans, which were baked by the Indians in earthen pots, as they are now in Boston bake shops. There was a goodly supply of game. Bradford wrote of the year 1621, quote, beside waterfowl, there was great store of wild turkeys, end quote. Wood said these turkeys sometimes weighed 40 pounds apiece and sold for 4 shillings each. Jocelyn assigned to them the enormous weight of 60 pounds. All agreed that they were far superior to the English domestic turkeys. Morton said they came in flocks of 100, yet the Winthrops had great difficulty in getting 2 to breed from in 1683, and by 1690 it was rare to see a wild turkey in New England. The beautiful great bronze birds had flown away from the white man's civilization and guns. Flocks of thousands of geese took their noisy, graceful, V-shaped flight over New England and were shot in large numbers. Dudley wrote home that doves were so plentiful that they obscured the light. Jocelyn said he had bought in Boston a dozen pigeons, all dressed for 3 pence. It is said they were sometimes sold as low as a penny a dozen. Roger Clapp said it would have been counted a strange thing in early days to see a piece of roast veal, beef, or mutton, though it was not long ere there was roast goat. By 1684, a French refugee said beef, mutton, and pork were but 2 pence a pound in Boston. Clapp says he ate a samp, or hominy, without butter or milk, but Higginson wrote in 1630 and Morton in 1624 that they had a quart of milk for a penny. John Cotton said ministers and milk were the only things cheap in New England. By Johnson's time, New Englanders had, quote, apple, pear, and quince tarts instead of their former pumpkin pies, end quote. They had besides apple tarts, apple mose, apple slump, mess apple pies, buttered apple pies, apple crowdy, and puff apple pies, all differing. Jocelyn said that, quote, quinces, cherries, and damsons set the dames a work. Marmalette and preserved damsons is to be met with in every house, end quote. Skill in preserving was ever an Englishwoman's pride, and New English women did not forget the lessons learned in their fair English homes. They made preserves and conserves, marmalettes and quiddonies, hypocras and household wines, usquebarbs and cordials. They candied fruits and made syrups. They preserved everything that would bear preserving. I have seen old-time receipts for preserving quinces, rispas, pippins, apricots, plums, damsons, peaches, oranges, lemons, artichokes, green walnuts, elecampane roots, eringo roots, grapes, barberries, cherries, receipts for syrup of clove gillyflower, wormwood, mint, aniseed, clove, elder, lemons, marigolds, citron, hyssop, licorice, receipts for conserves of roses, violets, borage flowers, rosemary, betony, sage, mint, lavender, marjoram, and peony, rules for candying fruit, berries, and flowers, for poppy water, cordial, cherry water, lemon water, thyme water, angelica water, aqua mirabilis, aqua celestis, clary water, mint water. No wonder a profession of preserving sprung up. By 1731, we find advertised in June in the Boston Newsletter, quote, at Widow Bonnet's, all sorts of fruits and preserves, jellies, and syrups, egg cakes, all sorts of macaroons, marchpane, crisp almonds, all sorts conserves, also meat jellies for the sick, end quote. We can see plainly by these statements that New England was no Nidderland. Even in Jocelyn's day, he wrote, quote, they have not forgotten the English fashion of stirring up their appetites with variety of cooking their food, end quote. The pages of Judge Sewell's diary give many hints of his daily fare. He speaks of boiled pork, boiled pigeons, boiled bacon, and boiled venison, roast beef, roast lamb, roast fowls, roast turkey, pork and beans, fricassee of fowls, joel of salmon, oysters, fish, and oil, connors, leg of pork, hog's cheek and suet, pasty, bread and butter, minced pie, appleby, tarts, gingerbread, sugared almonds, glazed almonds, honey, curds and cream, sage cheese, green peas, barley, yolk egg and milk, chocolate, figs, oranges, shaddocks, apples, quinces, strawberries, cherries, and raspberries, a very fair list of viands. Yolk egg is probably yolk-heeg, a name for Indian corn, parched and pounded into meal, a name by which it was known for many years in eastern Connecticut. Sewell was a very valiant trencher man. He records with much zest going down the bay to an island or riding to Roxbury for an outing and dinner, and coming home in brave moonshine. And like his neighbor, Cotton Mather, he drew many a spiritual lesson from the food set before him, especially, however, at a scambling meal or at any repast which he ate alone, and hence had naught and no one to divert therefrom his ever-religious thoughts. From a curious account of Boston, written by a traveler named Bennett in the year 1740, we take the following statements of the cost of food there. Quote, their poultry of all sorts are as fine as can be desired, and they have plenty of fine fish of various kinds, all of which are very cheap. Take the butcher's meat altogether, in every season of the year, I believe it is about 2d per pound sterling. The best beef and mutton, lamb and veal are often sold for 6d per pound of New England money, which is some small matter more than 1 penny sterling. Poultry in their season are exceeding cheap. As good a turkey may be bought for about 2 shillings sterling as we can buy in London for 6 or 7, and as fine a goose for 10d as would cost 3 shillings and 6d or 4 shillings in London. The cheapest of all the several kinds of poultry are a sort of wild pigeon, which are in season the latter end of June, and so continue until September. They are large and finer than those we have in London, and are sold here for 18d a dozen, and sometimes for half of that. Fish, too, is exceeding cheap. They sell a fine fresh cod that will weigh 12 pounds or more, just taken out of the sea, for about 2 pence sterling. They have smelts, too, which they sell as cheap as sprats are in London. Salmon, too, they have in great plenty, and those they sell for about a shilling apiece, which will weigh 14 or 15 pounds. They have venison very plenty. They will sell as fine a haunch for half a crown as would cost full 30 shillings in England. Bread is much cheaper than we have in England, but is not near so good. Butter is very fine and cheaper than ever I bought any in London. The best is sold all summer for 3 pence a pound. But as for cheese, it is neither cheap nor good." End quote. I am somewhat surprised at Bennett's dictum with regard to cheese, and can only feel that he had special ill fortune in choosing his cheesemonger, for certainly the Rhode Island cheese, made from the rich milk of the great herds of choice cows that dotted the fertile and sunny fields of old Narragansett, was sent to England and the Barbados in great quantity, and commanded special prices there. Brissot said it was equal to the best Cheshire of England or Roquefort of France. This cheese was made from a receipt for Cheshire cheese, which was brought to Narragansett by Richard Smith's wife in the 17th century, and her home is still standing, though built around at Cocumcusset, where her husband and Roger Williams founded a colony. We have a very distinct rendering of the items of family expense, chiefly of food, at about that time, given us by a contemporary authority and bequeathed to us in a letter to the Boston Newsletter of November 28, 1728. The writer refers to other schemes of expense for a household which have been made public, one apparently being at the rate of £250 a year for the entire outlay. This sum he thinks inadequate and, quote, disproves in a moment, end quote. He gives his own careful estimate of the cost of keeping a family of 8 persons. It is computed for, quote, families of middling figure who bear the character of being genteel, and reads thus, quote, for diet, for 1 person a day. 1. Breakfast, 1 pence. A pint of milk, 2 pence, total 3 pence. 2. Dinner, pudding, bread, meat, roots, pickles, vinegar, salt, and cheese, 9 pence. N.B. In this article of the dinner, I would include all the raisins, currants, suet, flour, eggs, cranberries, apples, and where there are children, all their intermeal eatings throughout the whole year. And I think a gentleman cannot well dine his family at a lower rate than this. 3. Supper as the breakfast, 3 pence. 4. Small beer for the whole day, winter and summer, 1.5 pence. N.B. In this article of the beer, I would likewise include all the molasses used in the family, not only in brewing, but on other occasions. For 1 person a day in all, 1 shilling, 4.5 pence. For whole family, 11 shillings. For the whole family, 365 days, 200 pounds, 15 shillings. For butter, 2 firkins at 68 pounds apiece, 16 pence a pound, 9 pounds, 1 shilling. For sugar, cannot be less than 10 shillings a month, or 4 weeks, especially when there are children, 6 pounds, 10 shillings. For candles, but 3 a night, summer and winter, for ordinary and extraordinary occasions, at 15 pence, for 9 in the pound, 7 pounds, 12 shillings, 1 pence. For sand, 20 shillings, soap, 40 shillings, washing once in 4 weeks at 3 shillings a time, with 3 meals a day at 2 shillings more, 6 pounds, 5 shillings. For 1 maid's wages, 10 pounds. For shoes, after the rate of each, 3 pair in a year, at 9 shillings, a pair for 7 persons, the maid finding her own, 9 pounds, 9 shillings. In all, 249 pounds, 12 shillings, 5 pence. No house rents mentioned, nor buying, carting, piling, or sawing firewood. No coffee, tea, nor chocolate. No wine, nor cider, nor any other spirituous liquor. No pipes, tobacco, spice, nor sweetmeats. No hospitality or occasional entertaining, either gentlemen, strangers, relatives, or friends. No acts of charity, nor contributions for pious uses. No pocket expenses, either for horse hire, traveling, or convenient recreations. No postage for letters or numberless other occasions. No charges of nursing. No schooling for children. No buying of books of any sort, or pens, ink, and paper. No lyings in. No sickness, nothing to apothecary or doctor. No buying, mending, or repairing household stuff or utensils. Nothing to the seamstress, nor to the tailor, nor to the barber, nor to the hatter, nor to the shopkeeper, and therefore no clothes." End quote. Certainly we gain from this scheme a very clear notion of the style of living of this genteel Boston family. There is, of course, no possibility of exactly picturing the serving of a meal in early days, but one peculiarity is known of the dinner. The pudding came first. Hence the old saying, quote, "I came in season, in pudding time," end quote. In an account of a Sunday dinner given at the house of John Adams, as late as 1817, the first course was a pudding of Indian corn, molasses, and butter. The second, veal, bacon, neck of mutton, and vegetables. For many years the colonists, quote, "dined exact at noon," end quote, and on farms even half an hour earlier. On Saturday all ate fish for dinner. Judge Sewall frequently speaks of his Saturday dinner of fish. Fish days had been prescribed by the king in England in order that the fisheries might not fail of support, as was feared on account of the increased consumption of meat induced by the Reformation in religion. New Englanders loyally followed the mandate, but ate codfish on Saturdays, since the Papists ate fish on Fridays. One very pleasant and friendly custom that existed among these kindly New England neighbors must be spoken of in passing. It is thus indicated by Judge Sewall when he writes in 1723 of Mr. and Mrs. Belcher, quote, "My wife sent them a taste of her dinner," end quote. It appeared to be a recompensing fashion if invited guests were unable to partake of the dinner festivities, or if neighbors were ill, for the hostess to send a taste of all her viands to console them for their deprivation. This truly homely and neighborly custom lingered long in old New England families under the very descriptive title of cold party. Indeed, it lingers still in old-fashioned towns and in old-fashioned families. In earlier days, when a noble dinner seemed to be the form of domestic pleasure next in enjoyment to a funeral, a taste of the dinner was truly a most honorable attention and a most pleasing one. End of section 11. Section 12 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 7, Old Colonial Drinks and Drinkers. The English settlers who peopled our colonies were a beer-drinking and ale-drinking race. As Shakespeare said, they were potent in potting. None of the hardships they had to endure in the first bitter years of their new life caused them more annoyance than their deprivation of their beloved malt liquors. This deprivation began even at the very landing. They were forced to depend on the charity of the shipmasters for a draught of beer on board ship, drinking nothing but water ashore. Bradford, the Pilgrim governor, complained loudly and frequently of his distress, while Higginson, the Salem minister, accommodated himself more readily and cheerfully to his changed circumstances, and boasted quaintly in 1629, quote, "Whereas my stomach could only digest and did require such drink as was both strong and stale, I can and oft times do drink New England water very well." End quote. As Higginson died in a short time, his boast of his improved health and praise of the unwanted beverage does not carry the force intended. Another early chronicler, Roger Clapp, writes that it was, quote, "not accounted a strange thing in those days to drink water," end quote, and it was stated that Winthrop drank it ordinarily. Wood, in his New England Prospects, says of New England water, I dare not prefer it before good beer, as some have done, but any man would choose it before bad beer, whey, or buttermilk." End quote. It was also praised as being, quote, "far different from the water of England, being not so sharp, but of a fatter substance, and of a more jetty color. It is thought there can be no better water in the world." End quote. But their beerless state did not long continue, for the first luxury to be brought to the new country was beer, and the colonists soon imported malt and learned to make beer from the despised Indian corn, and established breweries and made laws governing and controlling the manufacture of ale and beer, for the pious Puritans quickly learned to cheat in their brewing, using molasses and coarse sugar. Molasses beer is frequently mentioned by Jocelyn. By 1634, when sixpence was the legal charge for a meal, an ale quart of beer could be bought for a penny, and the landlord was liable to 10 shillings fine if he made a greater charge, or his liquor fell below a certain standard of quality. Perhaps this low price was established by the crafty Puritan magistrates in order to prevent the possibility of profit by beer selling, and thereby reduce the number of sellers. It was also ordered that not more than an ale quart of beer should be drunk out of meal times. This was to prevent by-drinking. Jocelyn complained of the petty interference of the law in drinking, saying, quote, "At the houses of entertainment called ordinaries into which a stranger went, he was presently followed by one appointed to that office, who had thrust himself into his company uninvited, and if he called for more drink than the officer thought in his judgment he could soberly bear away, he would presently countermand it, and appoint the proportion beyond which he could not get one drop." End quote. The ministers also, who chanced to live within sight of the tavern, had a very virtuous custom of watching the tavern door and all who entered therein, and going over and chiding them if they remained too long within the cheerful portals. With constables, deacons, the parson, and that lab of the tongue, the tithing man, each on the alert to keep everyone from drinking but himself, the Puritan had little chance to be a toper, and he would. The colonists were fiercely intolerant of intemperance among the Indians. Laws were made as early as 1633 prohibiting the sale of strong waters to the, quote, "inflamed, devilish, bloody salvages," end quote, and persons selling liquor to them were sharply prosecuted and punished. New Yorkers thought these laws over-severe, saying deprecatingly, quote, "To prohibit all strong liquor to them seems very hard and very Turkish. Rum doth as little hurt as the Frenchman's brandy, and in the whole is much more wholesome," end quote. But the Puritans knew of the horrors to be dreaded from drunken Indians. So plentiful had the sale of ale and beer become in 1675 that Cotton Mather said every other house in Boston was an alehouse, and a century later Governor Pownall made the same assertion. The Puritan magistrates in New England made at a very early date a decided stand not only against excessive drinking by strangers, but against the habit of drunkenness in their citizens. Drunkards were, in 1636, in Massachusetts, subject to fine and imprisonment in the stocks, and sellers were forbidden to furnish the tippler with any liquor thereafter. An habitual drunkard was punished by having a great D made of red cloth hung around his neck or sewed on his clothing, and he was disfranchised. In 1630, Governor Winthrop abolished the vain custom of drinking healths at his table, and in 1639 the court publicly ordered the cessation of the practice because, quote, "it was a thing of no use. It induced drunkenness and quarreling. It wasted wine and beer, and it was troublesome to many, forcing them to drink more than they wished," end quote. A fine of 12 shillings was imposed on each health drinker. Cotton Mather, however, thought health drinking a usage of common politeness. In Connecticut, no man could drink over half a pint of wine at a time, or tipple over half an hour, or drink at all at an ordinary after 9 o'clock at night. All these rigid laws had their effect, and New Englanders throughout the 17th century were sober and law-abiding, save in a few communities, such as that at Marymount, where, quote, "good cheer went forward and strong liquors walked," end quote. Boston was an especially orderly town. Several visiting and resident clergymen testified that they had not seen a drunken man in the Massachusetts colony in many years. The following quotation will show how rare was drunkenness and how abhorred. Judge Sewell wrote in 1686, quote, Mr. Shrimpton and others came in a coach from Roxbury about 9 o'clock or past, singing as they came, being inflamed with drink. At Justice Morgan's they stop and drink healths and curse and swear to the great disturbance of the town and grief of good people. Such high-handed wickedness has hardly before been heard of in Boston. End quote. It is well to compare the orderly, decorous, well-protected existence in Boston with the conditions of town life in Old England at that same date, where drunken young men of fashion under the name of Mohawks, Scourers, Hectors, Muns, or Titty-Reedy prowled the streets, abusing and beating every man and woman they met. Quote, sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine, end quote, where turbulent apprentices set upon those the Mohawks chanced to spare, where duels and intrigues and gaming were the order of the day, where footpads, highwaymen, and street ruffians robbed unceasingly and with impunity. Life in New England may have been dull and monotonous, but women could go through the streets in safety, and Judge Sewell could stumble home alone in the dark from his lovemaking without fear of molestation. And when he found a party of young men singing and making too much noise in a tavern, he could go among them uninsulted and could get them to meekly write down their own names with his pencil for him to bring them up and find them the next day. Still, the judge, though he hated noisy revelers, was no total abstainer. He speaks of grace cups and treating the deputies, and sent gifts of wine to his friends. I find in his diary references to these drinks: ale, beer, mead, metheglin, tea, chocolate, sage tea, cider, wine, syllabub, claret, sack, canary, punch, sack posset, and black cherry brandy. Sack, the drink of Shakespeare's day, beloved and praised of Falstaff, was passing out of date in Sewell's time. Winthrop tells of 4 ships coming into port in 1646 with 800 butts of sack on board. In 1634, ordinaries were forbidden to sell it, hence the sack found but a poor market. Sack posset was made of ale and sack, thickened with eggs and cream, seasoned with nutmeg, mace, and sugar, then boiled on the fire for hours, and made a very pretty drink for weddings and feasts. Canary wine was imported at that time in large quantities. In the first year's issue of the newsletter were advertised file wine sold by the pipe, pasados and white canary. The Winthrops in their letters make frequent mention of canary, as also of Vendretti and palm wine. Waite Winthrop said the latter was better than canary. Tent wine also was sent to the colonists. It is interesting to find that the sanguine settlers aspired, even in bleak New England, to the home production of wine. Vine planters were asked for the colony in 1629. The use of Governor's Island in Massachusetts Bay was granted to Governor Winthrop in 1634 for a vineyard, for an annual rental of a hogshead of wine, which at a later date was changed to a yearly payment of 2 barrels of apples. The French settlers also planted vineyards in Rhode Island. Claret was not much loved by the planters, who had a taste for the sweet sack. Morton tells that for his revelers he broached a hogshead, caused them to fill the can with lusty liquor, claret sparkling neat, which was not suffered to grow pale and flat, but tippled off with quick dexterity. End quote. Mum, a fat ale made of oat malt and wheat malt, appears frequently in early importations and accounts. The syllabub of which Sewell speaks was made with cider and was not boiled. Quote, fill your syllabub pot with cider, for that is best for a syllabub, and good store of sugar and a little nutmeg. Stir it well together. Put in as much thick cream by 2 or 3 spoonfuls at a time, as hard as you can, as though you milk it in. Then stir it together, exceeding softly, once about, and let it stand 2 hours at least. End quote. Other mild fermented drinks than beer were made and drunk in colonial days in large quantities. Mead and metheglin, wherewith the Druids and Old English bards were wont to carouse, were made from water, honey, and yeast. Here is an old receipt for the latter drink, which some colonists pronounced as good as Malaga sack. Quote, take all sorts of herbs that are good and wholesome, as balm, mint, fennel, roseberry, angelica, wild thyme, hyssop, burnet, agrimony, and such other as you think fit. Some field herbs, but you must not put in too many, but especially rosemary or any strong herb. Less than half a handful will serve of every sort. You must boil your herbs and strain them, and let the liquor stand till tomorrow and settle them. Take off the clearest liquor, 2.5 gallons to 1 gallon of honey, and that proportion as much as you will make, and let it boil an hour, and in the boiling skim it very clear. Then set it a-cooling as you do beer. When it is cold, take some very good ale barm, and put into the bottom of the tub a little, and a little as they do beer, keeping back the thick settling that lieth in the bottom of the vessel that it is cooling in. And when it is all put together, cover it with a cloth, and let it work very near 3 days. And when you mean to put it up, skin off all the barm clean. Put it up into the vessel, but you must not stop your vessel very close in 3 or 4 days, but let it have all the vent. For it will work, and when it is close stopped, you must look very often to it, and have a peg in the top to give it vent. When you hear it make a noise, as it will do, or else it will break the vessel. Sometime I make a bag and put in good store of ginger sliced, some cloves and cinnamon, and boil it in, and other time I put it into the barrel and never boil it. It is both good, but nutmeg and mace do not well to my taste." End quote. In the list of values fixed by the Piscataqua planters in 1633, 6 gallons metheglin were equal to 2 pounds beaver. In the middle of the century, metheglin was worth 10 shillings a barrel in the Connecticut Valley. Though mild, these drinks were intoxicating. One could, quote, get foxed even with foolish metheglin, end quote. Old James Howells says, quote, metheglin does stupefy more than any other liquor if taken immoderately, and keeps a humming in the brain, which made one say he loved not metheglin because he was wont to speak too much of the house he came from, meaning the hive, end quote. Bradford tells of backsliders from Marymount who, quote, abased themselves disorderly with drinking too much strong drink aboard the Friendship, end quote. This strong drink was metheglin, of which 2 hogsheads were to be delivered at Plymouth. But after it was transferred to wooden flackets in Boston, these Friendship merrymakers contrived to, quote, drink it up under the name leakage, end quote, till but 6 gallons of the metheglin arrived at Plymouth. Cider famed was made at an early date from the fruitful apple trees so faithfully planted by Endicott, Blackstone, and other settlers. Cider was cheap enough. Jocelyn wrote, I have had at the tap houses of Boston an ale quart of cider spiced and sweetened with sugar for a groat, end quote. This was not the New England nectar or passata which he praised so highly, and which was thus made, quote, take of Malago raisins, stamp them, and put milk to them, and put them to a hypocrist bag, and let it drain out of itself, and put a quantity of this with a spoonful or 2 of syrup of clove gillyflowers into every bottle when you bottle your cider, and your planter will have a liquor that exceeds passata, the nectar of the country, end quote. Cider was made at first by pounding the apples by hand in wooden mortars. Sometimes the pomace was pressed in baskets. Rude mills were then formed with a hollowed log and a heavy weight or maul on a springboard. Cider soon became the common drink of the people, and it was made in vast quantities. In 1671, 500 hogsheads were made of one orchard's produce. One village of 40 families made 3,000 barrels in 1721. Bennett wrote in 1740, quote, cider being cheap and the people used to it, they do not encourage malt liquors. They pay about 3 shillings a barrel for cider, end quote. It was freely used even by the children at breakfast as well as at dinner, up to the end of the first quarter of the present century, when many zealous followers so eagerly embraced the new temperance reform that they cut down whole orchards of thriving apple trees, conceiving no possibility of the general use of the fruit for food instead of drink. Charles Francis Adams says that, quote, "To the end of John Adams' life, a large tankard of hard cider was his morning draught before breakfast," end quote. Cider was supplied in large amounts to students at college at dinner, and beaver being passed in 2-quart tankards from hand to hand down the commons table. It was given liberally to all travelers and wanderers who chanced to stop at the farmer's door, to all workmen and farm laborers, and an Indian barrel, whose contents were for free gift to every tramp Indian or squaw, was found in many a farmer's cellar. A traveler in Maine just after the Revolution said that their cider was purified by the frost, colored with corn, and looked and tasted like Madeira. Beverage also was drunk by the colonists. This name was applied to various mild and watery drinks. In the West Indies, the juice of the sugar cane mixed with water was so called. In Devonshire, water which had been pressed through the lees of a cider mill was called beverage. In other parts of England, water, cider, and spices formed beverage. In New England, the concoction varied, but was uniformly innocuous and weak, the colonial prototype of our modern temperance drinks. In many country houses, a summer drink of water flavored with molasses and ginger was called beverage. The advertisement in the Boston Newsletter, August 16, 1711, of the sale of the captured Neptune with her lading at the warehouse of Andrew Faneuil had, quote, "wine, vinegar, and beverage," end quote, on the list. This must have been stronger stuff than molasses and water to have been worth barreling and sending across the water. Switchel was a drink similar to beverage, but when served out to sailors was strengthened by a little vinegar and rum. The name was commonly used in New Hampshire and central Massachusetts. Ebullium was made of the juices of the elder and juniper berries mixed with ale and spices. Perry was made to some extent from pears and was advertised for sale in the Boston Newsletter, and one traveler told of peachy made from peaches. Spruce and birch beer were brewed by mixing a decoction of sassafras, birch, or spruce bark with molasses and water, or by boiling the twigs and maple sap, or by boiling together pumpkin and apple parings, water, malt, and roots. Many curious makeshifts were resorted to in the early days. One old song boasted, quote, "Oh, we can make liquor to sweeten our lips, of pumpkins, of parsnips, of walnut tree chips," end quote. Fiercer liquors were not lacking. Aqua vitae, a general name for strong waters, was brought over in large quantities during the 17th century and sold for about 3 shillings a gallon. Cider was distilled into cider brandy or applejack, and when, by 1670, molasses had come into port in considerable quantity through the West India trade, the forests of New England supplied plentiful and cheap fuel to convert it into, quote, "rum, a strong water drawn from the sugar cane," end quote. In a manuscript description of Barbados, written in 1651, we read, "The chief fuddling they make in this island is rum bouillon alias kill devil, a hot, hellish, and terrible liquor," end quote. It was called in some localities Barbados liquor, and by the Indians, Akobi or Akubi, a word of the Norridgewock tongue. John Eliot spelled it R-U-M-B, and Jocelyn called it plainly that cussed liquor, rum, rum bouillon, or kill devil, end quote. It went by the latter name in rum booze everywhere, and was soon cheap enough. Increase Mather said in 1686, quote, "It is an unhappy thing that in later years a kind of drink called rum has been common among us. They that are poor and wicked too can for a penny or 2 pence make themselves drunk," end quote. Burke said at a later date, quote, "The quantity of spirits which they distill in Boston from the molasses they import is as surprising as the cheapness at which they sell it, which is under 2 shillings a gallon. But they are more famous for the quantity and cheapness than for the excellency of their rum," end quote. In 1719, and 50 years later, New England rum was worth but 3 shillings a gallon, while West India rum was worth but 2 pence more. New England distilleries quickly found a more lucrative way of disposing of their kill devil than by selling it at such cheap rates. Ships laden with barrels of rum were sent to the African coast, and from thence they returned with the most valuable lading, Negro slaves. Along the coast of Africa, New England rum quite drove out French brandy. The Irish and Scotch settlers knew how to make whiskey from rye and wheat, and they soon learned to manufacture it from barley and potatoes, and even from the despised Indian corn. Not content with their own manufactured liquors, the thirsty colonists imported strong waters, gin, and aniseed cordial from Holland, and wine from Spain, Portugal, and the Canaries. Of these, fiery Madeiras were the favorite of all fashionable folk, and often each glass of wine was strengthened by a liberal dash of brandy. Bennett wrote in 1740 of Boston society, quote, "Madeira wine and rum punch are the liquors they drink in common," end quote. Those spiced punch in bowls the Indians quaffed, end quote, in 1665, I do not know of the Oriental mixed drink in New England till 1682, when John Winthrop writes of the sale of a punch bowl. In 1686, John Dutton had more than one noble bowl of punch during his visit to New England. The word punch was from the East Indian word pauch, meaning five. S.M., who was probably Samuel Mather, sent these lines to Sir Harry Frankland in 1757 with a gift of a box of lemons. Quote, "You know from Eastern India came the skill of making punch, as did the name. And as the name consists of letters 5, by 5 ingredients is it kept alive. To purest water sugar must be joined. With these the grateful acid is combined. Some any sours they get contented use, but men of taste do that from Tagus choose. When now these 3 are mixed with care, then added be of spirit a small share, and that you may the drink quite perfect see, atop the musky nut must grated be." End quote. Every buffet of people of fashion contained a punch bowl. Every dinner was prefaced by a bowl of punch, which was passed from hand to hand and drunk from without intervening glasses. J. Crosby, at the Box of Lemons in Boston, sold for 30 years lime juice and shrub and lemons, and sour oranges and orange juice, which some punch tasters preferred to lemon juice to flavor Boston punches. Double and thrible bowls of punch were commonly served, holding respectively 2 and 3 quarts each, and many existing bills show what large amounts were drunk. Governor Hancock gave a dinner to the Fusiliers at the Merchants Club in Boston in 1792. As 80 dinners were paid for, I infer there were 80 diners. They drank 136 bowls of punch, besides 21 bottles of sherry and a large quantity of cider and brandy. An abstract of an election dinner to the General Court of Massachusetts in 1769 showed 200 diners and 72 bottles of Madeira, 28 bottles of Lisbon wine, 10 of claret, 17 of port, 18 of porter, 15 double bowls of punch, and a quantity of cider. The clergy were not behind the military and the magistrates. In the record of the ordination of Reverend Joseph McKean in Beverly, Massachusetts in 1785, these items are found in the tavern keeper's bill. Quote, 30 bowls of punch before the people went to meeting, 3 pounds. 80 people eating in the morning at 16 pence, 6 pounds. 10 bottles of wine before they went to meeting, 1 pound, 10 shillings. 68 dinners at 3 shillings, 10 pounds, 4 shillings. 44 bowls of punch while at dinner, 4 pounds, 8 shillings. 18 bottles of wine, 2 pounds, 14 shillings. 8 bowls of brandy, 1 pound, 2 shillings. Cherry rum, 1 pound, 10 shillings. 6 people drank tea, 9 pence. End quote. The 6 mild tea drinkers and their economical beverage seemed to put a finishing and fairly comic touch to this ordination bill. When we read such renderings of accounts, we think it natural that Baron Riedesel wrote of New England inhabitants, Quote, most of the males have a strong passion for strong drink, especially rum and other alcoholic beverages, end quote. John Adams said, quote, if the ancients drink wine as our people drink rum and cider, it is no wonder we hear of so many possessed with devils, end quote. The cost of these various drinks was thus given about Revolutionary times in Bristol, Rhode Island. Quote, nip of grog, 6d. Double bowl of tod, 2 shillings 9d. Double bowl of punch, 8 shillings. Nip of punch, 1 shilling. Brandy sling, 8d. End quote. Flip was a vastly popular drink and continued to be so for a century and a half. I find it spoken of as early as 1690. It was made of home-brewed beer, sweetened with sugar, molasses, or dried pumpkin, and flavored with a liberal dash of rum, then stirred in a great mug or pitcher with a red-hot loggerhead or hottle or flip dog, which made the liquor foam and gave it a burnt, bitter flavor. Landlord May of Canton, Massachusetts, made a famous brew thus. He mixed 4 pounds of sugar, 4 eggs, and 1 pint of cream, and let it stand for 2 days. When a mug of flip was called for, he filled a quart mug 2/3 full of beer, placed in it 4 great spoonfuls of the compound, then thrust in the seething loggerhead, and added a gill of rum to the creamy mixture. If a fresh egg were beaten into the flip, the drink was called bellows top, and the froth rose over the top of the mug. Stonewall was a most intoxicating mixture of cider and rum. Calabogus, or bogus, was cold rum and beer unsweetened. Blackstrap was a mixture of rum and molasses. Casks of it stood in every country store. A salted and dried codfish slyly hung alongside. A free lunch to be stripped off and eaten, and thus tempt, through thirst, the purchase of another draught of blackstrap. A terrible drink is said to have been popular in Salem, a drink with a terrible name, Whistlebelly Vengeance. It consisted of sour household beer simmered in a kettle, sweetened with molasses, filled with brown bread crumbs, and drunk piping hot. Of course, many protests, though chiefly on the ground of wasteful expense, were made, even in anti-temperance days, against the drinking which grew so prevalent with the opening of the 18th century. Reverend Andrew Eliot wrote in 1735, quote, "'Tis surprising what prodigious sums are expended for spirituous liquors in this one poor province, more than 1 million of our old currency in a year." End quote. Dr. Tenney lamented that the taverns of Exeter, New Hampshire, were thronged with people who seldom retired sober. Strenuous but ineffectual efforts were made to, quote, "prevent tippling in the forenoon," end quote, and between meals, but with little avail. The temperance reform of our own century came none too soon. Tea was too high priced in the first half-century of its Occidental use to have been frequently seen in New England. Judge Sewall mentioned it but once in his diary. He drank it at Madam Winthrop's house in 1709 at a Thursday lecture, but he does not note it as a rarity. In 1690, however, when not over plentiful in Old England, Benjamin Harris and Daniel Vernon were licensed to sell it in public in Boston. In 1712, green and ordinary teas were advertised in the apothecary's list of Zobdiel Boylston. Bohea tea came in 1713, and in 1715 tea was sold in the coffee houses. Some queer mistakes were made through the employment of the herb as food. In Salem it was boiled for a long time till bitter, and drunk without milk or sugar, and the tea leaves were buttered, salted, and eaten. In more than one town the liquid tea was thrown away, and the carefully cooked leaves were eaten. The new China drink did not have a wholly savory reputation. It was called a damned weed, a detestable weed, a base exotic, a rank poison far-fetched and dear-bought, a base and unworthy Indian drink, and various ill effects were attributed to it, the decay of the teeth, and even the loss of the mental faculties. But the Abbé Robin thought the ability of the Revolutionary soldiers to endure military flogging came from the use of tea, and others thought it cured the spleen and indigestion. As the day drew near when tea drinking was to become the great turning point of our national liberty, the spirit of noble revolt led many dames to join in bands to abandon the use of the unjustly taxed herb, and societies were formed of members pledged to drink no tea. 500 women so banded together in Boston. Various substitutes were employed in the place of the much-loved but rigidly abjured herb, Liberty tea being the most esteemed. It was thus made. The four-leaved loosestrife was pulled up like flax. Its stalks were stripped of the leaves and boiled. The leaves were put in an iron kettle and basted with the liquor from the stalks. Then the leaves were put in an oven and dried. Liberty tea sold for 6 pence a pound. It was drunk at every spinning bee, quilting, or other gathering of women. Ribwort was also used to make a so-called tea. Strawberry and currant leaves, sage, and even strong medicinal herbs likewise. Hyperion tea was made from raspberry leaves. An advertisement of the day thus reads, quote, "The use of Hyperion or Labrador tea is every day coming into vogue among people of all ranks. The virtues of the plant or shrub from which this delicate tea is gathered were first discovered by the Aborigines, and from them the Canadians learned them. Before the cession of Canada to Great Britain, we knew little or nothing of this most excellent herb. But since that, we have been taught to find it growing all over hill and dale between the latitudes 40 and 60. It is found all over New England in great plenty, and that of best quality, particularly on the banks of the Penobscot, Kennebec, Nichiwanak, and Merrimack." End quote. The proportion of tea used in America is now less than in England, and the proportion of coffee much larger. This is wholly the result of national habits formed through patriotic abstinence from tea drinking in those glorious Liberty days. The first mention of coffee, as given by Dr. Lyon, is in the record of the license of Dorothy Jones of Boston in 1670 to sell, quote, "coffee and chuchaletto," end quote. At intervals of a few years, other innkeepers were licensed to sell it, and by the beginning of the 18th century, coffee houses were established. Coffee dishes, coffee pots, and coffee mugs appear in inventories and show how quickly and eagerly the fragrant berry was sought for in private families. As with tea, its method of preparation as a beverage seemed somewhat uncertain in some minds, and it is said that the whole beans were frequently boiled for some hours with not wholly pleasing results in forming either food or drink. After a few years, coffee powder was offered for sale. Chocolate became equally popular. Sewell often drank it, once certainly as early as 1697, at the lieutenant governor's, with a breakfast of venison. Winthrop says it was scarce in 1698. Madam Knight took it with her on her journey in 1704. Quote, "I told her I had some chocolate if she would prepare it, which, with the help of some milk and a little clean brass kettle, she soon effected to my satisfaction." End quote. Mills to grind cocoa were quickly established in Boston and were advertised in the newsletter. Even in the early days of our republic, there were reformers who wished to establish the use of temperance drinks, which were not, however, exactly the same liquids now so called. A writer in the Boston Evening Post wrote forcibly on the subject, and a Philadelphia paper published this statement on July 23, 1788. Quote, "A correspondent wishes that a monument could be erected in Union Green with the following inscription: 'In honor of American beer and cider.' It is hereby recorded for the information of strangers and posterity that 17,000 assembled in this green on the 4th of July, 1788, to celebrate the establishment of the Constitution of the United States, and that they departed at an early hour without intoxication or a single quarrel. They drank nothing but beer and cider. Learn, reader, to prize these invaluable liquors and to consider them as the companions of those virtues which can alone render our country free and reputable. Learn likewise to despise spirituous liquors as anti-federal, and to consider them as the companions of all those vices which are calculated to dishonor and enslave our country." End quote. End of section 12. Section 13 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 8, Travel, Tavern, and Turnpike, Part 1. When New England was colonized, the European emigrants were forced to content themselves with the rude means of transportation which were employed by the Aborigines. The favorite way back and forth from Plymouth to Boston and Cape Ann was by water, by skirting the shore in birchen pinnaces or dugouts, hollowed pine logs about 20 feet long and 2.5 feet wide, in which Johnson said the savages ventured 2 leagues out at sea. There were few horses, and the few were too valuable for domestic work to be spared for travel. Hence the journeyer must go by water or on foot. When Bradstreet was sent to Dover as royal commissioner, he walked the entire distance there and back to Boston by narrow Indian paths. The many estuaries and river mouths that intersected the coast also made travel on horseback difficult. Foot passengers, however, could cross the narrow streams by natural fordways or on fallen trees, which were ordered to be put in proper place by the colonial government, and the broader rivers by canoe ferries. We see, through the record of one journey, the dignified governor of Massachusetts carried across the fordways pick-a-pack on the shoulders of his stalwart Indian guide. But soon the settlers, true to their English instincts and habits, turned their attention to the breeding of horses. They imported many fine animals, and the magistrates framed laws intended to improve the imported stock. The history of horse raising in New England is akin to that of any other country, save in one respect. In Rhode Island, the breeding of horses resulted in that famous and first distinctively American breed, the Narragansett Pacers. The first suggestion of horse raising in Narragansett was, without doubt, given by Sewell's father-in-law, Captain John Hall of Pine Tree Shilling fame, who was one of the original purchasers of the Pettaquamscott tract, or Narragansett, from the Indians. He wrote in April 1677, quote, "I have often thought if we, the partners of Point Judith Neck, did fence with a good stone wall at the north end thereof, that no kind of horses or cattle might get thereon, and also what other parts thereof westerly were needful, and procure a very good breed of large and fair mares and horses, and that no mongrel breed might come among them, we might have a very choice breed for coach horses, some for the saddle, and some for draught, and in a few years might draw off considerable numbers and ship them for Barbados nevies, or such parts of the Indies where they would vend." End quote. This scheme was doubtless carried into effect, for in 1686 Dudley and his associates ordered 30 horses to be seized in Narragansett and sold to pay for building a jail. In a later letter, Hall accuses William Heffernan of horse stealing and shows that a different and more gentle method than Western lynch law was pursued by the Eastern settlers. He writes, quote, "I am informed that you were so shameless that you offered to sell some of my horses. I would have you know that they are by God's good providence mine. Do you bring me some good security for my money that is justly owing, and I shall be willing to give you some horses that you shall not need to offer to steal any." End quote. Whatever the means may have been that tended to the establishment of a distinct breed of horses, the result was soon evident. By the early years of the 18th century, the Narragansett Pacers were known throughout the colonies as a desirable breed of saddle horses. The local conditions for raising this breed were favorable. The soil of Narragansett was rich, the crops large, the natural formation of the land made it possible to fence it easily and with little expense, a thing of much importance in a new land. The bay, the ocean, and the chain of half-salt lakes surrounding the 3 sides left but a short northern length for stone wall, as Hall suggested. It is said that the progenitor or most important sire of this race was imported from Andalusia by Governor Robinson. Another tradition is that this horse, while swimming off the coast of Spain, was picked up by a Narragansett sloop and brought to America. Thomas Hazard contributed to the quality of endurance in the breed by introducing into it the blood of Old Snip. So celebrated did the qualities of this horse become that the Snip breed was not only spoken of with regard to the horses, but of the owners as well, and Hazards who did not possess the distinguishing race characteristic of self-will were said not to be true Snips. Old Snip was said to have been imported from Tripoli. Others assert, and it is generally believed, that he was a wild horse running at large in the tract near Point Judith. In the year 1711, Rip Van Dam, a prominent citizen of New York, and at a later date governor of the state, wrote to Jonathan Dickinson, an early mayor of Philadelphia, a very amusing account of his ownership of a Narragansett pacer. The horse was shipped from Rhode Island in a sloop, from which he managed to jump overboard, swim ashore, and return home. He was, however, again placed on board ship and arrived in New York after a 14 days' passage, naturally much reduced in flesh and spirits. From New York he was sent to Philadelphia by post, that is, ridden by the post rider. The horse cost 32 pounds, and his freight cost 50 shillings. He was said to be, quote, no beauty, though so high-priced, save in his legs. He always plays and acts, and never will stand still. He will take a glass of wine, beer, or cider, and probably would drink a dram on a cold morning, end quote. The last extraordinary accomplishment doubtless showed contamination from the bad human company around him, while the swimming feat evinced his direct descent from the Andalusian swimmer. Dr. McSparran, rector of the Narragansett Church from 1721 to 1759, wrote a little book called America Dissected, in which he speaks thus of the Narragansett pacers. Quote, the produce of this country is principally butter, cheese, fat cattle, wool, and fine horses that are exported to all parts of English America. They are remarkable for fleetness and swift pacing, and I have seen some of them pace a mile in a little more than 2 minutes and a good deal less than 3 minutes. I have often upon the larger pacing horses rode 50, nay 60 miles a day, even in New England, where the roads are rough, stony, and uneven. End quote. In the realm of fiction, we find testimony to the qualities of the Narragansett pacers. Cooper, in The Last of the Mohicans, represents his heroines as mounted on these horses, and explains their characteristics in a footnote and also in the dialogue of the story. He says that they were commonly sorrel-colored and that horses of other breeds were trained to their gait. It is true that horses were trained to pace. Reverend Mr. Thatcher wrote in 1690 of teaching a mare to amble by cross-spanning and again by trammeling. Logs of wood were placed across a road at certain intervals to induce a pacing gait. As late as the year 1770, men in Ipswich followed the profession of pace trainer, but I doubt whether any other breed could ever acquire the peculiar gait of the Narragansetts, of which Isaac Hazard thus wrote, quote, my father described the motion of this horse as differing from others in that its backbone moved through the air in a straight line without inclining the rider from side to side, as does a rocker or pacer of the present day, end quote. That motion could scarcely be taught. Many traits joined to make the Narragansett pacers so eagerly sought for. Not only was their ease of motion an absolute necessity, but sureness of foot was also indispensable. This quality they also possessed. They were also tough and enduring and could travel long distances. The stories told of them seem incredible. It was said that they could travel 100 miles in a day over rough roads without tiring the rider or injury to themselves, provided they were properly cared for at the end of the journey. There was not only in America a steady demand for these horses, but in the West Indies, as Hall predicted, they found a ready market. One farmer sent annually 100 pacers to Cuba, and agents were sent to Narragansett from Cuba with orders to buy pacers, especially full-blooded mares, at any prices. Agents from Virginia also purchased pacers for Virginian horse raisers. The newspapers of the latter part of the 18th century, especially of the Connecticut press, abound in advertisements of horses of the true Narragansett breed, yet it is said that in the year 1800 but one full-blooded Narragansett pacer was known to be living. In the War of 1812, the British man-of-war Orpheus cruised the waters of Narragansett Bay, and her captain endeavored through agents to obtain a Narragansett pacer as a gift for his wife, but in vain. Not a horse of the true breed could be found. It has been said that the reckless exportation to the West Indies caused this extermination, but it is difficult to believe that so shrewd a race as were the Narragansett planters ever would have committed such a killing of a goose of golden eggs. The decay of the race was the action of a simple law, cause and effect. The conditions which rendered the pacer so desirable did not exist after the Revolution. Roads were improved, carriages became common, the saddle less used, and the American trotter was evolved, who was a better carriage horse and a more useful one, as he could be employed for both light and heavy work, while heavy draughting stiffened the joints of the pacer and destroyed the very qualities for which he was most valued. Thus, being no longer needed, the Narragansett pacer ceased to exist. There died in Wickford, Rhode Island, a few years ago, a Narragansett pacer that was nearly full-blooded. She was a villainously ugly animal of faded, sunburnt sorrel color. She was so abnormally broad-backed and broad-bodied that a male rider who sat astride her was forced to stick his legs out at a most awkward and ridiculous angle. That broad back carried, however, most comfortably a side saddle or a pillion. Being extremely short-legged, this treasured relic was unprecedentedly slow, and altogether I found the Narragansett pacer, though an object of great pride and even veneration to her owner, not all my fancy had painted her. From the earliest days when horses were imported, women rode on pillions behind the men. Letchford, in his notebook, refers to a woman's pillion lost on the Hopewell. A pillion was a cushion strapped on behind a man's saddle, and from it sometimes hung a small platform or double stirrup on which a woman rider could rest her feet. One horse was sometimes made also to carry two men riding astride. Horseflesh was also economized by the ride and tie system. Two persons would start on horseback, ride a mile or two, dismount, tie the animal by the roadside, leaving him for another couple, who had started afoot, to mount, ride on past the first couple, and dismount and tie in their turn. Coaches were not a wholly popular means of conveyance in the first half of the 17th century, even among Englishmen and English roads, and they would have been wholly useless in New England. John Winthrop had one in 1685. Sir Edmund and Lady Andros rode in a coach in Boston in 1687, and there were then a few other carriages in town. Their purchase and use were deplored and discouraged by Puritan authorities, as were other luxurious fashions. Outside of the town, wheeled vehicles were of little use, as they had to be lashed clumsily in two canoes and laboriously ferried across the rivers, while the horses were similarly transferred to the opposite shore or allowed to swim over. The early carriages were calashes and chariots. Henry Sharp of Salem had a calash in 1701. William Cutler's calash with the furniture was worth £10 in 1723. Chairs, two-wheeled gigs without a top, and chaises, a vehicle with similar body and a top, were early forms of carriages. The sulky had in early days, as now, seating room but for one person. All these were hung on thorough braces instead of springs. In an account of the funeral of Lieutenant Governor Taylor in 1732, it is mentioned that a great number of the gentry attended in their coaches and chaises, but even by that date, coaches were of little avail for long journeys. The anxious letters of Waitstill Winthrop to his son in 1717, at the latter's proposal of bringing a coach overland from Boston to New London, show the obstacles of travel. He warns that there are no bridges in Narragansett. He urges him to bring a mounted servant with an axe to cut boughs in the way, to bring a good pilot that knows the cart ways, to be sure to keep the coachman sober, to have axle and hubs prepared for rough usage, and in every way discourages so rash an endeavor. Though I have seen a New England inventory of the year 1690 in which a sleigh appears, I do not find that they were frequently used until the second or third decade of the succeeding century, though a few Bostonians had them in the year 1700. They were largely used by the Dutch in New York, and Connecticut folk occasionally followed Dutch fashions. When sedan chairs were so fashionable and plentiful in England, they were sure to be used to some extent in New England towns. Governor Winthrop had a very elegant Spanish sedan chair, which was given him in 1646 by Captain Cromwell, who captured it from a Spanish galleon. This fine chair was worth £50 and was an intended gift of the Viceroy of Mexico to his sister. When Parson Oxenbridge was stricken with apoplexy in the pulpit of the First Church in Boston, he was carried home in a sedan. On August 3, 1687, Judge Sewell wrote in his diary, quote, "Captain Garish is carried in a sedan to the wharf and so takes boat for Salem," end quote. Again, he writes, on May 31, 1715, "The governor comes first to town, was carried from Mr. Dudley's to the townhouse in Cousin Doomer's sedan, but 'twas too tall for the stairs, so was fain to be taken out near the top of them," end quote. The governor had had a bad attack of gout. On September 11, 1706, Sewell writes, quote, "5 Indians carried Mr. Bromfield in a chair," end quote. And though I have never seen the sale of a sedan mentioned, several times I have fancied that the reference to the sale of a chair meant a sedan chair. In the memoirs of Eliza Quincy, she speaks of riding in a sedan and of seeing Dr. Franklin in one in 1789. At a surprisingly early date, when we consider the limited opportunities for travel, the colonial authorities licensed taverns or ordinaries and also made strict laws governing them. The landlords could not sell sack or strong water, nor permit games to be played in their precincts, nor allow dancing or singing, nor could tobacco be used within their walls, nor could they sell cakes or buns indiscriminately. Samuel Cole, the Boston comfit maker, received his license in 1634, though one can hardly understand, with such manifold rules of narrow limit, how he could wish it. Previously, other freemen had obtained permission to draw wine and beer, to sell at retail to their neighbors and to travelers. In New Haven, the tavern keeper had been given 20 acres of land in 1645, in which travelers' horses could be pastured. In Hartford and other river towns, the establishment of taverns was compulsory. The ordinaries quickly multiplied in number and increased in pretension. In Boston, in 1651, the King's Arms and its furniture were held to be worth £600. Board was cheap enough. In 1634, the court set the price of a single meal at 6 pence and an ale quart of beer at a penny. At the Ship Tavern, a man had, quote, "fire in bed, diet, wine, and beer between meals," end quote, for 3 shillings a day. The wine was limited to, quote, "a cup each man at dinner and sup, and no more," end quote. Following the English fashion of Shakespeare's time, the inn chambers were each named the Exchange Chamber, Rose and Sun Chamber, Star Chamber, Court Chamber, Jerusalem Chamber, etc. The names of the inns also followed English nomenclature: the Bunch of Grapes, Dog and Pot, Turk's Head, Green Dragon, Blue Anchor, King's Head, etc. The Good Woman bore on its painted sign the figure of a headless woman. The Ship in Distress had these lines, quote, "With sorrows I am compassed round, pray lend a hand, my ship's aground," end quote. Another Boston tavern had this rhyme, quote, "This is the bird that never flew. This is the tree that never grew. This is the ship that never sails. This is the can that never fails," end quote. The Sun Tavern bore these words, "The best ale and beer under the sun," end quote. This tavern was removed to Moon Street and was kept by Mrs. Milk. Her neighbors' names were Waters, Beer, and Leg. The Salutation Inn, with its signboard bearing the picture of 2 men shaking hands, was commonly known as the Two Palaverers. I know no more attractive picture of olden-time hospitality, nothing better, quote, under the notion of a tavern, end quote, than the old Palaver Tavern at Medford. On either side of its front door grew a great tree, and in the spreading branches of each tree was built a platform or balcony. The two were connected by a hanging bridge or scaffolding, and also connected by a similar footbridge with the tavern itself. In these leafy tree arbors, through the sunny summer months, from dawn till twilight, whilom travelers rested and drank their drams, or perchance their cups of tea, and watched the arrival and departure of coaches and horsemen at mine inn. John Adams wrote frequently of the inns of the time. He said of the Ipswich innkeeper in 1771, quote, landlord and landlady are some of the grandest people alive. Landlady is the great-granddaughter of Governor Endicott and has all the notions of greatest family. As to landlord, he is as happy and as big, as proud, as conceited as any nobleman in England, always calm and good-natured and lazy, end quote. Of the Enfield landlord, he wrote, quote, oated and drank tea at Pisa's, a smart house, and landlord truly, well dressed with his ruffles, etc., and upon inquiry I found he was the great man of the town, their representative as well as tavern keeper, end quote. In a paper which he wrote upon licensed houses, Adams stated that, quote, retailers and taverners are generally, in the country, assessors, selectmen, representatives, or esquires, end quote. Members of our best and most respected families throughout New England were innkeepers. The landlord was frequently a local magistrate, a justice of the peace, or sheriff. Notices of town meetings, of elections, of new laws and ordinances of administration were posted at the tavern, just as legal notices are printed in the newspapers nowadays. Bills of sales, of auctions, records of transfers were naturally posted therein. The taverns were the original business exchanges. No wonder all the men in the township flocked to the tavern. They had to know anything of town affairs, to say nothing of local scandals. Distances were given in almanacs of the day, not from town to town, but from tavern to tavern. Of the good quality of New England inns, many travelers testify. Lafayette wrote to his wife in 1777, host and hostess sit at the table with you and do the honors of a comfortable meal, and on going away you pay your fare without haggling, end quote. Dr. Dwight said the best old-fashioned New England inns were superior to any of the modern ones. Brissot said, quote, you meet with neatness, dignity, and decency. The chambers neat, the beds good, the sheets clean, supper passable, cider, tea punch, and all for 14 pence a head, end quote. Alack-a-day, the good old times. Next in importance to the landlord came the stage driver. He was so popular and such a kindly fellow that he had to be prohibited by law from carrying any parcels or letters for persons along the route, else he were overburdened with troublesome and hindering business, detrimental to the postal and carriage income of the government. He was so importuned to drink at each stopping place that he might have lain drunk the whole year round. He was of so much consequence and so looked up to that little Jack Mendham, who drove the Salem mail coach, hardly exaggerated his position when he roared out angrily to a hungry passenger who urged him to drive faster, quote, while I drive this coach, I am the whole United States of America, end quote. Stage driving was an hereditary gift. It went in families. 4 Potters, 3 Ackermans, 3 Annibals drove in Salem. Patch and Peach, Tawser and Blumpy, Canny and Camp were well-known stage-driving names. The stage agent also, that obsolete functionary, was a man of much local consequence and of many affairs. He was established in many a tavern as a necessary and almost immovable piece of barroom furniture. To show the importance of tavern, tavern keeper, stage agent, and stage driver in early federal days, let me give a single instance. Haverhill was the great staging center of New Hampshire. 6 or 8 lines of coaches left there each day. There were lines direct to Boston, New York, and Stansted, Canada. Of course, there was a vast bustle and commotion on the arrival and departure of each coach, and a goodly number of passengers were deposited at the tavern that formed the coach office, sometimes 150 a day. It can readily be seen what a news center such a tavern must have been, how much knowledge of the world must have been gathered by its occupants. It must be remembered that our universal modern source of information, the newspaper, did not then exist. There were a few journals, of course, of scant circulation, but of what we now deem news, they contained nothing. Information of current events came through hearing and talking, not through reading. Hence it came to be that an innkeeper was not only influential in local affairs, but was universally known as the best informed man in the place. Reporters, so to speak, rendered their accounts to him. Items of foreign and local news were sent to him. He was in himself an entire Associated Press. End of section 13. Section 14 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 8, Travel, Tavern, and Turnpike, Part 2. The earliest roads for travel throughout New England followed the Indian trails or paths and were but 2 or 3 feet wide. The old Plymouth or Coast Road, of much importance because connecting Boston and Plymouth, the capitals of separate colonies, was provided for by action of the General Court in 1639. It ran through Old Braintree. The old Connecticut Road or path started from Cambridge, ran to Marlborough, thence to Grafton, Oxford, and Woodstock, and on to Springfield and Albany. It was intersected at Woodstock by the Providence Path, which ran through Narragansett and Providence plantations, and also by the Nipmuc Path, which came from Norwich. The new Connecticut Road ran as did the old road from Boston to Albany. It was known at a later date as the Post Road. From Boston it ran to Marlborough, thence to Worcester, thence to Brookfield, and so on to Springfield and Albany. The famous Bay Path, laid out in 1673, left the old Connecticut Path at Happy Hollow, now Wayland, and ran through Marlborough to Worcester, Oxford, Charleston, and Brookfield, when it separated in 2 paths, one, the Hadley Path, running to Ware, Belchertown, and Hadley, and the other returning to the old Connecticut Path and on to Springfield. An inexplicable charm still attaches itself to these old Indian paths, a delight in attempting to trace their unused and overgrown roadways as they leave the main road in devious twists and turns till they again join its beaten way, and the halo of early romance and adventure surrounds them. Holland felt the charm when he wrote thus of the Bay Path, quote, "It was marked by trees a portion of the distance and by slight clearings of brush and thicket for the remainder. No stream was bridged, no hill graded, and no marsh drained. The path led through woods which bore the mark of centuries, over barren hills that had been licked by the Indian hounds of fire, and along the banks of streams that the Seine had never dragged. A powerful interest was attached to the Bay Path. It was the channel through which laws were communicated, through which flowed news from distant friends, and through which came long, loving letters and messages. That rough thread of soil chopped by the blades of 100 streams was a bond that radiated at each terminus into 1,000 fibers of love and interest and hope and memory. Every rod had been prayed over by friends on the journey and friends at home." End quote. Hawthorne felt it also and said, quote, "The forest track trodden by the hobnailed shoes of these sturdy and ponderous Englishmen has now a distinctness which it never could have acquired from the light tread of 100 times as many moccasins. It goes onward from one clearing to another, here plunging into a shadowy strip of woods, there open to the sunshine, but everywhere showing a decided line along which human interests have begun to hold their career. And the Indians coming from their distant wigwams to view the white man's settlement marvel at the deep track which he makes, and perhaps are saddened by a flitting presentiment that this heavy tread will find its way over all the land, and that the wild woods, the wild wolf, and the wild Indian will alike be trampled beneath it." End quote. For many years these paths were traveled, gradually widening from footpaths to bridleways, to cart tracks to carriage roads until they became the post roads set thick with cheerful country homes. In some portions of New England, they still are traveled and form the general thoroughfare, but in many lonely townships, the old paths are deserted, and traffic and passage over the post or county road is gone forever. Bushes flourish and meet gloomily across the grass-grown track. Forest trees droop heavily over it in summer and fall, unheeded across it in winter. On either side, moss-grown, winter-killed apple trees and ancient, stunted currant bushes struggled for life against sturdy young pine and spruce and birch. Many a rod of heavy, tumble-down stone wall, New England Stonehenges, may be seen, not as of old dividing cleared and fertile fields, but in the midst of a forest of trees or underbrush. Quote, far up on these abandoned mountain farms, now drifting back to forests wild again, the long gray walls extend their clasping arms, pathetic monuments of vanished men, end quote. Or more pathetic monuments still of hard and wasted work. On either side of the way, at too sadly frequent intervals, ruined wells or desolate yawning cellar holes with tumbling chimneys standing like Druid ruins show that fair New England homes once there were found. Flaming orange tiger lilies, most homely and cheerful bloom of country gardens, have spread from the deserted dooryards across the untrodden footpaths and weedy thickets adown the hill, and shed their rank odor unheeded on the air. Some of the old provincial milestones, however, remain and put us closely in touch with the past. In the southern part of New London County and at Stratford, Connecticut, on the old post road, the King's Highway between Boston and Philadelphia, there are moss-grown stones that were set under the supervision of Benjamin Franklin when he was Colonial Postmaster General. After that highway was laid out, the placing and setting of the milestones were entrusted to Franklin, and he transacted the business, as he did everything else, in a thoroughly original way. He drove over the road in a comfortable chaise, followed by a gang of men and heavy teams loaded with the milestones. He attached to his chaise a machine which registered by the revolution of the chaise wheels the number of miles traveled, and he had the milestones set by that record and marked with a distance to the nearest large town. Thus the Stratford stone says, quote, 20 MLS to NH, end quote, New Haven. By provincial enactment in Governor Hutchinson's time, milestones were set on all the post roads throughout Massachusetts. Some of these stones are still standing. There is one in the middle of the city of Worcester on Lincoln Street, the New Connecticut Path. It is of red sandstone and is marked, quote, 42 miles to Boston, 50 miles to Springfield, 1771, end quote. In Sutton, on the old Connecticut Path, stands still the king of all these 1771 milestones. It is of red sandstone, is 5 feet high, and nearly 3 feet wide. It is marked, quote, 48 miles to Boston, 1771, BW, end quote. The letters BW stand for Bartholomew Woodbury, a jovial and liberal old Sutton tavern keeper who died in 1775. When the milestones were set out by the provincial government, the place for this Sutton stone fell a few rods from landlord Woodbury's house, but he obtained permission and set up this handsome stone at his own expense, beside his great horse block under his swinging sign at his open, welcoming door. He fancied, perhaps, that it would attract the attention and thus cause the halting of travelers. Tavern keeper and tavern are gone. No vestiges even of cobblestone chimneys or cellar walls remain. The old post road is now but little traveled, but the great milestone and its neighbor, the worn stepping block, still stand, lonely monuments of past days and past pleasures. On warm summer nights, perhaps, the silent old milestone awakes and sadly tells his companion of the gay coaches that rattled by, and the rollicking bucks and blades, the gallant soldiers that galloped past him in the days of his youth a century ago. And the stepping block may tell in turn of the good old days when her broad, sunny face was pressed by the feet of fair colonial dames who, with faces hidden in riding hoods and masks, stepped lightly from saddle or pillion to board and bait at Bartholomew Woodbury's cheerful inn. In Roxbury, Massachusetts, there still stands at the corner of Center and Washington Streets the famous Roxbury parting stone. It is a great square stone bearing on one face the words, quote, "The Parting Stone, 1744, P. Dudley," end quote. On another face, the words, "Dedham, Rhode Island," and on a third, "Cambridge, Watertown." It has had set on it recently an iron frame or fixture for a gas lamp. This stone, with many others in Norfolk County, was placed by Paul Dudley at his own expense in the middle of the last century. It has seen the separation or parting of many a brave company that had ridden out to it from Boston. Many a distinguished traveler has passed it and glanced at its carved words. Lord Percy's soldiers took counsel of it one hot April morning to find the road to Lexington. Governor Belcher set out a row of milestones from Boston Town House to his home in Milton. Some of them are still standing, the 7th and 8th in Milton. One marked, quote, 8 miles to B-Town House, the lower way, 1734, end quote. The 9th and 12th stand as historical landmarks in Quincy on the old Plymouth Road and bear the dates 1720 and 1727. In Wenham, another milestone near the graveyard bears the date 1710, shows the distance to Ipswich and Boston, and gives these words of timely warning. Quote, "I know that thou wilt bring me to death and to the house appointed for all living," end quote. A marked improvement in facilities for travel came in Turnpike days. These well laid out and well-kept roads fairly changed the face of the country. They sometimes shortened by half the distance to be traveled between two towns. Stock companies were formed to build bridges and grade these turnpikes, and the stock formed a good investment and was also vastly used in speculation. The story of the turnpike is as interesting as that of the Indian path, but cannot be told at length here. They too have had their day. In some counties, the turnpike is as deserted as the path and seems equally ancient. New England roads and turnpikes have seen many a gay sight, for the custom of speeding the parting guest agatewards for some miles, with an accompanying escort on foot or on horseback to some ford or natural turning point or burn, was a universal mark of interest and affection, and of courtesy as well. Judge Sewell records, on one occasion, with much indignation, that, quote, "not one soul rode with us to the ferry," end quote. Ere the days of turnpikes, the old Indian paths witnessed many a sad and pathetic parting in the wilderness, such as was recorded in simple language in Parson Thatcher's diary in 1680, when he left Barnstable to go to a new parish. Quote, "A great company of horsemen, 57 horse and 12 of them double, went with us to Sandwich, and there got me to go to prayer with them, and I think none of them parted with me with dry eyes," end quote. This is indeed a strong picture for the brush of a painter. The golden September light, nowhere more radiantly beautiful than on, quote, "the narrowing cape that stretches its shrunk arm out to all the winds, and the relentless smiting of the waves," end quote. And the sad-faced band in Puritan garb, armed and mounted, gathered around their departing leader in reverent prayer. Perhaps the turnpike saw no more characteristic scene than the winter ride to market. Though summer and fall were the New England farmer's time of increase, winter was his time of trade and his time of recreation as well. When wintry blasts grew chill and snow and ice covered deep the desolate fields and country roads, then he prepared with zest and with delight for his gelid time of outing, his Arctic red-letter day, his greatest social pleasure of the entire year. The friendly word was circulated by a kind of estafette from farm to farm, was carried by neighbor or passing traveler, or was discussed and planned and agreed upon in the noon house or at the tavern chimney-side on Sunday during the nooning, that on a certain date, unless they're set in the tantalizing and swamping January thaw, a thaw which might be pushing and unseasonable enough to rush in December and quite as often hung off and dawdled into February, that on the appointed date, at break of day, the annual ride to market would begin. Often 50 or 60 neighbors would respond to the call, would start together on the road. For farmers in western Vermont and Massachusetts, the market town was Troy or other Hudson Valley towns. In Maine, from Bath and Hallowell and neighboring towns, the winter procession rode to Portland. In central Massachusetts, some drove to Northampton, Springfield, or Hartford, but the greatest number of farmers and the largest amount of farm produce went to the towns of the Massachusetts coast, to Salem, to Newburyport, and above all, to Boston. The two-horse pung or the single-horse pod, shod with steel shoes an inch thick, was closely packed with the accumulated farm wealth: whole pigs, perhaps a deer or two, firkins of butter, casks of cheese, 4 cheeses in each cask, bags of beans, peas, or corn, skins of mink, fox, and fisher cat that the boys had trapped, birch brooms that the boys had made, yarn that their sisters had spun, and stockings and mittens that they had knitted. In short, anything that a New England farm could produce that would sell to any profit in a New England town. So closely was the sleigh packed, in fact, that the driver could not be seated. The sturdy and hardy farmer stood on a little semicircular step in the rear of the sleigh, his body protected by the high sleigh back against the sharp, icy blasts. At times he ran alongside or behind his vehicle to keep his blood in brisk circulation. Though every inch of the sleigh was packed to its fullest extent, there was always found room in some corner for plenty of food to last the thrifty traveler through his journey, often enough to liberally supply him even on his return trip: cold roasted spare ribs of pork, doughnuts, loaves of rye and Injun bread, and invariably a bountiful mass of frozen bean porridge. This latter was made and frozen in a tub, and when space was hard to find in the crowded vehicle, the solid mass was furnished with a loop of twine by which to hang it to the side of the pung. A small hatchet with which to chop off a chunk of porridge formed the accompaniment of this unalluring Arctic provender. Oats and hay to feed his horses did the farmer also carry. There were plenty of taverns in which he could obtain food if he needed it, in which, indeed, he did obtain liquid sustenance to warm his bones and stir his tongue, and make palatable the half-thawed porridge which he ate in front of the cheerful tavern fire. But it was the invariable custom, no matter what the wealth of the farmer, to carry a supply of food for the journey. This kind of itinerant picnic was called tuckanuck, a word of Indian origin, or mitchin, while the box or hamper or bucket that held the provisions was called a mitchin box. I can fancy that no thrifty or loving housewife allowed the man of her household to go to market with too meanly filled a mitchin box, but took an honest pride in sending him off with a full stock of rich doughnuts, well-baked bread, well-filled pies, and at least well-cooked porridge, which he could devour without shame before the eyes of his neighbors. The traveler did not carry his meals from home because the tavern fare was expensive. At the inn, where he paid 10 cents a night for his lodging, he was uniformly charged but 12.5 cents for a cold bite and but 25 cents for a regular meal. But it was not the fashion to purchase meals at the tavern. The host made his profits from the liquor he sold and from the sleeping room he gave. Sometimes the latter was simple enough. A great fire was built in the fireplace of either front room, the bar room and parlor, and round it, in a semicircle, feet to the fire and heads on their rolled-up buffalo robes, slept the tired travelers. A few sybaritic or rheumatic tillers of the soil paid for half a bed in one of the double-bedded rooms which all taverns then contained, and got a full bed's worth in deep hollows and high billows of live geese feathers, warm homespun blankets, and patchwork quilts. It was certainly a gay winter scene as sleigh after sleigh dashed into the tavern barn or shed, and the stiffened driver, after putting up his steed, walked quickly to the bar-room, where sat the host behind his cage-like counter, where ranged the inspiring barrels of old Medford or Jamaica rum and hard cider, and, quote, where dozed a fire of beechen logs that bred strange fancies in its embers golden red, and nursed the loggerhead whose hissing dip, timed by nice instinct, creamed the bowl of flip." End quote. Many a rough joke was laughed at, many a story told ere the tired circle slept round the fire. But 4 o'clock saw them all be stirring, making a fresh start on their cityward journey. In town, the traveler was busy enough. He not only had his farm products to sell, but since he sometimes got the enormous sum of $50 for his sleigh load, and it was estimated that $2 was a liberal allowance for a week's traveling expenses, he had much to spend and many purchases to make: spices and raisins for the home table, fish hooks and powder and shot, pewter plates or a few pieces of English crockery, a calico gown or two, a shawl or a scarf or a beaver hat, and thus brought to dreary New England farms their sole taste of town life in winter. For many years, travel, especially to New York and other seaport towns, was largely by water, on sloop or pink or snow, and many stories of the discomforts of such trips have come down to us. The first passenger steamboat, which ran between New York and Providence, made its trial trip in 1822. The boats made the passage from town to town in 23 hours, which was monstrous fast time. On one of the first trips, the boat lay by near Point Judith to repair a slight damage to machinery, and all the simple country folk who came down to the shore expecting to find a wreck were amazed to see the boat, apparently burning up, go quickly sliding away without sails over the water until out of sight. Many whispered that the devil had a hand in it, and perhaps was on board in person. The new means of conveyance proved at once to be the favored one for all genteel persons wishing to travel between Boston and New York. The 40-mile journey between Boston and Providence was made in fine stagecoaches, which were always crowded. Often 18 or 20 full coachloads were carried each way each day. The editor of the Providence Gazette wrote at that time, quote, "We were rattled from Providence to Boston in 4 hours and 50 minutes. If anyone wants to go faster, he may send to Kentucky and charter a streak of lightning." End quote. The fare on these coaches was $3 for the trip between Providence and Boston. This exorbitant sum was a sore annoyance to all thrifty men, and indignantly did they rail and protest against it. At last a union was formed, and a line of rival coaches was established, on which the fare was to be $2.50 a trip. This caused great dismay to the regular coach company, who at once reduced their fare to $2. The rival line, not to be outdone, announced their reduction to $1.50. The regulars then widely advertised that their fare would thenceforth be only $1. The rivals then sold seats for the trip for 50 cents apiece, and in despair, after jealously watching for weeks the crowded coaches of the new line, the conquered old line mournfully announced that they would make trips every day with their vehicle filled with the first applicants who chanced to be on time at the starting place, and that these lucky dogs would be carried for nothing. The new stagecoaches were now in their turn deserted, and the proprietors pondered for a week trying to invent some way to still further cut down the entirely vanished rates. They at last placarded the taverns with announcements that they would not only carry their patrons free of expense, but would give each traveler on their coaches a good dinner at the end of his journey. The old coach line was rich and at once counter-advertised a free dinner and a good bottle of wine, too, to its patrons, and there, for a time, the fierce controversy came to a standstill, both lines having crowded trips each day. Mr. Schaefer, who was a fashionable teacher of dancing and deportment in Boston, and a well-known man about town, a jolly good fellow, got upon the Providence coach one Monday morning in Boston, had a gay ride to Providence, and a good dinner and bottle of wine at the end of the journey, all at the expense of the coach company. On Tuesday, he rode more gaily still back to Boston, had his dinner and his wine, and was up on Wednesday morning to mount the Providence coach for the third ride and dinner and bottle. He returned to Boston on Thursday in the same manner. On Friday, the fame of his cheap fun was thoroughly noised all over Boston, and he collected a crowd of gay young sparks who much enjoyed their frolicking ride and the fine Providence dinners and wine. All returned in high spirits with Schaefer to Boston on Saturday to meet the sad, sad news that the rival coach lines had made a compromise and had both signed a contract to carry passengers thereafter for $2 a trip. Upon Tremont Street, near Winter Street in Boston, there stood at that time in a garden a fine old house which was kept as a restaurant and was a pleasant summer lounging place for all gay cits. One day, a very portly, aldermanic man presented himself at the entrance of the restaurant and asked the price of a dinner. Schaefer, who was present, immediately assumed all the obsequious airs of a waiter, and calling for a tape measure, proceeded to measure the distance around the protuberant waist of the astonished and insulted inquirer, who could hardly believe his sense of hearing, when the impudent Schaefer very politely answered, "Price of dinner, sir. About $4, sir, for that size, sir." Such were the practical jokes of stage and tavern life in olden days. End of section 14. Section 15 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 9, Holidays and Festivals. The first century of colonial life saw few set times and days for pleasures. The holy days of the English Church were as a stench to the Puritan nostrils, and their public celebration was at once rigidly forbidden by the laws of New England. New holidays were not quickly evolved, and the sober gatherings for matters of church and state for a time took their place. The hatred of wanton, bacchanalian Christmases spent throughout England, as Cotton said, in, quote, reveling, dicing, carding, masking, mumming, consumed in compotations, in interludes, in excess of wine, in mad mirth, end quote, was the natural reaction of intelligent and thoughtful minds against the excesses of a festival which had ceased to be a Christian holiday, but was dominated by a lord of misrule who did not hesitate to invade the churches in time of service in his noisy revels and sports. English churchmen long ago revolted against such Christmas observance. Of the first Pilgrim Christmas we know but little, save that it was spent, as was many a later one, in work. Bradford said, quote, "Ye 25th day began to erect ye first house for common use to receive them and their goods," end quote. On the following Christmas, the governor records with grim humor a, quote, "passage rather of mirth than of weight," end quote. Some new company excused themselves from work on that day, saying it went against their consciences. The governor answered that he would spare them until they were better informed. But returning at midday and finding them playing pitch the bar and stool ball in the streets, he told them that it was against his conscience that they should play and others work, and so made them cease their games. By 1659, the Puritans had grown to hate Christmas more and more. It was, to use Shakespeare's words, quote, "the bug that feared them all," end quote. The very name smacked to them of incense, stole, and monkish jargon. Any person who observed it as a holiday by forbearing of labor, feasting, or any other way was to pay 5 shillings fine. So desirous were they to, quote, "beat down every sprout of episcopacy," end quote. Judge Sewall watched jealously the feeling of the people with regard to Christmas, and noted with pleasure on each succeeding year the continuance of common traffic throughout the day. Such entries as this show his attitude. Quote, December 25, 1685. Carts come to town and shops open as usual. Some somehow observe the day, but are vexed, I believe, that the body of people profane it, and blessed be God, no authority yet to compel them to keep it. End quote. When the Church of England established Christmas services in Boston a few years later, we find the judge waging a hopeless war against Governor Belcher over it, and hear him praising his son for not going with other boyfriends to hear the novel and attractive services. He says, quote, "I dehort mine from Christmas keeping and charge them to forbear," end quote. Christmas could not be regarded till this century as a New England holiday, though in certain localities, such as Old Narragansett, an opulent community which was settled by Episcopalians, 2 weeks of Christmas visiting and feasting were entered into with zest, by both planters and slaves for many years previous to the Revolution. Thanksgiving, commonly regarded as being from its earliest beginning a distinctive New England festival and an equally characteristic Puritan holiday, was originally neither. The first New England Thanksgiving was not observed by either Plymouth Pilgrim or Boston Puritan. Giving God thanks for safe arrival and many other liberal blessings was first heard on New England shores from the lips of the Popham colonists at Monhegan in the Thanksgiving service of the Church of England. Days set apart for Thanksgiving were known in Europe before the Reformation and were in frequent use by Protestants afterward, especially in the Church of England, where they were a fixed custom long before they were in New England. One wonders that the Puritans, hating so fiercely the customs and set days and holy days of the established church, should so quickly have appointed a Thanksgiving Day. But the first New England Thanksgiving was not a day of religious observance. It was a day of recreation. Those who fancy all Puritans, and especially all Pilgrims, to have been sour, morose, and gloomy men, should read this account of the first Thanksgiving week, not day, in Plymouth. It was written on December 11, 1621, by Edward Winslow to a friend in England. Quote, "Our harvest being gotten in, our governor sent 4 men on fowling, that so we might after a special manner rejoice together after we had gathered the fruits of our labors. They 4 killed as much fowl as with a little help besides served the company about a week, at which times, among other recreations, we exercised our arms, many of the Indians coming amongst us, and among the rest their greatest king, Massasoit, with some 90 men, whom for 3 days we entertained and feasted, and they went out and killed 5 deer, which they brought and bestowed on our governor, and upon the captains and others." End quote. As Governor Bradford specified that during that autumn, quote, "beside waterfowl there was great store of wild turkeys," end quote, we can have the satisfaction of feeling sure that at that first Pilgrim Thanksgiving, our forefathers and foremothers had turkeys. Thus fared the Pilgrims better at their Thanksgiving than did their English brothers, for turkeys were far from plentiful in England at that date. Though there were but 55 English to eat the Pilgrim Thanksgiving feast, there were, quote, "partakers in plenty," end quote, and the 90 sociable Indian visitors did not come empty-handed, but joined fraternally in provision for the feast, and probably also in the games. These recreations were, without doubt, competitions in running, leaping, jumping, and perhaps stool ball, a popular game played by both sexes, in which a ball was driven from stool to stool or wicket to wicket. During that chilly November week in Plymouth, Priscilla Mullins and John Alden may have recreated themselves with this ancient form of croquet, if any recreation were possible for the 4 women of the colony, who, with the help of 1 servant and a few young girls or maidkins, had to prepare and cook food for 3 days for 120 hungry men, 91 of them being Indians, with an unbounded capacity for gluttonous gorging unsurpassed by any other race. Doubtless the deer, and possibly the great turkeys, were roasted in the open air. The picture of that Thanksgiving Day, the blockhouse with its few cannon, the Pilgrim men in buff breeches, red waistcoats, and green or sad-colored medallions, the great company of Indians, gay in holiday paint and feathers and furs, the few sad, overworked, homesick women in worn and simple gowns, with plain coifs and kerchiefs, and the pathetic handful of little children, forms a keen contrast to the prosperous, cheerful Thanksgivings of a century later. There is no record of any special religious service during this week of feasting. The Pilgrims had good courage, staunch faith, to thus celebrate and give thanks, for they apparently had but little cause to rejoice. They had been lost in the woods, where they had wandered surbated, and had been terrified by the roar of lions, and had met wolves that, quote, "sat on their tails and grinned," end quote, at them. They had been half frozen in their poorly built houses, had been famished or sickened with unwanted and unpalatable food. Their common house had burned down. Half their company was dead. They had borne sore sorrows, and equal trials were to come. They were in dire distress for the next 2 years, In the spring of 1623, a drought scorched the corn and stunted the beans, and in July a fast day of 9 hours of prayer was followed by a rain that revived their, quote, withered corn and their drooping affections, end quote. In testimony of their gratitude for the rain, which would not have been vouchsafed for private prayer, and thinking they would, quote, show great ingratitude if they smothered up the same, end quote, the second Pilgrim Thanksgiving was ordered and observed. In 1630, on February 22nd, the first public Thanksgiving was held in Boston by the Bay Colony, in gratitude for the safe arrival of food-bearing and friend-bearing ships. On November 4th, 1631, Winthrop wrote again, quote, we kept Thanksgiving Day in Boston, end quote. From that time till 1684, there were at least 22 public Thanksgiving Days appointed in Massachusetts, about 1 in 2 years, but it was not a regular biennial festival. In 1675, a time of deep gloom through the many and widely separated attacks from the fierce savages, there was no public Thanksgiving celebrated in either Massachusetts or Connecticut. It is difficult to state when the feast became a fixed annual observance in New England. In the year 1742 were 2 Thanksgiving days. Rhode Islanders paid little heed in early days to Thanksgiving, at any rate to days set by the Massachusetts authorities. Governor Andros savagely prosecuted more than one Rhode Islander who calmly worked all day long on the day appointed for giving thanks. In Boston, William Vesey was set in the pillory in the marketplace for plowing on the Thanksgiving Day of June 18, 1696. He said his king had granted liberty of conscience, and that the reigning king, William, was not his ruler, that King James was his royal prince, and since he did not believe in setting apart days for Thanksgiving, he should not observe them. Connecticut people, though just as pious and as prosperous as the Bay colonists, do not appear to have been as grateful, and had considerable trouble at times to, quote, pick upon a day, end quote, for Thanksgiving, and the festival was not regularly observed there till 1716. Thanksgiving was not always appointed in early days for the same token of God's beneficence. Days of thanks were set in gratitude for and observance of great political and military events, for victories over the Indians or in the Palatinate, for the accession of kings, for the prospect of royal heirs to the throne, for the discovery of conspiracy, for the healing of breaches, the dissipation of the pirates, the abatement of diseases, for the safe arrival of, quote, sons of special use and quality, end quote, as well as in gratitude for plentiful harvests that, quote, God had not given them cleanness of teeth and want of bread, end quote. The early Thanksgivings were not always set upon Thursday. It is said that that day was chosen on account of its reflected glory as lecture day. Judge Sewell told the governor and his council in 1697 that the, quote, desired the same day of the week might be for Thanksgiving and fasts, and that Boston and Ipswich lectures led us to Thursday, end quote. The Feast of Thanks was for many years appointed with equal frequency upon, quote, Tuesday come seven night, or upon Wednesday come fortnight, end quote. Nor was any special season of the year chosen. In 1716 it was appointed in August, in 1713 in January, in 1718 in December, in 1719 in October. The frequent appointments in gratitude for bountiful harvests finally made the autumn the customary time. The God of the Puritans was a jealous God, and many fasts were appointed to avert his wrath, as shown in blasted wheat, molded beans, wormy peas, and mildewed corn, in drought and grasshoppers, in Indian invasions, in caterpillars and other woes of New England, in children dying by the chin cough, in the, quote, excessive rains from the bottles of heaven, end quote, all these evils being sent for the crying sins of wig-wearing, sheltering Quakers, not paying the ministers, etc. A fast and a feast kept close company in Puritan calendars. A fast frequently preceded Thanksgiving Day and was sometimes appointed for the day succeeding the feast, a clever plan which had its good hygienic points. Days of private as well as of public fast and Thanksgiving were also observed by individuals. Judge Sewell took the greatest satisfaction in his fastings and carefully outlined his plan of prayer throughout the fast day, which he spent in his chamber, a plan which included and specified ministers, rulers, and magistrates, his family, and every person whom he said, quote, had a smell of relation, end quote, to him, and also every nation and people in the known world. He does not note Thanksgiving Day as a holiday of any importance. Though in the mind of the Puritan, Christmas smelled to heaven of idolatry, when his own festival, Thanksgiving, became annual, it assumed many of the features of the Old English Christmas. It was simply a day of family reunion in November instead of December, on which Puritans ate turkey and Indian pudding and pumpkin pie instead of superstitious meats such as a baron of beef, boar's head, and plum pudding. Many funny stories are told of the early Thanksgiving days, such as the town of Colchester calmly ignoring the governor's appointed day and observing their own festival a week later in order to allow time for the arrival by sloop from New York of a hogshead of molasses for pies. Another is recounted of a farmer losing his cask of Thanksgiving molasses out of his cart as he reached the top of a steep hill, and of its rolling swiftly down till split in twain by its fall. His helpless discomfiture and his wife's acidity of temper and diet are comically told. There is in the possession of the Massachusetts Historical Society a broadside announcing a thanksgiving for victory in King Philip's War, and during the following year, 1677, the first regular Thanksgiving proclamation was printed. But Thanksgiving Day was not the chief New England holiday. Ward, writing in 1699, does not name it, saying of New Englanders, quote, election, commencement, and training days are their only holy days, end quote. It was natural in New England, a state planted by men of exceptional intelligence, that all should think as one minister said, quote, if the college die, the church cannot long live, end quote. And in the commencement day of their colleges they found matter of deep interest, of pride, of recreation. Judge Sewell always notes the day at Harvard, its exercises, its dinner, its plentiful wine, and the commencement cake, which he carried to his friends. The meager entries in the diaries and almanacs of many an old New England minister show that commencement day was one of their proudest holidays. After 1730, commencement day was usually set for Friday, in order that there might be, as President Wadsworth said in his diary, quote, less remaining time in the week to be spent in frolicking, end quote. Training Day may be called the first New England holiday, though Hawthorne thought the day of too serious importance in early warlike times to be classed under the head of festivals. At the first Pilgrim Thanksgiving, they, quote, exercised their arms, end quote, and for some years they had 6 trainings a year. No wonder they were said to be diligent in trainings. The all-powerful church militant held sway even over these gatherings of New England warriors. The military reviews and exercises were made properly religious by an opening exercise of prayer and psalm singing, the latter sometimes at such inordinate length as to provoke criticism and remarks from the rank and file. Remonstrance, which was at once pleasantly rebuked by pious Judge Sewell. Religious notices were also given before the company broke line. A noble dinner somewhat redeemed the sobriety of the opening exercises, a dinner given in Boston to gentlemen and gentlewomen in tents on the common, and the frequent firing of guns and cannon further enlivened the day. Boston mustered a very fair military force at trainings, even in early days. Winthrop writes that at the May training in 1639, 1,000 men exercised, and in the autumn 1,200 bore arms, and not an oath or quarrel was heard, and no drunkenness seen. The training field was Boston Common. At these trainings, prizes were frequently offered for the best marksmanship. In Connecticut, a silk handkerchief or some such trinket. Judge Sewell offered a silver cup, and again a silver-headed pike. Since he was an uncommonly poor shot himself, his generosity shows out all the more plainly. With barbaric openness of cruel intent, a figure stuffed to represent a human form was often the target, and it was a matter of grave decision whether a shot in the head or bowels were the fatal one. Sometimes the day was enlivened by a form of amusement ever beloved of the colonists, by public punishments. For instance, at the training day at Kittery, Maine in 1690, 2 men, quote, rode the wooden horse for dangerous and shirtless carrig and multiplying of oaths, end quote. The training days of colony times developed into muster days, the crowning pinnacle of gaiety, dissipation, and noise in a country boy's life in New England for over a century. We owe much to these trainings and these trials of marksmanship. In conjunction with the universal skill in woodcraft and in hunting, they made our ancestors more than a match for the Indian and the Frenchman, and in revolutionary times gave them their ascendancy over the English. Election Day was naturally a time of much excitement to New Englanders in olden times, as nowadays. In fact, the entire week partook of the flavor of a holiday. This did not please the ministers. Uriah Oakes wrote sadly that Election Day had become a time, quote, to meet, to smoke, carouse, and swagger, and dishonor God with a greater bravery, end quote. Various local customs obtained. Lection cake, a sort of rusk rich with fruit and wine, was made in many localities. Indeed, is still made in some families that I know. And sometimes lection beer was brewed. In early May, the herb gatherers, many of them old squaws, brought to town various barks and roots for this beer, and they also vended it on the streets during election week. An election sermon was also preached. Boston had 2 election days. Nigger-lection was so called in distinction from artillery election. On the former anniversary day, the election of the governor was formally announced, and the black population was allowed to throng the common to buy gingerbread and drink beer like their white betters. On the second holiday, the ancient and honorable artillery had a formal parade and chose its new officers, who received with much ceremony out of doors their new commissions from the new governor. Woe, then, to the black face that dared be seen on that grave and martial occasion. In 1817, a Negro boy named William Reed, enraged at being refused the high privileges and pleasures of Artillery Day, blew up in Boston Harbor a ship called the Canton Packet. For years it was a standing taunt of white boys in Boston to Negroes. Quote, who blew up the ship? Nigger, why for? 'Cause he couldn't go to 'lection and shake pawpaw, end quote. Pawpaw was a gambling game which was played on the common with 4 seashells of the Cyproa moneta. The 14th of July was observed by Boston Negroes for many years to commemorate the introduction of measures to abolish the slave trade. It was derisively called Bobolition Day, and the orderly convention of black men was greeted with a fusillade of rotten fruit and eggs and much jesting abuse. It was at one of these Bobolition Day celebrations that this complimentary toast was seriously given and recorded in honor of the newly elected governor. Quote, Governor Brooks, may the mantelpiece of Caleb Strong fall on the head of his distinguished predecessor, end quote. In other localities, notably on the Massachusetts coast, in Connecticut, and in Narragansett, the term nigger-lection was applied to the election of a black governor who held his sway over the black population. Wherever there was a large number of Negroes, the black governor was a man of much dignity and importance, and his election was a scene of much gaiety and considerable feasting, which the governor's master had to pay for. As he had much control over his black constituents, it is plain that the black governor might be made useful in many petty ways to his white neighbors. Occasionally, the nigger election had a deep political signification and influence. Sceva, in his Hartford in the Olden Times, and Hinman in the American Revolution, give detailed and interesting accounts of nigger-lection. A few rather sickly and benumbed attempts were made in bleak New England to celebrate in Old English fashion the 1st of May. A maypole was erected in Charleston in 1687 and was promptly cut down. The most unbounded observance of the day was held at Marymount, now the town of Quincy, in 1628 by roistering Morton and his gay crew. Bradford says, quote, they set up a maypole, drinking and dancing about it many days together, inviting the Indian women for their consorts, dancing and frisking together like so many fairies or furies, rather, end quote. This maypole was a stately pine tree 80 feet high, with a pair of buck's horns nailed at the top and with sundry rhymes and verses affixed. Stern Endicott rode down ere long to investigate matters, and at once cut the idle maypole down, and told the junketers that he hoped to hear of their, quote, better walking, else they would find their merry mount but a woeful mount, end quote. To eat pancakes on Shrove Tuesday was held by the Puritans to be a heathenish vanity, and yet apparently with the purpose of annoying good Boston folk, some attempts were made to observe the day. One year, a young man went through the town, quote, carrying a cock on his back with a bell in his hand, end quote. Several of his fellows followed him blindfolded, and under pretense of striking him with heavy cart whips, managed to do considerable havoc in the surrounding crowd. We can well imagine how odious this horseplay was to the Puritans, aggravated by the fact that it was done to note a holy day. On Shrove Tuesday in 1685, there was, quote, great disorder in town by reason of cock-scaling, end quote. This was the barbarous game of cock-stealing, or cock-throwing, or cock-squoiling, a game as old as Chaucer's time, a universal pastime on Shrove Tuesday in England, where scholars also had cockfights in the schoolrooms. The observance, or even notice, of the first day of the year as a gaudy day of New Year's tides in any way was thought by Urian Oakes to savor strongly of superstitious reverence for the heathen god Janus. The Pilgrims made no note of their first New Year's Day in the New World, save by this very prosaic record, quote, we went to work betimes, end quote. Yet Judge Sewell, as rigid and stern a Puritan as any of the earliest days, records with some pride his being greeted with a levet or blast of trumpets under his window early on the morning of January 1st, 1697, while he himself celebrated the opening of the new century with a very poor poem of his own making, which he caused to be cried or recited throughout the town of Boston by the town bellman. Guy Fawkes Day, or Pope's Day, was observed with much noise throughout New England for many years by burning of bonfires, preceded by parades of young men and boys dressed in fantastic costumes and carrying guys or popes of straw. Fires are still lighted on the 5th of November in New England towns by boys who know not what they commemorate. In Newburyport, Massachusetts, and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Guy Fawkes Day is still celebrated. In Newcastle, New Hampshire, it is called Pork Night. In New York and Brooklyn, the bonfires in the night of election and the importunate begging on Thanksgiving Day of ragged fantastics, usually children of Roman Catholic parents, are both direct survivals of the ancient celebration of Pope's Day. In Governor Belcher's time, in Massachusetts, the stopping of pedestrians on the street by, quote, loose and dissolute people, end quote, who were wont to levy contributions for paying for their bonfires, became so universally annoying that the governor made proclamation against them in the newspapers. Tudor, in his Life of Otis, gives an account of the observance of the day and its disagreeable features. He says the intruders paraded the streets with grotesque images, forcibly entered houses, ringing bells, demanding money, and singing rhymes similar to those sung all over England. Quote, don't you remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot? I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. From Rome to Rome the Pope is come, amid 10,000 fears, with fiery serpents to be seen, at eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Don't you hear my little bell go chink, chink, chink? Please give me a little money to buy my Pope some drink, end quote. The figure of the pretender was added to that of the Pope and Devil in 1702, and on Pope's Day in 1763, American politics took a share. I read in a diary of that date, quote, Pope, Devil, and Stampman were hung together, end quote. After the Revolution, the effigy of Benedict Arnold was burnt alongside that of Guy Fawkes. Though we retained Pope's Day until federal times, the Declaration of Independence struck one holiday off our calendar. The King's birthday was, until then, celebrated with a training, a salute of cannon, a dinner, and an illumination. Other holidays were evolved by circumstances. Anniversary Day was a special festival for the ministers who gathered together in the larger towns for spiritual intercourse and the material refreshment of a good dinner. It was originally held in Massachusetts at the May meeting of the General Court. Forefathers' Day, the anniversary of the landing at Plymouth, was celebrated by dinners, prayer, and praise. Many other annual scenes of gaiety were developed by the various food harvests. Thus, the time when the salmon and shad came up the rivers had been a great merrymaking and season of feasting for the Indian, and became equally so for the white man. As years passed on, it became also a time of much drunkenness and revelry. Men rode 100 miles for these gay holidays, and went home with horses laden down with fish. Shad were so plentiful that they were thrown away, would sell for but a penny apiece, and no persons of social importance or of good taste would eat them except in secret. Salmon, too, were so plentiful and so cheap that farm servants on the banks of the Connecticut stipulated that they should have salmon for dinner but thrice a week, as the rich fish soon proved cloying. In many localities, in Narragansett in particular, the autumnal corn huskings almost reached the dignity of holidays, being conducted in a liberal fashion and with unbounded hospitality, which included and entertained whole retinues of black servants from neighboring farms, as well as the planters and their families. Apple parings, maple sugar makings, and timber rollings were merry gatherings. In Vermont and down the Connecticut Valley, the annual sheep shearing was a lively scene. On Nantucket, there took place annually a like sheep shearing, which, though a characteristic New England festival, was like the scene in The Winter's Tale. The broad plains outside the town were used as a common sheep pasture throughout the year. Sometimes 15 or 16,000 sheep were kept thereon. About 2 miles from the town was a sheepfold near the margin of a pond where the sheep could be washed. It was built of 4 or 5 concentric fences, which thus formed a sort of labyrinth into which and through which the sheep and lambs were driven at shearing time, and in it they were sorted out and placed in cotes or pens erected for each sheep owner. The existence of carefully registered earmarks with which each lamb was branded formed a means of identifying each owner's sheep and lambs. Of course, this gathering brought together all the sheep drivers and herders, the sheep washers and shearers. Vast preparations of food and drink were made for their entertainment, and tents were reared for their occupancy, and of course fiddlers and peddlers like Autolycus flocked there also, and much amusement and frolicking accompanied the shearing. Even the sheep, panting with their heavy wool when within the folds, and the shorn and shivering creatures running around outside and bleating for their old, long-wooled companions, added to the excitement of the scene. Perhaps the maritime occupation of the islanders made them enjoy with a zest of unwontedness this rural shore holiday, but it exists no longer. The island is not now one vast sheep pasture, and there are no longer any sheep shearings. End of section 15. Section 16 of Customs and Fashions in Old New England by Alice Morse Earle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 10, Sports and Diversions, Part 1. The Puritans of the first century of colonial life, the true New England men, not only of Winthrop and Bradford's time, but of the slowly degenerating days of Cotton Mather and Judge Sewall, thought little and cared little for any form of amusement. Quote, not knowing this, that heaven decrees some mirth to adults men's miseries, end quote. Of them it may be said, as Froissart said of their ancestors, quote, they took their pleasures sadly, after their fashion, end quote. 'Twas no time for New England to dance, said Judge Sewall sternly, and indeed it was not. The struggle of planting colonies in the new, bleak land left little time for dancing. The sole midweek gathering, the only regular diversion of early colonial life, took naturally a religious and somber cast, and was found in the Great and Thursday lecture. Quote, truly the times were dull when these things happened, end quote. For so eager were the colonists for this sober diversion that it soon became a pious dissipation. Cotton said in his Way of the Churches in 1639 that so many lectures did damage to the people, and the largeness of the assemblies alarmed the magistrates, who saw persons who could ill afford the time from their work gadding to midday lectures in 3 or 4 different towns the same week. Young people, not having acquired that safety valve, the New England Singing School, gladly seized these religious meetings as a pretext and a means for enjoyable communion, and attended in such numbers that the hospitality shown in providing food for the visiting lecture lovers seemed to be in danger of becoming a burdensome expense. In 1633, the magistrates set the lecture hour at 1 o'clock, that lecture-goers might eat their dinner at noon at home, and they attempted to have each minister give but 1 lecture in 2 weeks, and planned that contiguous towns should offer but 2 temptations a week. But the lawmakers overstepped the mark, and the lecture and the ministers resumed weekly sway, which they held for a century. Hawthorne thus described the opening hours of the Colonial lecture day. Quote, "The breakfast hour being past, the inhabitants do not as usual go to their fields or workshops, but remain within doors or perhaps walk the street with a grave sobriety, yet a disengaged and unburdened aspect that belongs neither to a holiday nor the Sabbath. And indeed the passing day is neither, nor is it a common weekday, although partaking of all 3. It is the Thursday lecture, an institution which New England has long ago relinquished and almost forgotten, yet which it would have been better to retain, as bearing relations both to the spiritual and ordinary life. The tokens of its observance, however, which here meet our eyes, are of a rather questionable cast. It is in one sense a day of public shame, the day on which transgressors who have made themselves liable to the minor severities of the Puritan law receive their reward of ignominy. At this very moment the constable has bound an idle fellow to the whipping post and is giving him his deserts with a cat-o'-nine tails. Ever since sunrise, Daniel Fairfield has been standing on the steps of the meeting-house with a halter about his neck, which he is condemned to wear visibly throughout his lifetime. Dorothy Talby is chained to a post at the corner of Prison Lane with a hot sun blazing on her matronly face, and all for no other offense than lifting her hand against her husband, while through the bars of that great wooden cage in the center of the scene we discern either a human being or a wild beast, or both in one. Such are the profitable sights that serve the good people to while away the earlier part of the day." End quote. Not only were criminals punished at this weekly gathering, but seditious books were burned just after the lecture, intentions of marriage were published, notices were posted, and at one time elections were held on lecture day. The religious exercises of the day resembled those of the Sabbath and were sometimes 5 hours in length. In primitive amusements, the sports of the woods and waters, even a Puritan could find occasional and proper diversion without entering into frivolous and sinful amusement. The wolf, most hated and most destructive of all the beasts of the woods, a ravening runagador, was a proper prey. Wolves were caught in pits, in log pens, in traps. They were also hooked on mackerel hooks bound in an ugly bunch and dipped in tallow, to which they were tolled by dead carcasses. The swamps were beat up in a wolf drive or wolf rout, similar to the English drift of the forest. A ring of men surrounded a wooden tract and drew inward toward the center, driving the wolves before them. The excitement of such a wolf rout, constantly increasing to the end, can well be imagined. The wolves were not always killed outright. Jocelyn tells that the inhuman sport of wolf baiting was popular in New England, and he describes it thus, quote, "A great mastiff held the wolf. Tying him to a stake, we baited him with smaller dogs and had excellent sport, but his hinder leg being broken, we soon knocked his brains out." End quote. Wolves also were dragged alive at a horse's tail, a sport equally cruel to both animals. These fierce and barbarous traits had been nourished in England by the many bear and bull baitings, and even horse baitings, and the colonists but carried out here their English training. Wood wrote in his New England's Prospects, quote, No ducking ponds can afford more sport than a lame cormorant and 2 or 3 lusty dogs." End quote. Though we do not hear of cockfights, I doubt not the wealthy and sportsmanlike Narragansett planters, who resembled in habits and occupations the Virginian planters, had many a cockfight, as they had horse races. Bears were, quote, "hunted with dogs. They take to a tree where they shoot them," end quote. Nothing was, quote, "more sportful than bear baiting," end quote. Killing foxes was also the best sport in depth of winter. On a moonlight night, the hunters placed a sledge load of codfish heads on the bright side of a fence or wall, and hiding in the shadow, quote, "as long as the moon shineth," end quote, could sometimes kill 10 of the wary creatures in a night. Squirrel hunts were also prime sport. Shooting at a mark or at prizes became a popular form of amusement. We read in the Boston Evening Post of January 11, 1773, quote, "This is to give notice that there will be a bear and a number of turkeys set up as a mark next Thursday before noon at the Punch Bowl Tavern in Brookline," end quote. The sports of the inn yards found few participants in New England. In 1692, the Andover innkeeper was ordered not to allow the playing of, quote, "dice, cards, tables, quoits, logets, bowls, ninepins, or any other unlawful game in his house yard, garden, or backside after Saturday p.m., end quote. Henry Cabot Lodge says the shovelboard of Shakespeare's time was almost the only game not expressly prohibited. A Puritan minister, Reverend Peter Thatcher of Milton, bought in 1679 a, quote, "pack of ninepins and bowl," end quote, for which he paid 5 shillings and 6 pence, and enjoyed playing with them too. But I fancy few ministers played either that or light games. On the second Christmas at Plymouth, we find some of the pilgrims playing pitch the bar and stool ball. Pitch the bar was a trial of strength rather than of skill, and was popular with sturdy Nantucket whalers till into this century, though deemed hopelessly plebeian in Old England. We hear of football being played by Boston boys in Boston streets and lanes, of the Rowley Indians playing it in 1686 on the broad sandy shore, where it was more easy since they played barefooted. Dunton adds of their sport, quote, "Neither were they so apt to trip up one another's feet and quarrel as I have often seen 'em in England," end quote. And I may add, as I have often seen 'em in New England. Playing cards, the devil's picture books, were hated by the Puritans like the very devil, and as ever with forbidden pleasures, were a constant temptation to Puritan youth. Their importation, use, and sale were forbidden. As late as 1784, a fine of $7 was ordered to be paid for every pack of cards sold, and yet in 1740 we find Peter Faneuil ordering 6 gross of best King Henry's cards from England. Jolly Allen had cards constantly for sale. Quote, "Best Merry Andrew, King Harry, and Highland cards, $1 per dozen," end quote. And also, quote, "Blanchard's Great Mogul playing cards," end quote. The fine for selling these cards must have been a dead letter, for we find in the newspapers proof of the prevalence of card playing. One use for playing cards other than their intended one was found in their employment to inscribe invitations upon. Ball invitations were frequently written upon the backs of playing cards, and dinner invitations also. In the Salem Gazette in 1784 appeared, quote, "New inlaid cribbage boxes, leather gammon tables, and quadrille pools," end quote. In the Evening Post in 1772 may be seen, quote, "quadrille boxes and pearl fishes," end quote. And I do not doubt that many a gay Boston belle or beau, as well as Mrs. Knox, gambled all night at quadrille and ombre, as did their cousins in London. Captain Golet had many a game of cards in his travels through New England in 1750. On April 30th, 1722, the New England Courant advertised that any gentleman that, quote, "had a mind to recreate themselves with a game of billiards," end quote, could do so at a public house in Charleston. It is curious to find how eagerly the staid colonists turned to dancing. Mr. Eggleston says, quote, "The savages themselves were not more fond of dancing than were the colonists who came after them. Dancing schools were forbidden in New England by the authorities, but dancing could not be repressed in an age in which the range of conversation was necessarily narrow and the appetite for physical activity and excitement almost insatiable." End quote. Dancing was forbidden in Massachusetts taverns and at weddings, but it was encouraged at Connecticut ordinations. In a letter written by John Cotton, that good man specifies that his condemnation is not of dancing, even mixed, as a whole, but of lascivious dancing to wanton ditties with amorous gestures and wanton dalliances, end quote, an objection in which I hope he is not singular, and we be not Puritan ministers, and an objection which makes us suspect, and he were a Puritan minister, that he had been in some very singular company. In 1713, a ball was given by the governor in Boston, at which light-heeled and light-minded Bostonians of the governor's set danced till 3 a.m. As balls and routs began at 6 p.m, this gave long dancing hours. On the other hand, we find sober folk reading, quote, "an arrow against profane and promiscuous dancing drawn out of the quiver of the Scriptures by the ministers of Christ at Boston," end quote. And though one dancing master was forbidden room to set up his school, we find that, quote, "Abigail Hutchinson was entered to learn to dance," end quote, somewhere in Boston in 1717, probably at the school of Mr. George Brownell. By Revolutionary times, old and young danced with zest at balls, at turtle frolics, at weddings. President Washington and Mrs. General Greene, quote, "danced upwards of 3 hours without once sitting down," end quote. And General Greene called this diversion of the august father of his country, quote, "a pretty little frisk," end quote. By 1791, we find Reverend John Bennett, in his Letters to a Young Lady, recommending dancing as a proper and healthful exercise. Queer names did early contra-dances bear: Old Father George, Cape Breton, High Betty Martin, Rolling Hornpipe, Constancy, Orange Tree, Springfield, Assembly, The President, Miss Foster's Delight, Petticoatee, Priest's House, The Lady's Choice, and Leather the Strap. By federal times came federal dances. Such care was paid by New Englanders to the raising and improving of horses that I presume horse races did not seem so wicked as card-playing or dancing, for I find a hint of a horse race in the Boston Newsletter of August 29, 1715, for Jonathan Turner therein challenged the whole country to match his black gelding in a race for 100 pounds, to take place on Metonymy Common or Chelsea Beach. Many pace races took place in Narragansett on Little Neck Beach, at which the prizes were silver tankards. And if we can believe Dr. McSparran, or rather, since we would not appear to doubt the word of a clergyman, especially upon the speed of a horse, if he took the time of a little over 2 minutes with any care and had a good watch, there must have been some very good sport on Little Neck Beach. Though the Puritan magistrates denounced shows as a great misspence of time, yet after a century's existence in the New World, the people was so amusement-hungry that all turned avidly to any kind of exhibition, and but little was necessary to make an exhibition. A Lion of Barbary was in Boston in 1716, and I believe the lion's hair, which was cut by the keeper and sent by Waite Winthrop to be placed as a strengthening tonic under the armpits of his sickly little grandchild, was abstracted from this very lion. In 1728, another lonely king of the beasts made the round of all the provinces on a cart drawn by 4 oxen, with as much éclat as if he had been a whole menagerie. He lodged in New London in Madam Winthrop's barn and put up elsewhere at the very best taverns, as became a royal visitor, yet seems a semi-pathetic figure, a tropical king in slavery and alone in a strange, cold land. In December 1733 and in 1734, rivals appeared at a Boston tavern and were advertised in the weekly rehearsal. Quote, "A fine large white bear brought from Greenland, the like never been seen before in these parts of the world, a sight far preferable to the lion in the judgment of all persons who have seen them both. N.B. He is certainly going to London in about 3 weeks, and his farewell speech will be published in a day or two." End quote. Quote, "To be seen at the shop of Mr. Benjamin Runker Tinman near the market house on Dock Square, a very strange and wonderful creature called a sea lion, lately taken at Monument Pond near Plymouth, the like of which never seen in these parts before. He is 9 feet long from his rump to his head, and near 4 feet wide over his back, with 4 large feet and 5 strong claws on each. Also 2 large strong teeth as white as ivory sticking out of his mouth 5 or 6 inches long, with many other curiosities too tedious to mention here. Price 6 pence for a man or woman and 2 pence for a child." End quote. The Boston Gazette of April 20th, 1741, thus advertised, quote, "To be seen at the Greyhound Tavern in Roxbury, a wild creature which was caught in the woods about 80 miles to the westward of this place, called a catamount. It has a tail like a lion, its legs are like bears, its claws like an eagle, its eyes like a tiger. He is exceedingly ravenous and devours all sorts of creatures that he can come near. Its agility is surprising. It will leap 30 feet at one jump, notwithstanding it is but 3 months old. Whoever wishes to see this creature may come to the place aforesaid, paying 1 shilling each shall be welcome for their money." End quote. Salem had the pleasure of viewing a sapient dog who could light lamps, spell, read, print, or writing, tell the time of day or day of the month. He could distinguish colors, was a good arithmetician, could discharge a loaded cannon, tell a hidden card in a pack, and jump through a hoop, all for 25 cents. About the same time, Mr. Pinchbeck exhibited in the same town a pig of knowledge who had precisely the same accomplishments. In 1789, a pair of camels went the rounds, quote, 19 hands high, with 4 joints in their hind legs, end quote. A mermaid also was exhibited, defunct, I presume, and a living cassowary 5 feet high that swallowed stones as large as an egg. A white sea bear appeared in the port of Pollard's Tavern and could be seen for half a pistareen. A forlorn moose was held in bondage at Major King's Tavern and shown for 9 pence, while to view the leopard strongly chained cost a quarter. The big hog, being a home production, could be seen cheaply for 4 pence. It is indeed curious to find a rabbit among curious wild beasts. The Winthrops had tried to breed rabbits in 1633 and again in 1683, and if they had not succeeded, were the only souls known to fail in that facile endeavor. To their shame be it told, Salem folk announced in 1809 a bullfight at the halfway house on the new Turnpike, and after the bullfight, a fox chase. In 1735, John Burleson had some strange animals to show, and was not always allowed to exhibit them either. Quote, the lion, the black and white bear, and the Lanark's script were shown by me that had their limbs as long as they pleased, end quote. There were also exhibitions of legerdemain, a, quote, posture master boy who performed most surprising postures, transforming himself into various shapes, end quote. Performers on the tort rope, solar microscopes, Italian Machians, or moving pictures wherein are to be seen windmills and watermills moving around ships sailing in the seas, and various curious figures, electrical machines, prospects of London, or of royal palaces, end quote. But to their credit and good taste, be it recorded, I find no notices of monstrosities either in shape of man or beast. Exhibitions of wax figures were given and museums were formed. Gentlemen sailing for foreign ports were begged to collect for museums and collections of curiosities, and did so in a thoroughly public-spirited manner. End section 16.